Come on in here, family. Come on. Um, Cherry Love is quite upset. I am quite upset, and I'm reviewing a lot of stuff. I'm going back down memory lane. I'm going back down memory lane, big time. And um, come on up in here. Y'all come on up in here. Pretty much, some people know exactly why I'm doing this live. And I listen, I know y'all probably sick of this. I'm sick of it too. But unfortunately, we have to revisit some past stuff because again, a lot of stuff goes on with these people, and they tell a lot of lies, and you don't catch them all. But then when you go back and you review stuff, you end up catching stuff, right? And then on top of that, it's just like with the Bible, because the Bible offers so much truth, so much information, right? And then when you go back and you find out, oh man, I missed this part. Oh man, why I didn't see that, and so on and so on. So I think you get what I'm saying. I'm very upset right now. I'm gonna be cool. Don't worry, Sister Nicole. Don't worry, Brother Bill. Don't worry, y'all. I understand what the Bible says. Be angry and sin not. Right? So I'm going to stay within that realm. However, I am going to call out truth. I am going to call out truth 100%. So I was talking to some of the sisters in Christ, and we were reviewing some things. And we were talking, and we, reviewing and reflecting on some things that happened. And listen, I'm really just sick of these people, because I just wish they would just come out and tell the truth, right? Because all of their lies have been exposed, pretty much. And what Faithful and Abu did Sunday morning, excellent job. Somebody find Faithful. Somebody find Faithful and Abu. While I'm sitting up here talking, let me send Faithful and Abu a text message. Even if they don't come in the chat, I just want them to view. Because I'm gonna do this one myself. Okay. So just give me 1 second. Anybody who got Faithful to God's number, help me out right now, and just get him to tune in. I need him to tune in. I need him to tune in right now. I need him and Abu, and this is a whole. You can kind of say it's a separate issue, but it's attaching itself to the situation that Faithful and Abu is exposing. Right. So what they're doing is a whole separate thing, but I just want them to tune in. I even though they know what they're dealing with, but I still want them to tune in. That's I'm publicly, and oh my God, I'm so upset. I am publicly, and on purpose, I am doing this. So somebody find G-Man. Find somebody. I don't give a dog if you got an email, text, send a smoke signal, whatever. Get them in here. Find me Faithful and find me Abu and G-Man. Somebody help me, okay? Just do that, okay? Please. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. I didn't mean to yell, but I'm upset. But built for speed. Find me Faithful, okay? Find him. Okay, help me, because right now I'm kind of rattled, and I'm trying to stay within that guideline, right? Find me Abu, okay? I can't even type. I'm so mad. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Man. Okay. Right now, please. Find my brothers, please. Okay. I just want to point this out. Okay. What I'm pointing out, it really don't too much have to do with the work of the pews. In fact, it don't have nothing to do with the pews. Okay. It has nothing, but this has everything to do with dishonesty and honesty. Okay. And I'm going to tell you something to some Christian apologists, and I'm going to tell you to all of you Hebrew Israelites, y'all make it comfortable for people to lie. That's got to stop. You can't campaign and say that you want the truth, but you sitting comfortably on lies. That's not going to work. Listen, and Cherry Love can't stand when a person lies. Lying is one of my biggest pet peeves, and especially when you lie on innocent people, right? Right? They ain't, okay. Find me faithful. Find faithful. Somebody get faithful up in here. Right now, what I got tears in my eyes. Please find my brother, please. Okay. G-Man. I need G-Man. Find find G-Man, because this what because he was involved in what I'm about to show. So listen, because I can't think right now. I can think, but I'm upset, so I'm trying to calm down. Somebody help me find a boo if you want to. Please find him. Okay, give me a second. Okay, let me see. Because what I seen Sunday. Listen, okay. Give me a second. Y'all can tell because okay. So y'all help me out. Okay, how you doing, everybody? Brother Killer B, J Man, Uriel, all of y'all. I'm sorry that I pulled y'all all in this, but I got to bring the truth before you. I can't sit there. I can't sit quiet. I can't sit. I can't sit quiet. I can't. No. I want Faithful not to come up here. I want Faithful to watch this. And if Faithful wants to come up here, if a boo wants to come up here, if G-Man wants to come up here, I don't care. I will let them up here. Because again, if Bahrain wants to, if anybody who got contact with Bahrain or, whatever, get him up in here too. I don't care. Because I just caught something. Sister Holly, I'm so upset right now. Right? Folk don't call Cherry Love a liar, clamorous, loud, and all of that. That's fine. I will be all of that. But one thing you can't never say Cherry Love is a liar. You can't say Faithful is a liar. You can't say a boo is a liar. You can't say G-Man is a liar. You can't say Vocab is a liar. You can't even call none of these Christian brothers and sisters a liar. And listen, I'm getting a little sick of folk sitting up here padding stuff for these actual liars to make it comfortable for them to lie. Right. And right now, openly, I'm putting Sister E on blast, the rest with her cronies that is attached to her or whoever she's attached to. I don't care at this point. Right. And I know some of y'all like, Sister Cherry, calm down. Why you drumming up old stuff? You know what? It's not us drumming up old stuff. It's us revisiting and finding more truth. And see, focus, listen, we was literally ready to walk away from the situation, but folks want to rehatch more lies, right? So listen. On this end, right? Because I know a lot of y'all heard about the slanderous video that she did. And I got y'all emails, right? I heard your outcry, as well as my own personal family who has seen that video. Listen, I said it the last time we went live on this. I said, somebody, listen, you never know. Somebody got this video. Plenty of people got this video, G. And guess what? They do. And I ain't talking about just Christian apologists. I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about folks who ain't up on platforms. I'm talking about folks who ain't up on platforms. And I want to say this to folks who see the injustice and the lies that's coming out, to those who have spoken out, thank you. To those who see it and have not said something, open your mouth. You need to open your mouth. Stop making it comfortable for these people to continue to lie and slander and do what they do. Right now, I will say this personally, directly to Sister E. You ever want to have a dialogue with me? Because we know that you ain't going to ever find Richard Katz. So again, you ever want to have a dialogue with me on doctrine? Right? And how about let's throw the pile of lies that you have been operating in. Let's throw that out there. Let's throw that out there. I would love to have a dialogue with you on that. Because when I do, I'm going to crucify you where you stand. And truth, baby, guess what? Christian apologists is on your heels. Find faithful. Find him. Somebody find me faithful. Oh, G-Man. Bro. Cherry Love did some revisiting, right? Find faithful, G. Find him. Y'all find faithful. If you listening, just let me know you there. You ain't gotta come up here. G-Man, I see you. Don't you leave. Fine. I want faithful. I want more of faithful, less than a boo. And not that I'm not fighting for a boo, because I'm fighting for him. I'm fighting for all my brothers, including myself. But I just need to know, faithful, even if you text me, and I won't say nothing. I just want to know that you around. Somebody, one of y'all, find me faithful to God. I will let you up here in a minute, G-Man. I just want to present something to you. I want to present something to you, and I want to present it to Faithful, and I wanted to present it to Abu. Okay? And listen, even if Abu don't show up, that's fine. But I find Faithful. Somebody find. I need the other half here. I just need him just to say, Faithful, if you just say, sis, I'm here. Sis, I'm here. Okay, I'm gonna give you the link, G-Man. I promise you. Okay. Thank you. So both of my brothers, listen to Cherry Love right now. I went back and revisited. G-Man, I'm gonna let you up here. Okay, I'm gonna let you up here. Just be patient with Sister Cherry Love. Okay, I pulled you in here for a reason. And I got tears in my eyes because I'm sick of people lying. I'm tired of people lying on my brothers. I'm tired of people lying on Christians. And I'm tired of people just lying. But guess what? I'm not shedding tears as if I'm a cowardice. No, because Jesus let us all know that folk gonna slander, folk gonna lie, and folk gonna do what they do. But here's my thing. I want both of my brothers, G-Man and Faithful. I'm highlighting you all. Okay, both of you, as well as the rest of the Christian community and everybody that's listening. I care about what you think. I care about what's being said about y'all. Y'all are my heart, right? G-Man, you know I love you. Faithful, you know I love you to death. And I can't sit still when people lie, right? So I'm taking y'all back down memory lane. Sister Eve, baby, I'm going to tell you like this. You better not ever be on a platform with Cherry Love ever again. Because when I do, if we ever come to heads on a platform, baby, I'm going to crucify you. All right? So your best bet is to keep my name and my brother's names out your mouth. Because I'm going to be your worst nightmare, chick. And that's not a threat. That's a promise. Your day of playing victim is over. And I pray to God that my brothers, after they continue to bring out evidence, bust your head with the truth. Don't worry, y'all. Be angry and sin not. Okay? So it ain't like I ain't never said that before. Okay? But I'm just upset. So I'm gonna present this to you. Now, first, I want y'all to revisit what was recent came out, right? I got the whole video. Okay? Right? This is why she wanted to make sure she took it down, right? I don't care who came, a mutual friend or whatever. I don't care. I don't care who told you what. You messed up, Sister E, when you made the video, right? You messed up. And guess what? I want you to continue to run your mouth. Rush your mouth. Rush your mouth. Because guess what? It's going to be Cherry Love that's going to deal with you. Now, let me give you evidence number one. Brother G-Man and Faithful to God. If you listening, I know you listening. So hold on. Let me screen share here. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Everybody on Facebook who trying to contact Cherry Love, please do not send me no messages. Okay. All right. So let me bring this back down because I need to screen share here. I need to screen share. All right, G-Man, I don't think you know what's going on at this point on this new stuff, but I already know when you see this and hear this, I already know it's coming, right? And I want you to know, Sister E, and to the rest of your cronies, I want you to know that we coming. We coming with that truth. Oh, are we talking about physically doing something to you? No, because God is going to do the physical on you. But we're going to what? We're going to bring out that truth, right? Until you repent. So here we go. G-Man and Faithful already know this part. So you see this, and this is just a small clip. I got the whole video. So I want to play this, and I want you to listen because I'm going to move on to step 2. Here we go. This is recent.
And snake you. You've been a snake since day one. It's about lining your pockets and your cronies. The clown crew, and that's what I'm calling them. Cherry, the stripper, Faithful to God, the I don't know what he likes. G-Man. This is who you got in a boo. We don't know if that dude is a terrorist or he is an agent. We don't know what is what dealing with him. Nobody ain't never seen his face, don't know his real name. This dude have terrorists on his Facebook page. And Putin. Seriously, you think we gonna follow a boo? Come on now. You want to call out the secrets? Let's play it.
All right, cool. All right, so we got that. Y'all remember that video, right? So I got one more thing I got to show you, right? So we done with Facebook. Now I need to revisit. I need to pay a visit over here. So let me stop screen sharing for a second. I need to pay a visit over here. I need to go, Faithful, I'm going to your channel. Okay, I'm going to your channel. You, bro, thank you. I want to thank you, Faithful. You and Abu. Okay, I want to thank you so much. All right. So before we get over here to what I want to, before I take y'all back down memory lane, now I'm working this backwards. Now I want to take a visit to Faithful to God's channel, right? And him and Brother Abu's dialogue, right? And my thing is to point out the slander, right? That's been done. The slander, right? Because you can't prove nothing. You Hebrew Israelites and moderators, listen, if anybody come in with the foolishness, I mean, delete them so fast, faster than the wind. I am not interested in nothing else. So that keep them out of here. I don't even want to hear it. And Hebrew Israelites don't even try to come and plead your case, because if you do, I'm going to run you over. Now, going to my brother's channel, right? Which he just did, right? Okay, so I want you to see. Faithful ain't gonna flag me. He ain't. I got every bit of permission to go to his channel. I done been to his channel plenty of before, and guess what? He ain't gonna do nothing because I'm his sister. So let's keep going. Here we go. Y'all remember this. This was just done. Okay?
Because you're a liar and you know you a liar.
Back up. Let's back up.
And when I'll send you the link, you lying snake, you. And you can't. I've never trusted a boo. And we're gonna talk about Faithful. Faithful is just. I'm not even gonna get into that, but and Beren, he watching. You're more than welcome. I'll send you the link. You lying snake, you. You've been a snake since day one. It's about lining your pockets and your cronies. The clown crew, and that's what I'm calling them. Cherry, the stripper, Faithful to God, the I don't know what he likes. G-Man. This is who you got in a boo. We don't know if that dude is a terrorist or he is an agent. We don't know what is what dealing with him. This dude have terrorists on his Facebook page. And Putin. Seriously, you think we gonna follow a boo? You sent 2 crackheads, and I'm gonna call them that because they both got crackhead mentalities. You sent 2 crackheads at me to shut me up because I went off on Faithful and showed Faithful to be the liar and deceiver that he is. So I guess you say I'm gonna send them 2 at her because she made Faithful look bad. Oh, Faithful is definitely a liar. Definitely a deceiver. I dare Faithful. Faithful, I will unblock you. Come up here if you want to. Because you're a liar and you know you a liar. Mm-mm. And when everything got too hard, he sent 2 crackheads at me by the name of Cherry Love and G-Man to make me get off the show. And then you sent crackhead 1 and crackhead 2 after me. Mm-hmm. Was it 2-3 years ago? Mm-hmm. When all that went down on your channel with Faithful, and then turn around, went down with Cherry and G-Man, you were supposed to say, I'm protecting my sister. But instead, like I said, you sent 2 crackheads after me. Crackhead 1, which is Cherry Love, and crackhead 2, which is G-Man. You sent 2 dysfunctional crackheads.
All right. So, G-Man, you crackhead number 2, and I'm crackhead number 1, according to her. That's slander. I never did any type of drug a day in my life, and neither has G-Man done any type of drugs a day in his life, okay? According to his testimony, I know my brother is very sober. In fact, all my brothers are sober, okay? So again, that's straight up slander, right? All right, now the event that she's talking about, right, was November 28th, 2019, right? Now, remember, Cherry Love and G-Man gave the testimony, right? Because she got into it earlier that day with our brother, Faithful to God, who took her to school, right? Over a Facebook post that he made general to, you know, how you make Facebook posts against something that you disagree with. She personally interjected her behind into his post, right? And he wasn't talking to her, right? Because she, quote unquote, she don't hold to polygamy, right? Or polygyny or none of that, right? And neither do we. So she had no business opening her mouth to Faithful to God or saying anything at all. So the butt whooping that he gave her on November 28th, 2019, earlier that day was justified. He was justified in correcting her, right? Okay, now y'all see where this is coming from. So that's evidence number 2. Me and G-Man is crackheads, and I'm a stripper, and all of this other stuff. Abu is a terrorist, Faithful to God is gay, and all of this yada yada yada, right? All right. See, girlfriend, I told you, be careful with your mouth, right? Be careful with your mouth, because you don't know who's watching. And obviously, a lot of people watched what you did that night, and you try to take it down so you can hide it, right? So you can hide what you did. I'm of God. I'm for Christ. I'm innocent. I'm the victim. The hell you are. Right? Okay. So let me put this down here. Right? And we're going to go down memory lane, back down memory lane. Right. Okay. Sorry. Didn't hit that tune right, but that's all right. So we're going back down memory lane. Watch this. Now, G-Man, I know you ticked. Okay. Because you didn't know nothing about this part. Okay. But now you know. Okay. So I want to take you back down memory lane. Okay. I want to take you back down memory lane. A lot went on that day, right? So let me get this. Let me get this real quick. Okay, hold on. Pause this. All right. Now, Sister E, you claim you of God. You people claim that you of God, but you're not of God at all, right? And I'm going to keep Bareen's chat up here, right? Yeah, I'm on Bareen's video. Yeah. I got this, right? I got this. So, family, we're going back to November 28th, 2019, right? Faithful to God, God bless you, brother, played the earlier part, right? And I'm thinking that it was 2 different days until I looked at the date. Come to find out, their earlier encounter between Faithful to God and Sister E was on the same day, earlier that day, right? It was earlier that day. And I think this is it. This is I believe this is it. So no, it's not. 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 This is part 2. So I do need to go back to Faithful's channel. I do. I need to go back to Faithful. I got to go back to your channel. You don't mind. I know you don't. You're not going to flag me. You're not. I know he's not. Because I know he wants to hear this if he's here. Okay? I need to take you back down before I take you over here. Let's see. Right here. So Faithful 3 months ago released a video that Cherry Love never got a chance to see. Neither did G-Man, right? Our names were being called. We didn't have the full story of what went on. We had no clue. But Sister E was up there calling our names and calling us out. And apparently when I reviewed the chat, G-Man was already in the chat, right? And he was going up against Sister E. He didn't know who she was. He called me that very day. This is all on Thanksgiving, okay? Now, hold on. He asks me, who is this Sister E character? And I said, oh, Lord, she's somebody from Marine's channel, yada, 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 claiming to be a Hebrew Israelite, pushing Israelite doctrine, right? I don't move away from what I said. I said it, and she's still doing it today. So after that, right? But before we get to all of that, because I'm really upset, so this ain't really in no kind of order. So let's go over here and pay a visit to Faithful to God's encounter with Sister E. I want you to hear something. Now, mind you, I want you to keep in mind the slander that was done, the bearing false witness that was done, right? Because I showed you the last time I did a hangout that literally I was at work when I went on Bahrain's channel, about a month ago, 2 months ago, when I was going up against, I think her name is Vanita, but we call her Devil in the Blue Dress. You know, doctrine, but that's besides the point. So Sister E claimed that I am a stripper. Faithful to God is gay. G-Man and I are crackheads. And so, Boo is a terrorist. But I want you to hear what comes out of her mouth, right? I want you to hear the deception, right? Folks that's pretending they of God, but not of God, right? 2 Timothy chapter 3 speaks about these type of people putting on a form of godliness, but never able to come to the knowledge of God, the truth of God, or the power thereof, denying the power thereof, right? I paraphrase that badly, but it is what it is. Here we go. Come on, Faithful. Come on. Hold on.
Of the liturgical side, hence Tobit 3, verses 7 to 8. However, they could not live with each other until the appointed time of consummation via sex. That is, unless the woman made a vow to God in her father's house, promising
to my apologetic community. So it was not based off of Faithful to God, because I said every day I'm going to post something to make my apologetic community think about some things. Because again, I posted some yesterday prior to the conversation I had to Faithful. So Faithful was not the driving point of that post. I'm doing that anyway. But my whole problem with when people call moderates out, and Faithful made a post yesterday saying sex and marriage, and that sex is some people being camps or moderates believe that. And never once have I ever denied to say that there is poor doctrine. But when you're talking about moderates, that's too vague when you say certain. Because right now we're trying to build, we're trying to grow, we're trying to understand each other. And when those types of posts are being put out, it puts a connotation that, oh, let's start banging out on moderates, when people don't even know holistically what moderates believe in.
Okay, so do me a favor. I'm sorry. Do me a favor. You see what? I agree with you before. I'm going to give it up right now. Before Days of Noah, Divine Prospect.
So on this particular video, this is where Faithful corrects her. The only reason why I went back here is because of the correction. Okay. Now look at the date. I want you to pay. That's really why I'm going back here. I'm glad Faithful. I'm glad he put this out here. Look at the date, November 28th, 2019. So this was done earlier on, right? Mind you, me and G-Man know nothing about what went down between Faithful and Sister E. Okay. Now, I just wanted to take a little, a small little step right here. Now I need to go back. Now I'm going back to Brother Bahrain. Hold on. Hopefully it'll take me there. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'll just go on my history to make it quicker. I'll do this all right in front of you. This ain't in no kind of order, y'all. All right, so here we go.
Is it fine to go against God's commandments once you've received the Holy Spirit? No, because the Holy Spirit checks you. The Holy Spirit will not allow you to commit adultery. The Holy Spirit will not allow you to bear false witness.
Pause. So, Sister E, you said that the Holy Spirit will not allow you to commit adultery. The Holy Spirit will not allow you to bear false witness. Well, hold on. Where was your Holy Spirit when you was doing that video? When you was doing all those lies? Where was your Holy Spirit then? Huh? I got questions. Where was it? That's number one. I want to start with God first. Because you lied on Faithful, you lied on G-Man, you lied on the Boo, and you lied on me. Right? I'm a stripper and a crackhead. Brother G-Man is a crackhead. Faithful to God is gay. And the Boo is a terrorist, right? And not to mention you slander BK apologists. We ain't done. And Barine is a snake, according to you. But you was running with him for what, 2 years? Come forth with your lies. So I'm just going back and I'm revamping this and I'm going through this, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm paying a visit, right? I'm revamping this, right? Because this is when me and G-Man came up there, right? She called us out. She said that Barine sent me and G-Man after her. No, darling. She called us out. She called us out. I got Barine's chat up here purposely so you can see it. So you can see it. Now, I can't see G-Man's messages up here. I don't know why. Maybe Barine blocked him. I'm not sure. But G-Man was already in this chat. And she calling our names. Mind you, family, mind you. Me and G-Man don't know what's going on between her and Faithful. And Faithful had already schooled her that morning. This hangout right here is from that evening, right? November 28th, 2019. Oh, but we're not done because she about to really hang herself. Let's continue.
Holy Spirit will check you every single time. So when G-Man says follow the laws of God, the following the laws, yes, I follow the commandments of God, and I'm gonna stand here and say it with confidence. But I understand that the only way I can follow the commandments of God is through the Holy Spirit. So G-Man and the rest of them need to deal with that. And if I'm wrong and if I'm a heretic for saying that, so be it. Praise God. Because again, how am I supposed to be a light and you don't see a difference in me? What's set apart? Set apart means I have the Holy Spirit. There's a difference when it comes to me. The set apart spirit is not going to function outside of what God requires for us to function. So if he's not set apart, if he's just mixed in with the rest and doing whatever, drinking, smoking, cutting up, acting a fool, fornicating, he's no different than the world. So Holy Spirit means set apart. So,
so she already bared false witness again on Barine's platform when she said he's smoking, drinking, doing such and such. And if that's what he was doing, first of all, where did you get any type of indication that G-Man was doing that? I didn't catch that just until now. Now that's the first one. Or should I say the second? What led you to say that whole little run on that you said? Where did G-Man give you any type of indication that he smoked, drank, fornicate, or did any of that? Where did Faithful to God, if you were thinking that about him, gave you the any indication that he gay or any of that? You bearing false witness, chick. But you said that the Holy Spirit will convict you not to bear false witness. Right? Somebody getting caught right here. Somebody getting caught, Sister Monette, and they lies and they hypocrisy and they really not of God when they trying to claim that they are. But let's continue. Let's let her keep talking.
I find my Sabbath rest in the Lord and not in a day. And that's and Perry just said that he was Israel. It's so crazy. They're saying stuff and they're sounding like they're saved. The lady down here, white, I'm gonna tell you right now, that lady down there that we call Sister E.
So hold on. I want you to take a look at the chat. I know it's small. But if you flip your, zoom in or whatever you do on your tablet, I want you to check up because Cherry Love shows up exactly at 22 minutes and 47 or 48 seconds. I show up in Bareen's chat. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Oh, Jesus, let's keep going. Sister Nicole, pray for Cherry Love. Please pray for me. Y'all pray for me. Because I'm really angry right now. Let's keep going.
Mark those that cause division among you. How the Holy Ghost gonna have you? So now you got the Holy Ghost. You keep it all 613? She got to go be with her family. I ain't gonna bother her. Let me look at some of these comments. Help me read some of these comments. Why?
I get a comment because I couldn't get to my unmute. Nobody said follow all 613. You don't give room for the Holy Spirit. Hear what I'm saying? People keep harping on the 613. I don't care what the 613 have, because if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you're functioning out of the flesh, meaning you can't do nothing in the flesh. Only through receiving of the Ruach HaKodesh or the Holy Spirit or the set apart spirit, where I can be able to get the true commandments of God written upon my heart. Will they be a part of the 10 commandments? Correct. Yes, they will. But again, following the Holy Spirit is what I do. Now, with the Holy Spirit, I'm going to ask G-Man is this, will the Holy Spirit lead me to commit adultery?
Do me a favor. Wait a minute. G-Man, do me a favor, white. Text G-Man.
So tell G-Man.
You got to leave, right? You got to leave, right? Because we're going to have productive. We're going to have good.
I'm going to go. But the thing is,
G-Man, get ready. Come on here. Don't jump back on.
Oh, no.
Send G-Man a number. Send G-Man that number, white.
Ain't nobody scared of G-Man. G-Man playing that camp narrative. I ain't the one, because before
I'm sorry, sister. I gotta mute her. I'm sorry, sister.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll watch it. I
gotta mute her. G-Man, get ready. Come on here. I know she's gonna jump back on. Send G-Man that number. Do me a favor. Send G-Man that number, white, so he can text you or so you can figure something out. That number you gave Rob Moses. I'm gonna try to read some of this stuff. Grace and peace. I see Sister Cherry in there. You could jump on too, Sister Cherry. I see you in there. Is what's my man? LaRon is in here. Is Pastor Kelly in here? Let me see. I'm gonna look. I want to hear what G-Man have to say, because it's nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong with talking, but we're gonna get it straight. We're gonna get it straight today concerning these moderates. The moderates are very important, because Sister E wanted them to get some shining light. They got some shining light right now. She's saying names. She's been saying names every time she come on in the video. She's saying Omar, Pastor Kelly, Stephen Darby.
So out of Bareen's own mouth, he says that Sister E was calling our names. She's saying names. She calling them, saying names constantly. Then when we show up, now you want to play victim? Just like you did with Faithful? You calling his name? Faithful ain't no coward. He gonna show up. G-Man ain't no coward. He gonna show up. Cherry Love ain't no coward at all who studied under these brothers that I just named. I ain't no coward either. Sister E, I made it very clear to the world and even to you who I trained up under, even though that don't make a difference to you, but it should, because these brothers trained me very, very well, right? They trained me, number one, to listen, right? And whatever you don't catch, go back. Go back and see what you missed. Right? And see, you don't know which way I'm going to come. You don't know if I'm going to come in the style of Faithful or G-Man or LaRon, a.k.a. G-Con. You don't know what style Cherry Love is going to come in, because I done picked up ways from all of them. Yeah. My style of apologetics is always different. But number one, all of them have told me, listen, Always listen. Pay attention to your opponent and what they say. So you about to hang yourself. This your other part that you hang. But I thought that Barine used me and G-Man and sicked us two crackheads on you. No, you was already calling our names. You was already calling our names. Right? But I'm not done, because look what else that Barine says. Watch this, family.
She's saying plenty. She's saying plenty. Oh, she back? I thought she left. I'm going to talk anyway.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You said that you was going to leave, but you came back. You left and you came back. But I thought Barine was setting you up to sick two crackheads on you. That's what you said on your channel. To that 1,339 people that you spoke to that night that viewed that video. You lying devil. But let's keep going, family, because it's going to get interesting.
I'm going to talk. No, G-Man, get ready to come up on here. Israel ain't controlling this. We're going to dialogue. This lady with her family, y'all.
I'm quiet now. But tell all of them I ain't scared of them at all, period.
Oh, you finna get up off here right now. I didn't invite Sister Sherry. That's my co-laborer. That's my co-laborer. We ain't got to rock together. I see Sister Sherry in there. She might jump on here if she so choose. I'm hoping White, just shake your head. Are you sending it to G-Man? You sent him the number?
I sent him my
okay,
my
good.
Facebook so he could message me.
So Barine is expecting G-Man to come up there, right? Cherry Love shows up later because she already had a conversation with G-Man when he let her know that our names are being called out by this lady, right? She said that she was going to leave. Why did you stay? Right? And Barine said if Cherry Love want to come up here, she more than welcome to come up here. She can come up here if she wants to, right? So you lied on Barine because Barine ain't sicking nobody on you. You got the option that day. You had the option to leave like you said that you was going to leave, but you never did. You never did. Why? Because you didn't want to. You wanted to play victim. But let's continue.
All right, message. All right, G-Man, this is my man right here. Message White. He gonna get you right, and you're gonna jump on it because you know we've been watching your videos for a minute. You get on the train with the bike. You're gonna go down there. You're gonna get it on in the city with them cats. It's okay, but we're gonna come on here. We're gonna specifically.
Now I want to point your attention. If you can zoom in, I'm sorry it's so small, but at 26 minutes and 11 seconds, Sister E tells Cherry Love, "Come on, Cherry. Come on where? Oh, come up on the platform." So you can't never say that Barine sicked any of us on you. You had the option to leave, right? You had the option not to dialogue at all. In fact, you had no business calling our names. And I can go further down this list, but I want to get back to this video. So let's continue.
G-Man talk about Miss B, people I'm rocking with, Mike Shaw, Boom Church. We're gonna talk about those people. Sister E. We're gonna talk about Sister E. You started this. I'm gonna say that right there. Sister E started this right here. So wherever it go, it goes.
Oh, so guess what? Out of the testimony out the mouth of Barine, and he says this, and this is before she got angry with Barine or the Richard Cat situation or any of that happened. Sister E, you started this. Not Cherry Love, not G-Man, not Faithful to God, not a boo, not nobody. You started this. How you gonna start something and then turn around and play victim? I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not dumb and I'm not done. You started this. You started this. Why? Because you didn't like Faithful's post? Faithful can post whatever Faithful want to post. You ain't his mama and you ain't his wife. And you ain't his sister either. Now I said that. Faithful to God is my brother. G-Man is my brother. That's my family. Blood is thicker than water. You best be known, best be know that. You need to know that. And I'm going to stick up for my blood. I don't care if we don't come from the same mama. We linked in the body of Christ. They're my brothers. And if anybody going to stake ownership over them like that, it's going to be me. Not you. Crazy chick up here lying. You want to play victim. Whole time you the victimizing, you going around here lying the way that you do. Just lying. And then you got the nerve to turn around and slam it. I wasn't going to say nothing. I was going to let this go. I said that the last hangout, but I can't. I can't. But let's continue. So now we know out of another witness who ain't urban apologist said, Sister E, you the one who started this. Okay, let's continue.
So she wanted to talk. Make sure we're gonna talk today. Now we're gonna see who really got some love days in Noah. Because after this, she'll still be. Why is she the blood of cheek? Is there something you'd like to say, Sister E?
No, I have nothing to say. I do have to get with my family because it is the holiday. Yes, I do.
What's she say? Nicole, what's she say? Today is the what? She with her what? She with her family, right? I'm gonna take that back. In case you didn't catch it. Okay.
No, I have nothing to say. I do have to get with my family because it is the holiday. Yes.
Okay. It's the what? Can somebody did you hear that? Because today is the what? The holiday. Right? Did anybody hear that? Before I proceed on, because I want to show you something. Oh, it's the holiday. Okay, Sister Nicole. Now, what do Hebrew Israelites say about holidays? Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me what they say about holidays? Can anybody? Trust me, this ain't gonna be long. Can anybody what they say about holidays? Monette, J-Man, Nicole. I thought she didn't do holidays. Come on, Sister Holly. Come on. Right? November 28th, 2019, Sister E said, I got to get back with my family because it's the holiday, right? I want you to pay attention to your screen. November 28th, 2019 was what? Thanksgiving Day. Sister E, what you doing with your family on Thanksgiving Day? Because it's the holiday. But you up on Bareen's channel. You up on your own channel. You up on other people's channel, banging on Christian apologists and Christians for keeping the holiday. And here it is. Your black behind was up there keeping the holiday called Thanksgiving. I'm going to let that sit right there. I'm going to let that sit there in front of your face. I'm going to blow this up. I'm going to blow this up, right? I'm going to blow this up. I want that to sit there. Cherry Love ain't going to say nothing. I might talk in the background. I want you to look at that, right? Right, Sister E? You know what a pack of cool sound like, right? Cherry Love is a stripper, right? Me and G-Man is a crackhead. Faithful to God is gay, and so on. And Brother Abu is what? A terrorist, according to you, right? No, I want you to look at that, y'all, right? Huh? What she say again? Hold on. Listen, I know you like, that's petty. What, really? Right?
No, I have nothing to say. I do have to get with my family because it is the holiday. Yes.
Because it's the holiday. Sister E, can you please explain to us why you keeping Thanksgiving, please? You know, that's the white man's holiday, according to you, right? That's slave master holiday, right? Yeah. Right? What you doing with your family? Well, you know, I got to get back to my family because it's the holiday. Huh? Oh, Hebrew Israelites, y'all want to, you know, you more than welcome to split. Can you explain that? I'll get some context, you know, I'll get some more. I'll take it back two notches. Here we go.
Is there something you'd like to say, Sister E?
No, I have nothing to say. I do have to get with my family because it is the holiday. Yes, I do practice holidays, so everybody get over that.
Oh, you do practice holidays. Bill, Faithful, G-Man, I need y'all to help me unless Sister Cherry done cracked up. Sister Cherry done cracked up if Abu is around. Oh, Sister Cherry done cracked up, Brother Bahrain. Yeah. We pagan, we this, we that. So you lying and you faking, right? Well, you know, that's what y'all do. You lying and you faking, right? Right? You lying and you faking. Yeah, somebody explain this to me. Come on. Nicole, help me out. In fact, let me see. I'll you know what? I want to grab. Hold on, G-Man. I'm gonna grab you in a second, but I want to grab Faithful first. Because it was his video, you know, that caused Cherry Love to go back. Faithful, if you see this, right? If you see this link coming to you, I pray to God that you do come up here, you know, since, you know, let me grab this because I didn't grab the link out of here. Yeah, I didn't grab the link. I want to grab him first. And I'm going to bring them on one at a time. So, you know, it won't be no conspiracy. It won't be no, but I wanted both of them to hear this. I wanted them both to hear this. I purposely did this. I purposely did this hangout. I purposely did. Yeah. Cherry Love, you're trying to get stuff started. No, Cherry Love is going through the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help her God. So I want Faithful first. Yeah, I want Faithful first, and then I'm going to grab G-Man if he's still here. Faithful, I sent you the link if you're listening. I really would like you to come up here because I knew that these people are liars, but to play victim while you lie, I got a problem with that, bro. I got a problem with that. You know, and I'm not getting involved with the Pew situation because Cherry Love pretty much done walked away from that conversation, you know, but I'm still following my brothers because, you know, they you know, hey, I want to see what truth they're going to bring out, and they've been bringing the truth. So I sent it. Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay, let me see. Okay, but he is listening. Okay, hold on. In fact, I'll just send both of them this, just in case they decided they want to come on. Okay, so I sent both of them the link. G-Man, I sent you the link. If you still around, you're more than welcome to come on. But I got an issue here. Bahrain never sent two crackheads on Sister E. That's a lie. That's a wholehearted lie. Okay? She was calling our names. The videos speak for itself. They speak for themselves. And on top of it, I'm just sitting back here and I'm reviewing this, right? This chick said she practiced holidays. But your boy, Dante says what? Oh, y'all pagan, y'all this, y'all that, and all of y'all say that, right? But I'm really upset right now. I'm really upset right now. I'm I'm really upset right now. And the slander, shots fired. Shots fired. If you know you lying and you ain't got no proof to back up your claims, don't slander folk. Okay? Don't slander folk. You can say whatever you want to say about Cherry Love. You don't like my attitude. You don't like the way I move. That's fine. You don't like G-Man. You don't like Faithful. You don't like none of us. That's fine. But it ain't about whether you like us or not. It's about whether we're telling the truth or being dishonest. And we have told the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help us God. And your hypocrisy comes out every time you lie, Ethel. Every time you lie, your hypocrisy shows. And I'm going to say this to Beret. Your girl was keeping holidays the whole entire time. Please don't bang on us about keeping a holiday, whether it be Christmas, Thanksgiving, or Resurrection Sunday. Okay? And I'm saying that in love. Don't, no. You can't say, well, they get keeping, these Christians and they keeping these no. You can't say that no more. Your girl was keeping it then. Okay? And even if she ain't keeping it now, okay, cool. But she said, I keep holidays. And I said, I be dog. So I want to say this, right? And I got more stuff that I could bring out, but Cherry Love is just, I'm upset. Okay? I'm upset. And I'm doing my best to hold myself. Be angry and sin not. How can you say that the Holy Spirit is sent there to convict you and all of that, and you was right about that? That's how we know that you ain't got no godly conviction, because you lie every time you open your mouth, Sister E. You and the rest of your crew. That video that you did some time ago, a couple of days ago, you messed yourself up. And then you tried to hide it. You tried to hide it. Then when we go back and we revisit, I don't care how long ago it was, we're steadily finding your lies, your hypocrisy, and you want to play victim when you the victimizer the whole doggone time. Okay? Now, whether Breen or any of them gonna bring any type of correction to you, I don't know. That's not my affair. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, Cherry Love is gonna call you out. Cherry Love gonna call you out. And then you said, oh, because you dragged Faithful to God, baby, you did not no such thing. That's another lie. Because had you drugged Faithful to God, baby, you wouldn't have came back on this session whining. You wouldn't have came back on a part 2 to cry about your first dragon on part 1, which Faithful to God drugged your behind for your lies and you was out of order. Think about it, family. Think about it. If she drugged Faithful to God, why a part 2? Why a part 2? Bareen didn't take that down because Faithful to God looked bad. No, Bareen took that first video down because Faithful to God made Sister E look bad. And he says it out of his own mouth in part 2. You started this. You started this. Factual. And true enough, Bareen was banging on Christian apologists. He was. He was. I wish he hadn't, but he did. Right? I was the main one rising up against Bareen, giving him hell. I don't deny that. I ain't sweeping nothing underneath the rug. And not to mention, I was woman enough to apologize to Bareen and say, listen, if I said anything to hurt you, I'm sorry. Sister E, you are despicable. And I'm going to use Brother Faithful to God's words. You are a detestable human being. And I say human being really tightly. Because what I really want to call you is a savage dog because of the lies that you spew, the hypocrisy that you operate in, chick. You better pray and pray and pray that Cherry Love don't find nothing else. It's too late to take videos down. I'm going to tell you that now. Too late. It's too late. That's why whatever you put out there publicly, you better be careful what you say, and you better be careful how you move. Oh, this hangout right here, I don't regret it at all. And it may not seem like a lot to a lot of folks, but guess what, folks? Stay tuned. Keep tuning in, because guess what? You're going to be, you know what? Cherry Love brought that out. Wait a minute. Faithful to God brought that. Wait a minute. G-Man brought that out. Wait a minute. And that's what's happening right now. Now, I want to look at the Hebrew Israelite crew. Why you ain't calling your girl out? Y'all want to bang on us Christians. I got to work backwards here. Why you listen, you're not calling your girl out for keeping holidays back then. Right? Y'all all was riding and died with her. Y'all didn't call her out for that. Now I already know what the cry is going. Well, I don't keep holidays now. Okay, cool. But I could pull up enough videos to prove that you was banging on all of us while you was keeping holidays. Listen, listen. I ain't banging on nobody for keeping no holiday. But don't sit up here and get up here on public platforms and try to put your foot on Christians' necks for keeping holidays, the same holidays that you keeping. That makes you a hypocrite. That makes you a hypocrite. All of these lies, and if anybody, if any one of my brothers are still listening, if Bareen is still listening, listen, bro, I'm going to say this, and this is Cherry Love saying this. They used your platform to push Hebrew Israelite doctrine, sir. Okay? They used you. That's number one. Number two, They used your platform to what? To demonize Christians. We never claimed to be perfect people, right? And we never expect Hebrew Israelites to be perfect people. But listen, this is not a mistake. This is done deliberately, intentionally. And I want to say this directly to Beret. Listen, bruh, Christian apologists have been providing you with the facts and the evidence clearly. And Cherry Love has been taking the initiative to go through a lot of your content that you did with them. And baby, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I found so much error and so many different videos, even videos that Christian apologists wasn't even mentioned on, just going quote unquote, so-called through the biblical text. Bruh, it's so much error. It will take me almost a whole year and a half to go through it. And that's just too much apologetics. They've been lying. And my plea directly to Brother Barain, and this is not no shots fired at him. This is not me banging on him, but this is me talking to him in love. Bruh, listen to me. These people been lying. They've been operating in lies. Their doctrine is founded on lies. Take the biblical text off the table to the side respectfully. And what do you got? A bunch of liars. A bunch of liars. No problem. Cool. No problem, Faith. A bunch of liars. They've been lying to you. And this ain't no I told you so, bro. But in a way it is. We tried to tell you. Bareen wasn't a snake from the beginning. It was her and her cronies. They was the snake from the beginning. They just used her. Okay? They used you. They used you and your platform to what? To evangelize or proselytize more people, which is converts, to come into their so-called movement. Clicks and views, clicks, money and views, clicks and views, right? And it's no secret, Brother Bareen, that they was donating to you. Okay, yeah, all of us get donations. But listen, I myself personally, and it's no shot at you, Bareen, but I myself personally, I take donations from the Christian brothers and sisters. I won't take a dime from a Hebrew Israelite because it's blood money. And the reason why I call it blood money is because they're leading brothers and sisters on their way to hell. And it's a false gospel. You came to that conclusion probably about a month or two ago. But they've been pushing false doctrine, bruh. You see examples of that when they dealt with Michael Holloway. You see examples of that when they dealt with Brother Alton. You seen examples of that when I came up on your platform myself. They've been lying. And the only ones that's coming with that documentation, the facts, the evidence is the Christian apologists, and we have proved every step of the way. We haven't lied to you once. Faithful has not lied to you once. I have not lied to you once. None of us have. We all been presenting the facts. The very ones that you was banging on. And guess what? We still love you. We still love you. But I pray to God that you will open up your eyes and actually look at they've been lying on your platform. It ain't just started. They've been doing it.
Test 1 2 1 2.
God bless you, brother. Faithful to God. Welcome, dear brother.
What's going on, sis?
Bro, I just wanted to drop that little bit of evidence to you. I know they probably don't mean much because y'all been bringing out heavy evidence, bro. But I just couldn't sit and be quiet no more.
Can I just say this real quick? All of this started truthfully because of Sister E. All of this began with her. And it began in 2019 around the time that so let's see if you remember when I mirrored those 2 videos from Abu talking about the pews, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that those 2 videos were very respectful in the titles? You already know that Abu's a gentleman, so he gives his presentation in a way that's a lot different than a lot of us, right?
Correct.
You know, and even after the fact, he made 2 respectful videos. The man told me, don't label it like Black Hebrew Israelites debunked, because that's how I sometimes label my videos, like Black Hebrew Israelites debunked or Black Hebrew Israelites refuted. He told me to give them respectful, not that I personally think Black Hebrew Israelites debunked is not somehow respectful. I honestly think Hebrew Israelites debunk themselves, and we certainly debunk them whenever we deal with their information. But he wanted me to give it a non-contentious title, a title that wasn't contentious, so that this way the information would just be there and people could interact with it cordially from that side. And somehow, some way, this man Kelly Richardson took offense to these 2 cordial videos. But I mean cordial, I mean the way that he handled his disagreement with the conclusions that Kelly Richardson was presenting in his video, because it was a critique of Kelly Richardson's video. Abu did so in a respectful way, and the titles were non-contentious. Even the thumbnails, there was nothing there that was contentious, right?
Correct.
He still decides to claim that he's gonna sue us, that he can matter of fact, do me a favor, can you go to my channel, go to my, matter of fact, you know what, I'm gonna post the link. You don't gotta go, I'll post it,
No problem.
and then you can just click on the link. I want you to play this video so you can see how crazy this was.
Mm-hmm.
This is how it all started. And I'm going to get to the part with Sista E in a second, so you can see how all of this actually started.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to drop the link, and all you got to do is once you see it in the live chat, you just click on it in the actual live chat, the external live chat. Or
yes,
I could post it in here, matter of fact, right?
Yeah, post it in here and I can just click on and go straight to it.
Gotcha. All right, so okay, here's the video.
All right.
This is the 3rd one. I want you to look at this tomfoolery. This is some tomfoolery.
Foolery. I love when you say that.
So look at this, Sister Cherry. Now check this out. Okay, I'm trying to find the window now.
Yeah, just drop it in. It hasn't gotten to me yet.
I got you. All right. So I'm gonna post it in here. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
In the chat. Okay. So here goes the link. That's the video.
Got it.
And you just click on that.
Right.
And let it play. Let go on ahead and let it play.
Sure will.
Greetings. I was watching this video from a few nights ago on the Sista E account titled Georgia Pews, Faithful to God, YouTube. The video was undoubtedly a response to the 2 videos by me which were uploaded onto the Faithful to God account about the markings on the pews in the First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia. However, and I want to be careful how I word this, but with all due respect to the participants, the video, their response was almost an hour and 15 minutes long, and it discussed a myriad of topics. It discussed vocab Malone, it discussed DNA, it discussed whether or not Pastor Richardson believes in the Trinity, but what it did not do was further the conversation in terms of what actually appears in the pews. Now, the reason why I said I have to be careful how I word that is because apparently Pastor Richardson and the young lady that was hosting this discussion were under the impression that I had been insulting them.
Why do we have to sit here and deal with these insults?
Correct.
We get called all kinds of names.
I must confess I was somewhat mystified by that, as I honestly feel that I was polite in my response. I did not insult Pastor Richardson, nor did I call him any names in the 2 videos which were uploaded to Faithful to God's account. And beyond that, equally surprising, he even made a passing reference to the possibility of taking legal action.
And technically, if I wanted to go legal on these guys, I can literally take a legal case out on them, because they're defaming my character.
Correct.
Now, I realize this is a distraction from the actual topic, but
Pause that for a second. Just pause that.
You know, when I
Sister Cherry,
Yes, sir.
how in the world is he going to take out a legal case against people who have not insulted him? Number one. But then number two, let's say if it was the case that he actually thought that we were insulting him, why didn't he take out a legal case? Why? This was in 2019. How come we ain't in no courthouse? How come ain't none of us in no courthouses? But here's the thing. In between that time, Vocab got the nickname Vocrap. Is that slander, Sister Cherry?
That's slander, sir.
You supposedly had a pack of cools, you know? No, worse now because you're so-called a stripper, you know, you're a crackhead. I'm supposedly gay, which is hilarious, especially because you and I know that is hilarious.
Hilarious, bro.
Of all the people to accuse, right? I'll just be on record, not that I have to. I'm absolutely not gay. But needless to say, Abu's a terrorist. Oh, how about this one? So people are agents, right? Did you hear the one where she said so-and-so is an agent? Who she say that to? One of these guys.
I think that was Boo or BK. One
of them two. Meanwhile, our old friend Kelly Richardson claims to work with the government, and he said that the government was taking down videos, right? That supposedly the government was removing our videos. It wasn't him, it was the government, because they were trying to protect one of their agents. Now, don't
forget it. I'm a closet lesbian, according to her. And
no, hold on. Oh, no. I want you to pay attention, Sister Cherry. How is she calling anybody agents when the so-called elder that she's under himself confesses to be an agent, a government agent?
Oh, bro, I didn't catch that.
How in the world is she trying to talk about people being agents when low key the dude she's under claims to be an agent? Well, no. I mean, let's keep it real. Like, I'm not trying to feed into any conspiracy theories, but I'm just saying, is that not the irony of ironies?
Yeah. I didn't even think of that, bro. I didn't even think of that.
The dude that she's under claims to be a government agent. And that the government was check this out. But then I don't know if you saw one of his recent community tabs where this dude was saying, why are my videos saying video not available? Meanwhile, he was going around flagging everybody's videos for exposing his deception, his lies. You know what matter of fact, you know what videos they were really trying to get taken down, Sister Cherry? They were trying to get the videos that we did on Richard Katz.
Yeah.
You know, the one William Brown, his cousin.
Yeah.
You know, the one that he pretended to be, the fake Tel Aviv-based Hebrew professor. You know what's funny? They literally tried to revive that recently and claimed that Georgia dude was Richard Katz. Are you kidding me? Like, is it just me, or does it seem like everything that they say about others is really just them projecting?
It's them projecting. It's them.
Now, we're not saying that she's a stripper or she's a crackhead, but when they insult people and they say, oh, they're liars, they're deceivers, they're being dishonest, disingenuous, and all they've been is dishonest, disingenuous. Oh, they slander us. Meanwhile, they're the ones slandering us, right?
Right.
We expose them on the Richard Katz thing because that's wrong. It's flatly, completely, totally wrong. We're not doing it because we're not trying to besmirch anyone's character. If you're being deceptive, you're going to show what you're doing. It is what it is. If you lie and then try to accuse other people of lying, we're going to point out that speck in your eye, the one that you haven't taken out. because you notice that they love to make allegations about other people, but won't sit back and analyze what's going on in their own neck of the woods. You know what they say, that those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Correct.
You notice that? So here's the thing. So matter of fact, play the rest of this because I want everybody to see. And matter of fact, Sister Cherry, not that we need to play the video, but if anybody wants to check out the videos, I believe they're on Abu's channel. They're also on Vocab's channel. So you guys can just type in Georgia Pews. You can see the full video that Abu made. You know that this man actually got one of those videos taken down from my channel?
No, I didn't. No, I knew that they flagged all
He
of it.
flagged that video down, and there was not a single thing in that video that was offensive. And you know how he tried to flag it down? He tried to hit it with a personal, like he hit it with one of those like copyright strikes that where it's like not copyright strikes. What do you call it? One of those YouTube
community guidelines.
Guideline strikes, exactly, where supposedly we were using personal information, even though that was a public video that he put out, and there was nothing disparaging, none of his personal information was put out there. I mean, everything in that video was public. But what's crazy to me, right? What's absolutely nuts to me is that one, he tried to get that video taken down. Now, why would he try to get that video taken down? Because he probably thought that was the only video that was out there. But see, what he didn't realize is that Abu still has that video on his channel. Vocab has it on his channel. So even if they try to take it off of my channel, there's 2 other channels that got it. And trust me, I already got a backup. So even if they tried, I'm gonna keep putting that sucker up because there's nothing in that video that was offensive, and it's proof that he's a liar. That this dude right here, that you seen on your screen right here, the so-called doctor, you know, because anyone want to know why I'm saying so-called doctor, check out the video on my channel about this dude's dubious doctorate. Everything we've said about these guys has been factual. Everything that they've said about us has been lies. Oh, Faithful's gay, that's a lie. Sister Cherry's a stripper, that's a doggone lie. You and G-Man are crackheads, that's a lie. You know, like, to me, Abu's a terrorist, that's a lie. Abu or Alfredo or the BK apologists that they're terrorists or they're agents, that's a lie. Berean was a snake. How about this? You've been a snake since the beginning. What was she doing sitting next to a snake that whole time?
I'm still trying to figure that out, bro.
What was she doing? If he was such a snake, why did she keep going on his platform? Do you go on the platform of people that you consider to be snakes, Sister Cherry?
No. Let alone do live hangouts with them, whole series.
How about this? Check this out. You know what we should do? You know what I think we should really do? Let's set the record straight by letting the videos speak for themselves. Play the rest of this video, and then I got a couple more for you. Okay?
All right, cool.
Let's set the record straight today. We not holding back. Okay? Because I'm gonna let the evidence speak for itself. This is all on record. This is from 2019. This was before I had that interaction with Sister E. Okay?
All right.
But I want to give some context. So let's let this video play. After this is done, I'm gonna give some more context, and then we're gonna play another video. Okay?
Yes, sir. That sounds good to me.
All right, sis.
Here we go.
When I initially heard it, I sort of did a double take and thought to myself, did he really say that he could sue us? And if so, sue us for what?
Sue me for what?
And yet he clarified what he thinks he might be able to sue us for, and that's apparently for defamation.
Because they are what? Defaming my character.
Oh, this is a defamation. Ground for lawsuit.
I honestly have no idea how the videos I narrated, which were later uploaded to the Faithful to God account, constituted defamation. I mean, I honestly, while I disagreed with him politely, I never said anything about his character or about his knowledge of the subject, although I may go into that in this video. This was the central premise of the 2 videos which I narrated. No matter what script or language one claims is present in those markings, one should attempt to demonstrate their position by pointing out and transcribing the distinguishing features therein. That's it. That's my whole argument. If you're going to claim a specific language is present within those markings, you should demonstrate such. Go to the actual markings and point out the distinguishing features that establish your position. That's it.
This is defamation.
Now, I admit I'm being a bit playful by slipping in those movie clips there, but I do that because I was honestly surprised that they went that route. They were responding to two videos which were merely arguing that anyone who claims that a discernible language is present in those pews should actually present a case in favor of their position. That's all. And I even gave examples of how one might go about that sort of approach. And yet they produced a 75-minute video which covered a variety of topics and yet did not make an attempt to actually establish their position. But I digress. I've spent nearly 4 minutes on this introduction. I think it's time to actually get into the actual discussion. And I want to show a salient portion of the discussion where Pastor Richardson at least makes an interesting methodological point. A methodological point I agree with. However, with all due respect to him, I feel that he applies this methodological point inconsistently. He's going to rightly argue that if someone's going to claim it's Aramaic or Arabic, they should be able to translate it, to read it, to state what appears there. Now, as you listen to this, ask yourself if he applies the same rule to himself.
So those writings on those pews is a Shemitic language. It's not Arabic, because if it was so, then how come they still haven't translated? Was able to read it. It's not Aramaic, because if it was Aramaic, whether it's modern or ancient or whatever, how come they still haven't been able to translate it?
Correct.
But they were in awe when I showed some of the letters from the guys in combination with the Shemitic language. Now, I'm not saying that I can read what's on the pews, but I can identify some of those letters.
Did you catch that? He rightly notes that if someone's going to say that it's Arabic or Aramaic, they should be able to read it, or at least they should be able to present some sort of a case in favor of their position. If they can't read it, if they can't understand it, then how can they claim that it's Arabic or Aramaic? It could be something else. But then he himself admits that he cannot read what's there, what's allegedly there. And then that begs the question then, how did you reach the conclusion that it's Hebrew if you can't read it? The rule that applies to Arabic should also apply to Hebrew, and as well to any other language claim. If someone claims that in those markings is discernible Japanese or Yiddish or Aramaic or Arabic or English or Spanish or Hebrew or Amharic or whatever, that person should be able to present a case for it. If they can't understand what's there, then it really begs the question, how did they reach the conclusion that a specific language is present there?
Pause the video.
That said, I found it interesting that...
All right. So what Abu is saying in the video is this. The initial argument was, first and foremost, Abu didn't believe there was actual language on the pews, right? He thinks that the markings are too vague for him personally. But when he gave an example in the first video of why he thinks that the argument for just mere letters doesn't work, right? Because we've been arguing with Hebrew Israelites for years on those pews. Before Kelly Richardson and all this, we were having discussions and arguments on the pews, right? And usually it was like they would say it's cursive Hebrew because the church says it was. At one point they said it was cursive Hebrew, but the point is, when we've asked them, even in the case of the church, well, what pew has Hebrew, and how did they come to the conclusion that it was cursive Hebrew specifically? Was there a specific phrase on the pews? Because the way that you distinguish language on anything, let alone on a pew, is through relevant characters that give rise to words and phrases. Language is words and phrases, right? If I just have a marking that looks like something, let's say I could say there's this marking that's in the shape of a cross. Is that a plus sign? Is that a T? I mean, is that a cross? Is that it could be anything, right? It could be right. You could look at it and say, well, was that a lowercase t? Is that what is that? It could be a myriad of things. So Abu rightfully pointed out, if you're going to claim that there is language on the pews. This is before Kelly Richardson, y'all. Abu was saying this before he ever got involved with making a response to Kelly Richardson's public video that was on the As God's channel that was entitled, I think, like something like Georgia Pews. I forget the name of the video, but it was on the Georgia Pews. And he was claiming that basically he was trying to say that there's this conspiracy to hide the truth and all this other stuff, because, you know, the church had changed their position from cursive Hebrew to West African cursive script, right?
Yeah, it's on their website.
West African Arabic cursive script. That's what it was.
Right. They changed it to, yes, it's on their website. I seen it.
Right. So Abu's position, and this is before he even interacted with Kelly Richardson, he didn't think there was anything on there personally. And he basically said, if you're going to claim that there's language, discernible language, and important that everyone catches that. Discernible language is not saying, oh, I see letters that someone can look at it and say, well, I see letters that resemble Greek characters. Someone might say, I see letters that resemble Ethiopic characters. I see letters that resemble English characters. I see letters that resemble, and you know, you could just go on and on with the resemblance of particular characters, saying that you see certain letters, but that's not indicating language. Language is words and phrases, right? Words and phrases.
Yes, sir.
And what he was saying is, if you're going to demonstrate the presence of actual language, you need to show words and phrases, discernible words and phrases, not just you making up any crazy phrase, which is what Kelly Richardson has been doing recently. But at the time that this video was made, he had already made two videos. One video was pointing out the flaws in Kelly Richardson's methodology, his argument for language, and he was doing so respectfully. He was being very respectful, as Abu typically does
on every video, right?
So the first video was on that, right? I think the second video was Abu giving a thought experiment of what showing discernible language looks like, and this is where he was pointing out that one of the pews looks like it could be the Quranic phrase, you know, ila nas, right? So basically he pointed out that Quranic phrase. And he said, look, this is what it would look like. Now, he said throughout that whole presentation, he was saying, now, I don't actually think that this is Arabic or that this actually appears, but the resemblance of the characters, you know, if we're going to show something, look, this is how you would do it. So he gave a thought experiment. Now, believe it or not, his thought experiment has ironically enough been the strongest case for language being on the pews by anybody, regardless of who's been involved in this topic, whether it's been Kelly Richardson, whether it's been Orthodox Moore, whether it's been anybody. Abu's case has been the strongest, right? Of the arguments presented, he's presented the strongest argument. And the ironic part is he doesn't even actually believe. He's not actually sold by the argument. But if one were going to present an argument, he believes that would be, you know, so far, ironically enough, that's the strongest case. Now, what ended up happening was he made that second video and he was respectful. He didn't insult Kelly Richardson. He didn't say he was unlearned. He didn't say, oh, Kelly Richardson, you're unlearned, or Kelly Richardson, you don't know this, or you don't know. He just showed, like, he gave a thought experiment in the second video. In the first video, he was in that very first video he made, he was criticizing Kelly Richardson's methodology and also and the arguments, because Kelly Richardson didn't actually show anything on the pews that would show that Hebrew's actually there. He just asserted it. He just said, yeah, Hebrew's there. This is Hebrew, without actually proving that Hebrew's there. And then he'll claim, well, no, I see certain letters. I can make out the resemblance of certain letters, but that's not demonstrating language. I could look at the same pew and say, well, here's the funny thing. After the fact, this is well after the fact. When we found a video of Ephraim Isaac, who's a professor, I believe it's a professor at Harvard or Princeton, one of those two universities. He's a professor of Ethiopic languages, right? Okay. So when he looked at, check this out, he looked at a pew, and it was the same pew that Benaiah Israel looked at. And Benaiah Israel claimed that he saw two chets, you know, the letter chet in Hebrew. The same pew that he claimed to see two hets, Ephraim Isaac claimed to see two Ethiopic letters. Now, two different people looking at pews, and one of them isn't a professor. Benaiah is no professor of anything. But this guy who's an actual professor claimed he saw two letters that were Ethiopic, that were not Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Now, think about that for a second. You have two different people coming to two different conclusions based on the appearance of the resemblance of characters that they thought were letters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the whole point, and this actually shows that Abu's argument actually is, the most, I would say the most valid, is that if you introduce a third person and they claim to see a completely different phrase altogether, right?
Okay.
Or not phrase, pardon me, a completely different set of characters, letters. Now you have three people looking at the same pew coming to three different conclusions. Now, who's right and who's wrong? Now, if a person says, well, the professor's right, on what basis? Because he's a professor? That's an appeal to authority. The reality is that the way you demonstrate language is by showing discernible phrases. So Abu, in that second video that he did that was uploaded to my channel, that's still on my channel, by the way, that video demonstrated how you go about doing that. And again, scholars are not infallible sources. They're not, like if the scholar speaks, it's not like, oh, he's the Pope of the subject matter. Not, not that we're, Roman Catholics or anything, but
but they drug that in there. Remember that.
But
they appeal to scholars, bro. Remember?
Right. Yeah. And so the funny part is so here's how they're inconsistent, because Abu mentioned it in this video. Their methodology is inconsistent. When it's a scholar that they think is arguing in favor of their position, they'll treat it like the scholar has spoken, end of discussion, right?
Correct.
But when we presented scholars, in fact, when we contacted, and I'm jumping a little ahead, when we contacted the scholar that they tried to misuse, David Bunis, and David Bunis said no, he never agreed with their phrase. You saw how that whole thing fell flat on his face. That's when they decided to make, well, not they. That's when William Brown decided to invent Richard Katz. But I'm jumping ahead though. So let me go back to, so the whole point of this video was, this was the third video Abu made, which was a response to this live stream that Sista E, ironically enough, made. Remember we were talking about Sista E?
Yes.
Sista E made a live stream to have Kelly Richardson on there to complain about the fact that we made two videos showing why we thought that his arguments for Hebrew were not strong arguments, and we did so in a respectful way. So his response was to accuse Abu of slander, of attacking his family, of defaming his character, which is a bunch of nonsense, because
never did that. He never did that.
Never happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the whole point is that Kelly Richardson will tell people, if you're going to claim languages on the pew, you need to transcribe what you see on the pew. But notice that when it's him and it comes to his claim for Hebrew, at this time, he was making no attempts. And you know why he wasn't making any attempts? One, because I don't think he actually had any case whatsoever for actual language. I just think that he wants to believe Hebrew's on there because he thinks he's an Israelite, and he thinks the people who were the slaves who were in the church were Israelites. And he thinks that if they somehow spoke Hebrew, that somehow proves his case, that somehow that these people are Israelites. That's the only reason he cares about so-called Hebrew being on those pews. But here's the thing. If he wants to, and even if somehow, some way, let's say theoretically Hebrew were on those pews, that doesn't somehow prove the ethnicity of those people. And not only that, the argument was never about ethnicity. It was about, is language present on those pews?
Right.
Abu, who's into linguistics, he's interested in that side of the conversation. He doesn't care about the ethnicity stuff.
Right. He said that. He said that on Bahrain's channel.
Right. What they were trying to do, though, is accuse Abu of arguing against them because somehow he's trying to suppress the knowledge of the truth of us being Israel. You know, like that's what they were saying. But here's the reality. He said, you could theoretically believe you're an Israelite and still agree with me that Hebrew isn't on those pews. Hebrew not being on the pews, it has no bearing on the ethnicity of the people of the church. Now, we're not saying the people of that church are Israelites. That's definitely not what we're saying. But if you personally had a belief that you thought those people were Israelites, you could still hold that belief and look at those pews and come to the conclusion that language isn't actually there. Or if you thought language was there, you might come to the conclusion that Arabic is on the pews.
Right?
Well,
when I first looked at it, I thought it was Arabic. It looked like Arabic to me. I'm not saying that it, that's in concrete stone, but when I first seen it, Faithful, on your channel, I said it looked like Arabic. That's what it looked like to me. It didn't look like no Hebraic script.
So here's the thing, right? So a lot of people felt that way. In fact, you had the guy that did the PBS special, the Harvard professor that they hired, that Henry Louis Gates Jr. hired. He said it was Arabic, right? So my thing is this. The ironic part was the most respectful person has been the most disrespected, which is Abu. Abu has been the most disrespected. Now, let's finish watching this, though, because I want everyone to see, even in this video, Abu has, he's actually shocked at the fact that these people are talking about suing him over 2 respectful videos. All right. So let's continue watching.
All right, here we go.
Pastor Richardson expressed confidence on multiple occasions that no one would be able to read what appears in those markings.
That guess what? They can't tell what that is on those pews.
Yeah.
Even some that's trying to say that it's Arabic or Aramaic and all this other stuff. They make it clear they don't know. They're not going to be able to tell you what's on those pews. They can't read it, and that's a fact. I can guarantee you they will not be able to read what's on those pews. That's a fact.
I must confess, I find it very interesting that he's so confident that no one will be able to read what the markings that appear in those pews. And the reason why is because my actual position is that I don't see any discernible language therein, whether Arabic or Hebrew or Aramaic. Now, yes, in the second of the 2 videos which I narrated, I put forth a thought experiment in which a hypothetical case was made for the Arabic appearing therein, but that was only to show what an attempt to present one's case might look like. I wasn't actually endorsing the position. Now, it's worth repeating that Pastor Richardson is among those who are unable to discern any coherent words or sentences within those markings. He himself cannot read what's allegedly there. And not only did we already show that, but he clarified it again later in the discussion.
And that's what I think somebody asked that question of, does he know what's on the pews? And I think you did say at the beginning that you know what's some of the words that are on the pews.
Well, I can identify some of the letters, put it that way. I'm not going to say I know the words. I can identify some of the letters.
So Pastor Richardson himself does not recognize any words, much less phrases or sentences, in the markings in those pews in that church in Savannah, Georgia. Rather, he feels that certain markings resemble characters from Hebrew cursive or maybe the Ge'ez alphabet. I want to be clear here that I am not attempting to defame Pastor Richardson, nor is it my intention to insult him or ridicule him. But this is precisely the methodology that was tackled and discussed in my first video on the subject. Here's a rule of thumb I put forward in the first video I narrated. The presence of a marking which resembles a character employed in the script of a language is not, by itself, sufficient for demonstrating the presence of that language. And in that first video, I gave a number of examples illustrating that point. If all one has are random markings which somewhat resemble certain characters employed by certain languages, that's not enough to establish the presence of that language. That does not present a case for the presence of that language. As I showed in the second video, a case can be made not only for some of those markings resembling Arabic characters, but even Arabic words, even Arabic phrases right out of the Quran, the last chapter of the Quran. Now again, I don't actually endorse that position, but there is some irony here, as it seems that the case for Arabic is even stronger than the case for Hebrew, apparently. Whatever the case, as this video draws to a close, I'd like to recall the methodological point made by Pastor Richardson, which he repeated later in his discussion.
If they're going to say that it's Arabic, then read it in Arabic. If you're going to say that it's Aramaic, then read it in Aramaic. If you're going to say whatever, read it to me. Read it to me. Because if that's the case, then they'll be able to read it.
Now, I agree with Pastor Richardson. If someone is going to claim that Arabic appears in those markings, they should present their case. Same thing goes for someone who claims that Aramaic appears in those markings. And the same thing goes for any other language. If you claim that Amharic or Yiddish or Spanish or English or anything, Vietnamese, Japanese, any language that you claim appears in those markings, you should present your case. However, while I agree with Pastor Richardson on that point, I hope that he will agree that in all fairness, the very same rule that he applies to others should also be applied to him and those who agree with him on his position. That is to say, if you're going to claim that Hebrew appears in those markings, you should present your case, or as he put it, read it to me. If all he sees are certain markings resembling certain characters, then that's not an actual case for Hebrew being present. As I said, you can make a stronger case for Arabic being present, and I'm saying that as someone who doesn't actually endorse the position that Arabic appears in those markings. Now, in that discussion, the young lady who hosted the discussion said that there should be a dialogue on this topic. And I agree. I'm actually interested in that. I would love to correspond on the subject, or we could speak on the telephone or whatever. Although I don't think we need to be on at the same time, I would just like for Pastor Richardson or anyone else who endorses that position to make a video, or even to make a blog post or an article using photographs, something which actually presents a case, points to the markings, points to what they think they represent, and then demonstrate the presence of language, not just by pointing to random characters, but actually pointing to something indicative of actual language, which is to say words, phrases, sentences. Otherwise, with all due respect to anyone who takes such a position, whether it's for Hebrew or Arabic or anything else, the person doesn't actually have a case for the presence of a given language if they can't point to the presence of something indicative of language, like words, phrases, sentences. Now, as I said, I would be interested in discussing this with Pastor Richardson or with anyone else. We can discuss it over the telephone, and we can correspond on it. Someone told me that Pastor Richardson is on social media. I would love to correspond with him on social media. I promise to be respectful. However, I want to say that what I would want to focus on in any such discussion is on the markings themselves. I don't think it's proper or auspicious or prudent to go into other subjects, to try to discuss history or to discuss the possible motivations of various folks. Let's just look at the markings objectively and see if we can find anything resembling discernible language. That's what I'd like to do. That's what I'd like to discuss. On that note, I hope it's been clear that it was not my intention to mock or ridicule or insult or defame either Pastor Richardson or the young lady who interviewed him or anyone else who agrees with the position that Hebrew text is found in the pews of First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia. I look forward to the comments of others, whether through videos or social media, text.
Pause the video. Pause the video.
Whatever. And on that note,
do you see the live chat?
Uh-huh.
Do you see where I say, "Hey, Sister E"? Although you can't see her because I believe she's been blocked from my channel. But look where it says, "Sister E, get in contact with me on Facebook when you get the chance, and we can discuss it. We can discuss a conversation there." So, Sister Cherry, do you see the date? It's October the 9th, 2019.
2019, right? Correct.
So we had a conversation later on after this, because this was premiered on my channel. After the premiere was done, we had a conversation. Sister E and I had a conversation on Facebook. She added me. We had a conversation through Facebook audio, through the audio chat feature. When we had a conversation, it was a respectful conversation. She shared that and I told her, I was like, Sister E, we never disparaged Kelly Richardson. And for her, she looked at it as, well, just the simple fact that we were making a response video was disparaging for him, which is crazy when you think about it, right? How could that be disparaging? And I was like, well, I totally disagree with that. But look, I'm telling you, we never went out of our way to disrespect Kelly Richardson. And so she looked at it like maybe it was a misunderstanding. So we should just have a conversation. Now, she initially wanted to propose the idea of us having a debate on either her channel or Berean's channel. And I said, well, no, that's definitely not going to happen. Number one, I don't plan on going on your channel. And number two, I really didn't have any motive to go on Berean's channel. So I was like, so why don't we just have a conversation? If you really are about going about doing things the right way, if you're not about contention, because we didn't do it to try to besmirch Kelly Richardson's character. We did it because we thought the methodology that he was employing was not a consistent methodology. We didn't think the argument for Hebrew is actually there. And by consistent methodology, this is what we mean. If you're going to say Hebrew's on there, but say you only see letters, characters that resemble what you think are Hebrew letters, that's not actually proving language on the pews. In order for you to prove that Hebrew's actually there, you have to indicate, you have to show markings that give rise to words and phrases, because words and phrases are unambiguous. You can look at a marking that looks like a T. Now, is that T the Hebrew tau? Is it a cross? Is it a plus sign? I mean, what is it? I mean, what are we looking at? Like a letter that looks like a T or a cross could be a T. It could be a cross. It could be a plus sign. It could be anything.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, it could be X marks the spot, like a little, like, could be a little X, what I mean?
Right.
So how do we get around something that's ambiguous? By showing something that's unambiguous, by showing words and phrases. So I was explaining that to her. She was like, well, look, that's Pastor Richardson's area of expertise. He's my elder, that kind of thing. So we set it up so that we would have a conversation. So I believe I messaged Abu, and I told Sissy, I'm going to give you Abu's number so you guys can talk. I'm going to try to get in on the conversation through three-way, because I'm going to be honest, I didn't trust Sister E. Even back then, I didn't have a trust for Sister E. I'm going to be totally transparent. There was a part of me that didn't feel that trusting to give her my phone number. She gave me her phone number, and I never saved her number. Right?
Right.
And there was a reason for that, Sister Cherry, especially if you look at their behavior now. I'm glad I didn't give her my number. I'm totally glad.
Amen.
But Abu, little more confident, did give his number. She called him. They had a conversation. Now check this out. In the midst of us having a conversation, I remember, I told Abu after he had given me his number to give to her, or no, it was the other way around. He gave me the permission to give her his number since I already had it. I already had it saved. When he and I spoke later that night, if I'm not mistaken, either was later that night or was the earlier in the day before, or whenever it was that we spoke, early in the morning of the day that we actually spoke with her. I remember, he told me we should probably record the conversation just to be on the safe side. So I recorded the conversation. When we were on the phone, what I ended up doing was I called from my Google Plus number, and Google Plus, you can, it's on your computer, you can record, so I had my my screen share set up, and it records my audio and the other person's audio. So I was recording her, and I was recording Abu speaking with her, and Abu so let me tell you how the conversation went. Now, here's the unfortunate thing. And Sister Cherry, you know about this. Vocab knows about this. Abu's long known about this. In February of 2020, I had a hard drive failure where I lost 600 gigabytes worth of memory.
Right.
And I ended up losing that file that had the conversation. But Abu is my witness that I recorded that conversation. And matter of fact, Sister Cherry, I was going to play the conversation on that Berean live stream when I had the conversation with Sister E. And unfortunately, because, Berean kept interrupting and he was like trying to get everyone to get a chance to talk, it really, we never got a chance to get there, because we were like, it was so scatterbrained in certain portions where we were just jumping all over the place. And I'm trying to address her arguments, and she's obviously not really dealing with any of the points that I'm raising.
Right.
That it really slipped my mind, and I regret it, because had I played that conversation, that would have been on record. There's no escaping the fact that so I'm going to tell you what the conversation was about. She said in the conversation with Abu, because Abu was like, look, I have no problem talking with Kelly Richardson, but if we can't correspond over the phone or through some sort of audio call, because he's a very busy guy. Abu's extremely busy. He was like, if we can't correspond, what we could always do is have a conversation via text, like text message. Which is, anyone that knows Abu, they know he loves him some text conversations.
Yes, he does.
Right? He's in love with text.
Yes.
And so it's easier for him because obviously when you're at work, you can always type, and then maybe you stop typing and then you go back to doing your, and then you get a little bit more time and you're typing a little bit more, and then you press send, and then you can send the message, and you could take a day, you could take a week, because he's one of those guys that he'll respond to a message like a week later, like 2 weeks later, a month later. Heck, this guy has some messages that he hasn't even responded to yet. He'll go a year without responding to a message. Because he's that busy. He has a family, he has his job, and his job is a very stressful, like it's a laborious job that takes up a lot of his time. So he let her know because he's a very busy guy because of work, and she was cool with that. Now watch this, Sister Che, watch this.
Okay.
That conversation took place roughly, I think it was like the next day. So I want to say it was like October the 10th. I could be mistaken, but it was roughly around that time frame, the 10th, maybe the 11th, somewhere around it.
Okay.
So after that happened, Sister E, for whatever reason, she tried to reach out to Abu to let him know that she had already spoken to Kelly Richardson to see how they would set up the conversation. But remember, Abu had already said he's a busy guy. He might not get back. And so what ended up happening was he was very busy, especially in 2019, around that time of year. The line of work that he does keeps him extremely busy, leading all the way into like the Christmas season or the December. So from October, matter of fact, from September to December, he's extremely busy. And so he had already let her know that he's an extremely busy guy.
Okay.
But check this out. She sent him a message, Sister Cherry, but she didn't send me a message, even though she had initially reached out to me so that we could have correspondence. Remember, she reached out to me.
Okay.
You can see it right there in the live chat. She was reaching out to me, right?
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
And I could show the Facebook conversation that we had. If anyone from that side disagrees with me, I'll be more than glad to share the screenshots of that. So you can see we actually did have a conversation. So why didn't she send me a message, but she only sent him a message? After he told her he's a busy guy. That seems a little strange, doesn't it? Yeah. Like a little strange?
A lot.
You would think, and my personality, if somebody sends me a message, I'm responding.
Of course.
Now, she didn't send me a message, because if she would have sent me a message, I definitely would have had a conversation with Kelly Richardson. But check this out, Sister Cherry. Check this out. So that was in October. Now, keep in mind, I didn't know she sent Abu a message. And Abu hadn't seen the message. He hadn't checked his Facebook. He'll go ages without checking his Facebook sometimes. Now, Sister Cherry.
Okay.
That was in October.
Yes.
Let's fast forward to November.
All right.
Now, can you do me a favor? Can you go to my channel? Now, this is the 28th. Now we're going to get to the nitty gritty so everybody can see what's really going on here. Remember, Sister had reached out to me. First, remember the whole video that we were supposedly defaming Kelly Richardson, which that wasn't true. Now we had already had a conversation to have a sit down with Kelly Richardson to go over the pews and maybe clear up any misunderstandings. Well, she sent Abu a message. She didn't send me a message. She already knew Abu wasn't going to be checking his messages like that. Why didn't she send me the message so I could have maybe informed Abu? Why didn't she send me a message so I could talk to Kelly Richardson? So watch this. Now, fast forward to the 28th of November, 2019, Thanksgiving. The conversation, this is the first one. Y'all had the second one. This is the first one. So let's watch this. So right where you had left off, Sister Cherry, or matter of fact, go back a little bit more. Go back a little bit more in the Sister E versus Faithful to God video, the Sister E versus Faithful to God.
Yes, sir.
Go back a little bit.
Sits on the fence.
We gonna go back. We gonna take.
Tell me where
go back. Go back. Right there. No, when you see the black screen, right there, click on when you see my black screen, my avatar. No, you going too far. Forward, Sister Cherry. Yeah, there you go. Right there. All right, go on ahead and play, Sister Cherry.
Yes, sir. This big so they can see it.
Berean is starting to experience much of the slander and false allegation that folks from that community like to level at people who disagree with them. Now, in those clips that you saw, Berean at one point plays portions of a Sister E live stream in which she attempts to paint a false narrative of a conversation that took place between herself and my person in November of 2019, in which the conversation did not go favorably for her. Now, at no point in time did I ask Berean to private that video. Even if the conversation had not gone in my favor, I would not have asked him to private the video. What I believe happened, and this is alluded to in those clips, is that Hebrew Israelites reached out to him and complained about the way that Sister E was being treated, and because he wanted to maintain peace and continue dialogue, he privated the specific video in question. Now, the conversation between Sister E and myself took place because of her misconception about a wall post that I made in which she assumed I was attacking her. After she was corrected on that point, she attempted to segue the conversation into a potential sit down that we were supposed to have with Kelly Richardson, and even there she misrepresents what actually took place. But I'll let you guys be the judge. The following video is the conversation as it took place in November of 2019, uncut. Enjoy.
That's just how it is. Well, I'm waiting for Faithful. Let me see. All right, Faithful.
Oh yeah. We got Faithful and BK.
Right, all right, no, hold on, BK. Grace and peace, Faithful. Grace and peace, Faithful.
Grace and peace, brother. What's going on, brother?
Some stuff was said, and I heard that you wanted to jump on to clear some things up. Sister
Word, yeah.
Earlier, I was on with Dr. E. A few of us was live yesterday, and I'm not sure if she was back and forth with my man Alton. Shout out to Alton. And then she started going back and forth with you, maybe in the text, while she was on. We started going back and forth. So, Sister E, would you like to talk about some of that before Faithful actually starts sharing?
I ain't got to talk about it. Faithful know what I'm talking about. So
no. Everybody, for people that don't know.
No. Okay, so that wasn't just the main reason that I did that post, because if you look at a post I did yesterday, I said to my apologetic community. So it was not based off of Faithful to God, because I said every day I'm going to post something to make my apologetic community think about some things. Because again, I posted some yesterday prior to the conversation I had to Faithful. So Faithful was not the driving point of that post. I'm doing that anyway. But my whole problem with when people call moderates out, and Faithful made a post yesterday saying sex and marriage, and that sex is some people being camps or moderates believe that. And never once have I ever denied to say that there is poor doctrine. But when you're talking about moderates, that's too vague when you say certain. Because right now we're trying to build, we're trying to grow, we're trying to understand each other. And when those types of posts are being put out, it puts a connotation that, oh, let's start banging out on moderates, when people don't even know holistically what moderates believe in.
Okay, do me a favor. I'm sorry. Do me a favor. You see what I agree with you before. I'm gonna give it up right now. Before Days of Noah, Divine Prospect sits on the fence and isn't very clear on his beliefs. A lot of urban apologists feel that. That's suspect to me, but his ethics is on point. That's how come when people started saying, he had dealt this and that, I'm like, no, that brother been nothing but straight up. I'm not gonna go that route where they going. He's always, even in debates and stuff, he's always respectful. He's always, and I agree with you 100% on that. Yes, I agree with you, Days on Earth. All right, Faithful, bro, you got the floor.
All right, thank you, brother. So to my brother Alfredo Valentin, could you do me a favor? Can you unmute and read my post for the audience so they could actually see what I actually said in that post? Because I want this to be on record.
Whole thing?
Okay,
or
because
just
all right.
Yeah, just the part at the top, not the whole thing.
Okay.
Just the part
Oh
at the
no,
top.
read the whole thing, faithful. If you're gonna read it.
Okay, read the whole thing. If Sister E wants us to read the whole thing, that's fine. I don't know if the brother Berean wanted us to read the whole thing.
Okay, no, go ahead, because it's
No,
all
read the whole thing. Read the whole
all right, go ahead and read the whole thing. Because I wanted him to read the whole thing, but then I didn't know if brother Berean, if he was pressed for time.
Y'all, throw $1 in there. Go ahead.
All right.
All right. The following is a refutation of the ignorant idea from certain proponents of Hebrew Israelism.
Wait, stop right there, brother. From who?
From certain proponents.
Talk up, PK. This is important. What
now,
you're doing.
now, faithful, I have a question.
No, Sissy. No, Sissy. When you spoke, Sissy. When you
explain.
Hold on.
What happened?
So how she got triggered? Wait, pause that, Sister Cherry.
I'm just reciting the post. I'm not putting any.
Wait, pause it. Yeah. Did you see how she got triggered?
Yeah.
What was her allegation? She said, he's saying all of us, but I said certain.
Right. Right.
Now, is certain all?
No.
Now, it seems to be the case that either she, her lie, she got caught in the cookie jar because she's over here saying, I said all, but I had BK because I wasn't going to read it because, they'll try to accuse me of making something up. I had BK read it, and we were and anyone that saw that post, you saw it, everyone saw it, right? I said certain Hebrew Israelites.
I didn't see the post until Brother BK apologist showed it to me because I didn't even know what went down. Listen, bro, I didn't see.
But when you saw the post, though, I said certain.
Yeah, you saying certain. I didn't listen. Until you brought this out, January 16, 21. That was my first time seeing this video, bro, and I thank you for it.
But watch this, Sister Cherry. How did she confuse certain with all?
Bro, somebody need to go back to school. All I'm gonna say.
All right.
Vocabulary, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Here we go, bro.
Opinion on
it. I was a gentleman with Sister E.
to read the whole thing, and then I want Faithful to talk. Then Sister E, you can talk. Do me a favor, please. Don't unmute yourself. Let Faithful talk. Let BK read it. Then let Faithful talk. We know Faithful along with it. Try to keep the conversation. Gonna be back and forth. Come on.
Right. All right. Let's have some decorum in here. Right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, my brother.
I'm just gonna read it straight through. All right.
Please,
all right.
Okay. The following is a refutation of the ignorant idea from certain proponents of Hebrew Israelism regarding the notion that sex alone is marriage. This shows their fundamental lack of understanding of the Mosaic law and basic Israelite culture. For starters, the Mosaic law made it clear that marriage was arranged by a man with a woman's father via the payment of a dowry or the signing of the wedding contract, at which point the man and woman became betrothed and were legally considered husband and wife, Deuteronomy 22, verses 23 to 24. We even see a prime example of this in the Apocrypha, or Deuterocanonical books of the liturgical side, hence Tobit 3, verses 7 to 8. However, they could not live with each other until the appointed time of consummation via sex. That is, unless the woman made a vow to God in her father's house, promising to remain a virgin with her betrothed husband, accepted this vow in accordance with Numbers 30, verses 1 through 8, at which point they could live with one another without the act of consummation via sex. This goes for other vows as well. I say this because an ignorant person who self-identifies as an Israelite sarcastically posed a question some time ago asking how Mary could have been a virgin according to the New Testament narrative, and yet have Joseph be called her husband in Matthew 1, verse 19 without sex, while ignoring the fact that they were betrothed, thus legally making him her husband, along with the fact that she was made pregnant supernaturally by I can't read that Hebrew, according to the Father's plan, hence Matthew 1, 18, Luke 1, 26, 35, Luke 2, 5, Luke 3, 23, etc. That's
right.
The post.
And real quick, before I expound on that. I wanted to say that the person that I was mentioning is an individual by the name of Quanah Lawa. So he's a Tanakh only Hebrew Israelite who believes that only Latinos are Israelites.
Pause it real quick.
Believe African Americans are Israelites, ironically.
Gotcha. When I said a certain ignorant person who self-identifies as a Hebrew Israelite, that was Quanah Lawa. Now, anyone who knows my back and forth around that time in 2019 would know that I was going back and forth with this guy named Quanah Lawa. He would constantly come on the pages whenever I would post a video on Lashawan Kodash. You know,
that was long time ago, bro. That y'all been going back and forth for a long time.
Right. And so the thing with him was he's Torah only, Tanakh only, right? He doesn't even believe in the New Testament. And the reason I was pointing that out is because one, you'll see in a second, because I said I didn't want to give him any shine. I didn't want to give him any free promotion. I didn't want to do anything to kind of give him to people who don't know him, because most of the people that are added on my friends list, you know, are mainly Christians and people like that. And he tries to, you know, and a lot of Hispanic folk. And he's one of those Latino. Well, I don't want to say Latino only because they don't like that term. He's one of those guys that believes that he doesn't believe African Americans as a people group are Israelites, but he believes Native Americans and Latinos and Romani and Gypsies. He thinks those are Israelites. He thinks those are the true Israelites. So he thinks African Americans are mainly Canaanites. All right. So he's got a different view altogether, right? He's all over the place. But I made that post because he had made a post and he had talked about how could Christians believe in the New Testament when they don't know the law, because in the law, sex is, because he thinks sex is marriage. And I had to explain that, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. And he's not the only one that has that view. There's a bunch of camp and non-camp Hebrew Israelites that have that view as well. That's why I said certain Hebrew Israelites, and I said a certain ignorant individual. So I was very clear and nuanced. But let's go on ahead and keep watching this, because I want everyone to see how Sister E never said, oh, well, I'm sorry, Faithful, you know, I may have misunderstood. Watch what she ends up doing. Go on ahead, Sister Cherry.
No problem.
But he holds to pretty much all the views. You know, he thinks the curses only fit Native Americans. He thinks that he thinks most African Americans are Canaanites. You know, he's got a lot of crazy things going on. And
so this right now, I'm sorry, because this has nothing to do with anybody moderate like I would speak about on here.
No. It does have to do with certain moderates. And when I mean moderates, it's specifically individuals. It doesn't have to be necessarily organizations, although I was looking at someone's post where IOG, which I wasn't aware of this, IOG seems to believe that sex is marriage, because there was a sister who shared a video about.
They do.
No.
Wait, pause it.
No, but what I'm saying is that the sister.
All right.
Just so everyone can see it on the screen, that I had actually apologized because I had misspoken. And so I didn't want anyone to think that IOG actually holds to that view. So you can see it on your screen. For the record, IOG does not hold to the view that mere sex alone is marriage. So I just wanted to be on record about that too, so y'all can see it on your screen. So no one is going to accuse me of trying to misrepresent IOG, and then they're going to say, oh, see, Faithful's always misrepresenting Hebrew Israelites. Anytime I've ever said something that was incorrect, I've gone out on a record or on a limb to rectify that. And you know that, Sister Cherry. You
That's
know my
true. Right.
You know. All right, so let's keep playing this, Sister Cherry.
Yes, sir.
Sister shared a video where the person was making the claim. Now I said that it seems, I didn't say it's an absolute fact, because I haven't looked into what IOG holds to specifically regarding that topic. But I will say that there are moderates. There are people that will say, well, Gentiles can be saved. They're not going to be, below us or anything. But they got to keep the law. And by the way, sex is marriage, because I've seen them. I've had conversations with them in vocab's group. Now, the reason why I said certain Hebrew Israelites is specifically because there are certain Hebrew Israelites who hold to that. And it's not a specific organization, it is individuals. And so I said, if anybody feels convicted reading that, or if they feel that I am addressing them and they think, and they actually hold to that position, then it was meant for them. And I do not take that back. I stand behind those words 100%. Anybody who holds to those views that post was meant for them. Even if I didn't write it for them, it's meant for them. And so, but it was meant for specific individuals. And I name one of them, Sister E, lest you say I don't name these people by name, because I stay calling these people out all the time, especially when you see me talking about Sakari or you see me talking about GMS. Brother Berean knows this because he's seen me call out Sakari, GMS, and all these different groups by name in my, matter of fact, I just called out Rakad recently, and he's a moderate. Rakad's a moderate, and I called him out because he argues against the Tetragrammaton, against the holy name of God, the third person grammatical form of God's name. He calls that satanic. I know you don't agree with that, Sister E, and I know you don't agree with the sexist marriage thing. So I don't lump you in with those people just because I have problems with them. But when I do have problems with them, for whatever reason, you seem to pop up and you seem to start voicing your opinion about it.
Come on, Sister E, now where's she at?
Okay,
she sure does, right?
So back to your original post, because I read the whole post, and you said it was directed towards particularly towards a certain person, correct? A conversation you had, correct? Faithful, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, he's muted.
I apologize. Yeah, my can you repeat that again, the last part, because it was breaking up on
that particular post at the bottom.
Okay.
You were directing it towards a particular conversation you had with an Israelite. So
twofolded. No. So I can add clarity. So I can give you clarity.
Mm-hmm.
The part at the very top had to do with the people that I've interacted with in vocab's discussion group and also outside, because this also has occurred outside of the group with individuals. And the part at the bottom was specifically addressed. That's why I said an individual who recently made a post. That was Kwanalawa, and matter of fact, I tagged him in there. So it's not like he was unaware of what I wrote. I actually tagged him in so we could have a conversation about that in the post.
So going back to my original statement.
Real quick.
This is something that I said because
So I didn't tag him into the top portion of the post. I tagged him at the bottom in the comments, because I didn't want to give him free promotion in the actual header of the, I didn't want to say his name, but I tagged him in there so he would know that I'm talking about him without actually having said his name in the OP in the original post. That was the whole point. So I did tag him in at the bottom, in the comments. I had a comment and I just put his name. And he never responded, which doesn't surprise me with that dude.
Right, but you didn't say all, you said certain. So you're not targeting all, you're targeting those who hold to this ideology. I mean, it's clear when BK shared your post with me on that day, which was the 20, I think it was the 29th or the 30th. When he shared it with me, and I read it for myself because I'd never seen this video at that time. Right. When he shared it with me, I'm like, what's the problem?
Right.
I got what you were saying.
You know something though, but Sister Cherry, I'm going to tell you this. The reason why I have to explain this is because you got folks from that side who will try to spin doctor everything. So we got to make sure we are very clear, and because they will quote mine, they will try to spin something into something it isn't.
Oh, I completely understand.
And matter of fact, there's another portion I'm gonna stop you where I say, my Sister E, and I don't hold to that view anymore. I don't consider Sister E to be my sister. So I don't want anyone to look at this and think that I'm somehow being double-minded. At that point in time, I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. And this, Sister Che, I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? You know this for a fact. I was really trying to give her the benefit of the doubt until she started with the tomfoolery. And once I started seeing the tomfoolery, and even if I didn't trust her, I was still hoping, maybe she's just being, led astray by certain people on the Hebrew Israelite side, come to the realization that this doctrine is just wrong. But I never, one thing you'll never see me doing, Sister Cherry, is tossing Sister E under the bus and saying, oh, she's a heretic, she's this and that. I know that you felt differently because you had your reasons for feeling differently.
And I made that clear. Yes, sir. And I don't move away from it.
That is true. And so Sister Cherry has been consistent in that regard. But that you and I had a conversation where I was telling you, Sister Cherry, I don't know, like, you know, remember we had that whole conversation?
Yes.
And this is before all of this went down, where I was telling you, you know, Sister Cherry, I'm not gonna toss Sister E under the bus. That's before I realized who I was dealing with. Now that I know who I'm dealing with, I see exactly what you've seen. I didn't see it at the time, Sister Cherry, because I was being too soft. I don't know what it was, but now, Sister Cherry, I absolutely do see it.
I do not move away from it. I acted a fool when I called Faithful. I lost my mind. It is not on Faithful. That was Cherry Love. I acted a fool on Faithful. I called him whining, complaining, hollering, blah, 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 blah. Him and I went back and forth. He like, Cherry, you being unreasonable. Da, 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 da. I'm like, bro, no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
But what happened a year later? Do you remember we had a conversation the whole year later?
Yes, sir.
And I was like, you know what, Sister Cherry, you were right the whole time.
Yep, you sure did. Publicly, live. Yes, you do. I got the video.
And in phone conversation, because we had a whole phone conversation where I told Sister Cherry on the phone, I was like, you know what, sis, and I ended up saying it live on your channel. But I had to reach out, and I had to. A matter of fact, do you remember I apologized to you? I said, Sister Cherry.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes. In fact, you're the only one who came back and apologized. You and BK.
I apologize because I realized, you know what, I'm like, Sister Cherry's right about the way that they've been playing games. You know, but let's go on ahead and keep playing this, Sister Cherry. Let's listen to.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Again, even Colin said in the comments, "Oh, he's talking about camps." Then you turn around and say, "Oh no, I'm talking about moderates too."
Yes.
So when you all do that, do you realize the damage that you all are doing when it comes to dialogue? Because when you say certain, you have people in the midst, because you should be held accountable because the blood is on your hands. There are people in your group and that were amening you that will automatically assume, oh, Sister E is wrong. Oh, majors believe in that. When you say certain, certain is dangerous. And certain is something, even if I did a research paper, I was in college and I graduated from college. When you did a research paper,
certain is dangerous
about a particular subject, and I said certain.
Yeah, certain is dangerous.
Certain is dangerous. You know what? You know, when you hear the word certain, Sister Cherry, it means all. Like what? Like what? What is he talking about?
No, certain selective few or a certain group, a particular group that you are separating from.
Well, you know, one of my favorite phrases, not all, but some. You notice I'll say that? Not all, but some. I constantly have to do that because, and I've been doing that. Even before Sister, I would do that so that nobody would ever accuse me of lumping them all in. Because what was the biggest complaint that we got when we first started talking?
Y'all lump all of them together.
You trying to put us all together with even though we went out on a limb to make distinctions, we said we don't believe that they all believe the same things. We never said that all Hebrew Israelites believe the exact same thing. That would be a lie if we said they all believe the same. Now we'll say they all hold to the identity doctrine. Absolutely. Yeah, that's indisputable fact. Now, I'll say this though. Sister Cherry, even there at that point, I was going out on a limb to say that I personally at that time I was like, I don't see the identity doctrine as being up for, I don't really care, Sister Cherry. I don't think that's an essential, if they want to believe they're Israelites, I don't agree with them. But at the same time, and remember you were telling me, no, Faithful, because that this and that, and the identity doctrine is driving it and everything. And at the time, I thought, maybe Sister Cherry is being unreasonable about this, but in hindsight, thinking about the fact that doctrine beguiled me, I should have had more common sense. But now looking back on it, I do believe that when it comes to the bad doctrines that you see running in that movement, it is being driven by the identity doctrine in many cases, not all cases, but many cases. And I would say that the identity doctrine is what's causing these people, because they'll claim that, well, why isn't my church teaching that we Israel? And why? Because it turns into that, right? A lot of these folk, it'll turn into that. They're so enamored and taken by blown to and fro by that wind of doctrine, that what they'll end up doing is they'll start denying the faith in essence, because they'll claim, well, if they lied to us about this, what else they lying to us about? But here's the reality of the matter. Then I started realizing that's why you have to press them on the identity claim, because they haven't demonstrated the claim. Right? I haven't seen not one of these folks actually demonstrate the claim. They'll make allegations. They'll try to say, well, you got these Jews in West Africa, that's our people, without actually proving that those are their people. And once you start looking into DNA studies, forget about it. The argument falls apart. When you start looking at the fact of who those Jews in West Africa descended from, even the black Jews of West Africa, that they were the result of non-black men who married black women and produced a mulatto class that intermarried with the local people. And I can show you this, Sister Cherry. Matter of fact, I'm not going to give too much away. I'm going to keep that one for the right time, because what I got planned is not going to be pretty. When it comes to that, because they claim we don't want to deal with the information. Oh, we just worried about these pews. Sister Cherry, they're about to find out soon enough. I'm gonna, you know what? That was a little bit, but that ain't everything.
I know it ain't.
That's a little bit, but I'm gonna say this though. All them claims they've been making, oh man, if they only knew. If they knew, because the fact check is about to come and hit them hard. But you know what though, Sister Cherry? Right here, the fact check in this video is showing everybody that even throughout this conversation, I not one time disrespected Sister E, and she still ended up looking bad. Not because of me, but because of herself. She clearly had an agenda. And watch this. Berean is going to point that out. He's going to say, Sister, you just wanted to, he's basically going to side with me. Berean, the same guy that protects her, was siding with me because he could see the logic in the arguments that I was making, and he could see the illogical nature of Sister E in the way that she was trying to argue against me. But go on ahead. Let's continue playing this, Sister Cherry.
And before I start, Brother Faithful, I want to put this out here. Listen, Brother Faithful and Brother BK, when they first went up on Berean's channel, they were fair. They've been fair all the way through, even Brother Abru. Now, Cherry Love wowed out because I didn't like the idea. I hollered, I screamed, y'all seen that? It's on my channel. I'm not hiding that, okay? Because again, those are my brothers, and blood is thicker than water. And I know. I knew Sister.
And for the record, because I don't want nobody. When you started, hollering and everything like that, Sister Cherry, I had actually said, Sister Cherry, you could have been a little more calm, and you should. Yeah,
you did. You did.
So
and
nobody.
Y'all were trying to find out why I was wilding the way I was. They did ask me, why are you wilding out the way you are, sis? They tried to find out, and I told them where I stood or whatever. So there's no bearing on Faithful or BK or Boo or any of them. Even G-Con, they were being fair with them. I wilded out. I did. Okay? And they were trying to figure out why I was acting so crazy the way I did. Now you see why.
Right. All right, let's go on ahead and keep playing this.
Here we go.
Yep.
Certain in the research paper, my professor would say that's too vague. Provide detail. So when you all say certain or Israelites or even moderates, because being honest, moderates, we never called ourselves moderates. Actually, Berean came up with the term moderates. There are people within our community that have poor diet.
Pause that.
There are just like there are people.
Berean did not come up with the term. Sister Cherry, how long have I been using the term moderate?
Oh, we're going all the way back to 2016. Stop it.
And you know what's funny? Remember when Mikhail Ben Israel claimed he was the one that made up the term moderate?
Yes, sir.
Right? Here's the reality, right? The reason why we use the term moderate is to distinguish them from the camps so that nobody lumps them in with the camps, because they always upset about, oh, you always trying to lump us in with the camps. And the whole point is that we refer to them as moderates so that nobody would say, oh, you guys are the camps or you're just like the camps. And ain't it something that they get offended by the very term that's supposed to distinct? It's funny. If we say Hebrew Israelites and don't make a distinction, they get mad. If we make a distinction, moderate, because we call the camps extremists or extreme, now they get mad because, oh, you calling us moderates. Not realizing that the term moderate is meant as not only a distinguisher, but it's also meant to establish that their viewpoints are not like what we would call what the camps hold to. The camps believe that they're going to be dashing babies against the stone, or in the case of GMS, they're going to be doing evil things to women. I'm not going to say it because, I don't want, but you know what I'm alluding to when I say evil thing to women.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so I know that, for example, IOG doesn't hold to that. I know they don't have that viewpoint. We can disagree with IOG all day, every day on other topics, but when it comes to those topics of evil things being done to women or babies being dashed against the stones, they don't got that viewpoint in their doctrine, right? They don't got it in their doctrine in what they teach. And so we make distinctions by calling them moderates. And somehow you got Sister E over here talking about Berean made up that term, and like, well, I don't know what she's talking about. But anyways, I just wanted to clarify that for the audience. All right, Sister Che.
All right, here we go.
In you all's community, if it be Calvinist or non-Calvinist, that have poor doctrine. But when you say certain, you're adding fuel to the fire. It makes the dialogue between us.
Pause that real quick, just very quickly. Because you notice how she said you have Calvinist and non-Calvinist. You notice she said that, right? You have Calvinist and not. Notice that she's using terminology to make a distinction between those who hold to the viewpoints of Calvinism and those who don't.
But we can't do that.
Right? Oh, anyways, all right. I just wanted to point that out. All right,
no, good point. I'm glad you pointed that out because I missed that. But good. Here we go.
Because people have already stamped that, oh, even though he said certain, I'm automatically assume that he's talking about everybody in the Israelite community. Israel of God, you said something about Israel of God. I was the one that posted the video of Israel of God. Israel of God had a whole wedding ceremony. Now, are there individuals that possibly are in the community of Israel of God that teach that sex is marriage? Yes, I'm not saying that they are not doing it, but the guy had a marriage ceremony. And yes, sex is a part of the marriage ceremony. It's called consummation of the marriage. They understand the word of God. Even when you look at the video, the leader talked about marriage. So when you all do these things, I say do due diligence, do your research.
Wait, pause that.
But I guess,
at the time, because Sisti was just yap. One thing I didn't get a chance to do was point out to her, you didn't even pay attention to my post, because in my post I said you had examples in the law where if a woman made a vow according to Numbers chapter 30 in the house of her father, and if her betrothed husband, because here's the thing, when you became betrothed, if somebody was your betrothed husband or wife, you're already legally considered married under the law, meaning that even before you consummate the marriage with sex, and then the woman comes to live with the man, because she's still in her father's house, engaged, betrothed, i.e. Engaged to the man,
right?
That engaged man is her husband. That's why in the law, I believe it's in Deuteronomy 23, it says if a betrothed woman sleeps with another man, she's to be stoned. And the man is to be stoned, the one that slept with her, because he has humbled his neighbor's wife. How could he humble his neighbor's wife if she hasn't had sex with the man? And the whole point was of the post, you have Hebrew Israelites telling people that if you have sex with a woman, she's your wife automatically. Just, you ain't got to betroth her, just have sex with her. You have Hebrew Israelites saying that all you got to do is sleep with a woman and she is automatically your wife. What I was pointing out is, according to the actual law, the one that they claim to follow, which a lot of them don't understand, in the law, if you're betrothed to someone, if you're committed to be betrothed, first you gotta set up a contract with the father.
You got to make a vow,
and you have to pay the dowry of the virgins, right? Because obviously the woman has to be a virgin. Once you do that, you are engaged to the woman because you're under contract, and you can consummate the marriage at it could be at any given time, but the point being that you're engaged. Sometimes the wedding might be, you might have a contract where you decide to, eventually consummate the marriage 6 months later or a year later.
Right.
Now here's the thing. Now think about it this way. For example, when even this is before the law, with Jacob in Laban where he set up the contract where he would work for Laban a certain amount of years before
7 years
he would finally be given his daughter. Right,
Mhm.
7 years before he would be given his daughter as his, think about that. So his contract was for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is the thing. What they don't seem to understand, and this is before the law, mind you, but now with the law established, actual law of Moses, the one they claim to follow, in the law of Moses, you had to pay the dowry to the father, you set up that contract, and once that contract comes around, you can consummate at that point. But here's the thing, during the wedding feast, the wedding ceremony, the wedding feast, and then you go to the, you go to the wedding chamber, and then there, once you consummated the marriage, there was the sheet that would show that the woman's hymen had been burnt, when she has sex for the first time. Yeah, broken. Right. And then you had that as proof that she was a virgin. Because keep in mind, she had to be a virgin. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I use an example from the Deuterocanonical books in the book of Tobit, not saying it's inspired or anything, but it gives us an example. In Tobit chapter 3, verses 7 and 8, you have an example of a woman who was betrothed to 7 husbands, it says, but she had not lain with them. But how could they be her husbands? Well, they were her husbands because she was betrothed to them. She was under contract to marry them. Yes, they were going to consummate. Yes, that was the normal thing that happened. The consummation of the betrothal through sex at the wedding feast, right? However, there was a caveat in Numbers 30. If a woman was already betrothed to a man and she had made a vow in the house of her fathers, meaning while she was still living under her parents' roof, her father's roof, if she had made a vow to God to remain a virgin, for example, let's say any vow, because it could have been any vow. It says if a woman vows a vow to God and her betrothed husband accepts, then she should, keep her vow. Let's say she makes a vow to remain a virgin for the rest of her life and her betrothed husband agrees to that vow. Guess what? She can go theoretically live in the house with her husband and not consummate the marriage with sex and still be considered his wife.
Didn't know that.
You had that loophole in the law if the husband agreed to it. And so a lot of Hebrew Israelites will probably think, oh no, that is because every man wants to, sleep with. But what if it's a man that's a eunuch and can't have sex?
Good point.
What if he wants to take a wife, but he can't have sex with her because he's a eunuch? Whether made or whether born. See, Hebrew Israelites don't think about stuff like that. They don't think about little details like that. And so not certain Hebrew Israelites don't think about let me be exact, because then they'll say I'm lumping them all together. And so I pointed that out, and Sister ignored that throughout this whole conversation. That one salient point, she ignored it, Sister Cherry, because she didn't have no answer for it. You know why she didn't have an answer for it? Because she was just looking to argue for the sake of arguing.
Yep.
But I wanted to point that out so the audience knows that point went over Sister E's head, and the part where I said certain. You heard what she said. If you go back a little bit, she's going to say, well, when you say certain, I'm thinking you talking about all. Like, what? What? Like, how do you confuse certain with all?
I don't see how, because certain don't mean all.
Yeah, go back a little bit. Go back a little bit so the audience can catch that, where she says that. Yeah, go back like about 10 seconds, I think. About 10 seconds.
I'll just hit this button.
And then you can go on ahead and play. So
okay.
All right.
That teach that sex is marriage. Yes, I'm not saying that they are not doing it, but the guy had a marriage ceremony, and yes, sex is a part of the marriage ceremony. It's called consummation of the marriage. They understand the word of God. Even when you look at the video, the leader talked about marriage. So when you all do these things, I say do due diligence, do your research. Yes, camps are one thing, but I guess I'm using the term moderates. Moderates are a whole nother arena. Be specific, because you make it harder for us, faithful, when you do stuff like that. Because people don't want to hear me because they automatically assume, and I'm just saying in general, people possibly automatically assume when faithful to God said certain, possibly Sister E is that certain. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can I go ahead and address that real quick?
I want to address.
Okay. So here's the thing. Number one, I think that you underestimate the intelligence of brothers and sisters that were commenting in the same way that you feel people underestimate your intelligence, right? So look at it from this perspective. I can tell you for a fact that there are brothers and sisters who commented who do not hold to that view because of the whole idea that if I say certain moderates or if I mention moderates in conjunction with that view, that automatically that means all moderates hold to that view. Because we've had conversations behind the scenes. I can tell you for a fact that there are brothers and sisters, like this brother right here, Alfredo, knows for a fact that when I mention a moderate in conjunction with a specific view, I'm not talking about every single person who is a moderate. And for the record, and no disrespect to my brother Bareem, but the term moderate wasn't just, no one here has a monopoly on the term. When we use it specifically to make a separation between, let's say, the camps and then other groups, right? That don't hold to the views that the camps hold to. But as far as what I posted, right? When I said sex alone is marriage is the erroneous view that certain Hebrew Israelites hold to, I'm talking about those specific Hebrew Israelites, whether it be the camps, whether it be a moderate, whether it be a whoever, anybody, even it could be a Christian, if they hold to that view. Matter of fact, I had it. I'm so glad that this came to memory. I'm so glad. Glory be to God that this came to memory. I had a conversation in Vocab's group with a Christian, a person self-identifying as a Christian, and we went back and forth specifically on this topic. And I had to correct this man several times. Matter of fact, the brother Eric Mason came in there correcting this man. So yes, we do correct Christians on erroneous doctrine. That's an example.
Go ahead, bro.
There was a guy around that time who was in Vocab Malone's group. That's the Gaul 616 group, or the Christian versus Hebrew Israelite group, or Christian and Hebrew Israelite discussion group. So in that group, this guy was making a whole post talking about sex is marriage, and this was a Christian, and me and Eric Mason and others had to correct him. Yes, Pastor Eric Mason, because he's an admin in that group as well. We were correcting this guy. It was crazy. Like, he was arguing the way that the camps try to argue with the whole sex alone is marriage stuff. Now, check this out. That was a Christian. So when I talk about people holding to that view, even if I say Hebrew Israelite, it's not relegated only to Hebrew Israelites. It could be anybody who holds to that view. And I was correcting a Christian who held to that wrong view. Now, Sister Cherry, if I correct a Christian and I say a certain Christian, am I saying all Christians?
No.
Matter of fact, show that definition one more time, because I did, and I thank you for doing that, because I didn't know that you were going to the dictionary. But
yeah, I got you.
So if you could scroll down right there.
Hold on.
Specific but not explicitly named or stated. Right? Known for sure, established beyond doubt, but the pronoun, the important one, how I was using it, is some but not all. That's the way I'm using it when I say certain as the pronoun usage. Some but not all, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the way I'm using it. Now, I don't get how she could have asked me, well, what certain people were you thinking of? And I probably would have gave her a list. You know how long my OP would have been if I would have said there are Hebrew Israelites and then put in brackets IUIC, IUIC, ISUPK, and all these other groups, GMS, and then gone through the whole list of people. Man, my thing would have been super long. But I got to do that for her because she doesn't understand. What was her mistake? Her mistake was not asking questions.
She assumed. And you know what?
Now when she's now she'll claim that she did ask. So, well, who are you talking about? And I said, and I told her, I'm talking about specific individuals. Now, question. Now, here's the thing, because there are more than one, and it's going to be honest, it was because of that post with that Christian, that so-called Christian. I don't know if he's a Christian or not. And who knows? He could have been a Hebrew Israelite pretending to be a Christian. It was my interaction with people like that, interaction with Hebrew Israelites. All of this had been taking place leading up to that post. Sister Cherry, I didn't have Sister E on my mind at all. And somehow she still found offense with that.
Bro, I know
is crazy.
If you had her on your mind, you would have included her in that post. You are direct. You would have said her name, or you would have made it specific. If you were going to bring out some type of name, if you're targeting somebody, you will bring out their name. Bro, I know you.
And the thing is that I tagged the person who at the bottom, because there was a specific individual. And even though I didn't say his name in the OP, I tagged him in there. Because he had just made the argument, like not even like 3 days earlier, Sister Cherry. 3 days earlier, he had made his argument.
Be careful with that word specific. You got to get the definition for that too.
There you go.
Gotta get that. Specific right here.
Specific.
Okay, that's what he just said, right? So let's look at the definition right here. Clearly defined, identified. Relating to or connected to a species or a species, denoting fixed on something physical or direct. Okay.
Go to the noun. You got to go to the noun.
Let's go to the noun right here. All right.
Precise detail. Right. Right. So the thing is, with me, there was a specific or a precise individual. So when I say specific, I'm talking about a precise individual. And that precise individual was Quinalawa. And I tagged him in there because to be honest, while I wasn't going to give him no free promotion, I definitely was looking forward to correcting him. And you know what's the funny thing? He does the same thing with Christians. He won't say names. He'll say certain, and then he'll use that same language. So that was kind of like my way of being like, okay, so that's how you want to play? Okay. And she took that to somehow include her. Sister Cherry, how do you get offended at someone else's post that ain't got nothing to do with you? How does someone get offended by that?
Bro, can I give you this from what I've seen? Going back down memory lane. Sister E already had a problem with you from day one, from the first dialogue that y'all had back in August 20th, 2019. She didn't want you to speak. She didn't want you to bring out the information that you was bringing out. Because I watched you go from dialoguing to a straight apologetic mode. I know you, bro. Okay. So she already had a problem with you. Faithful to God. Let Kelly speak. We done heard him already. She already had that nasty attitude way back on that very first video when I first seen her. Bro, it was already there.
Right. But let's go on ahead and finish that one up, man, because this is not looking good for her. I'm just gonna be honest. And I'm pointing out some of the things that were missed, but just what y'all see in the video, anyone that watches that video is going to see very clearly that her argument didn't have no legs to stand on.
None whatsoever. None at all. Here we go.
Example, that Christian held to that view. And remember when I told you Hebrew Israelites, that goes for Christians too. If a Christian holds to the view that sex alone is marriage, then my post was meant for them as well, even if I didn't explicitly state it, because I do not endorse that view because it's not biblical. Now, with that being said, I didn't have you in mind. I didn't have Majors in mind. I didn't have Kelly, Pastor Kelly in mind. And by the way, I have issues with Pastor Kelly on other areas. And you've seen when we've made videos, but we've always kept it specifically on the areas that we disagree. And trust me, there are other areas and there will be other videos. You best believe that I'm going to make videos against him on the things that I disagree with him on, but I will not disrespect. No, let me finish. But I will not disrespect him on a personal level, nor will I try to say that all Hebrew Israelites, because I would even go out on a limb to make a distinction between what you hold to and what he holds to, because I know that you guys don't agree on every last finite detail, because that's not reasonable. You're going to have disagreements with him on specific things, and on those specific things that you guys disagree on, if matter of fact, I'll even go out on a limb to say that the people who affiliate with him, like Sister E and Pastor Majors, do not agree with him on this specific area, because I will make sure of that. But I will go and I will address the things that I disagree with him on, like I would with anybody. I don't agree with the name it and claim it crowd, but I'm not going to say all Pentecostals are name it and claim it and then start and try to attack every single person who's a Pentecostal because you got Creflo Dollar out here wilding, you know? You know, it just is what it is. And I believe in nuance, but I think you took offense to something that really, if you really examine it, it's like you made a mountain out of a molehill.
And it didn't really even have to do anything with her.
Yeah. Yeah, jump in, my brother Brian. Yeah, go ahead and jump in.
I'm just, do you agree with that statement I just made? And it really didn't have anything to do with her.
It had nothing to do with her. In fact, I didn't even think of Sister E. Yeah, I didn't even think of Sister E when it came to the post in terms of that she holds to that view, because one, I think Sister E has way more common sense to even, you know, I knew for a fact that she wasn't gonna, well, okay. I was hoping, let me be more nuanced in what I'm gonna say. I was hoping that she would understand that I have a great deal of respect for her intelligence, that I wasn't at all insinuating it was her. I don't know where she got the idea that somehow when I said specific and I mentioned moderates, that somehow I'm lumping her into the category simply because she identifies as a moderate. That's just illogical. She could have asked me, Brother Faithful, just out of curiosity, were you mentioning me? I would have been like, no, cool. And we could have just kept that moving.
All right, Sister E, come on.
So the first thing I did mention in the comments, and one of the first things I said in your post, Faithful, was we have, and maybe I should have addressed it a little different, but we have to be very careful when we use the word certain. And you're missing my point. When you say certain, you are feeding fuel, you're adding fuel to the fire. Because again, regardless of what you're saying, there are some people within your post that have pretty much called me heretics, and you've pretty much fed into that. And it ain't about me. At the end of the day, it's about how.
Wait, hold.
Within the apologetic.
Pause that, Sister Cherry. I fed into people calling her heretic.
What?
Because I said certain at that time.
What?
Now I'll say this, given what I know now, I definitely think that she's holding to heretical beliefs, and her approach is heterodox. I definitely don't think she's orthodox in her approach to any of these topics. I definitely don't think that in Sister Cherry, I'll just say it. I learned a lot about Sister E as a person over the past year and change, more than that.
2 years.
Going on 2 years now. In the past going on 2 years, I have seen that this woman is manipulative. She is disingenuous. She spin doctors. She's willing to cover up other people's lies, like the Richard Katz stuff. And we're going to get to that, Sister Cherry. But Sister Cherry, so far, has this conversation, does it look like she's been dragging me in this conversation at all?
No, not at all.
What has she been doing this whole time? I make a point, she ignores it. And then she keeps trying to harp on and on about certain, because she seems like she's upset about something. I don't know. It's like she just wants to be right for the sake of being right. But truth be told, Sister Cherry, it's very obvious that this woman suffers from pride issues. She has an issue with pride. And I'm going to get into something that I haven't talked about on your channel. I have talked about it on my channel. But you're going to see how disingenuous this woman has been with me. Go on ahead. We getting there, Sister Cherry. We almost done. You know?
Bro, I don't know if I can handle no more truth, but let's keep it pushing. Here we go.
You all love to sling mud and say you're doing it for the sake of the faith, and that's really not helping. It's causing more tension. Great example. You said you're getting ready to do a video on Pastor Kelly. Why do a Pastor Kelly video without having dialogue with this man? That's not walking in love. If you don't agree with that brother, call him. Have dialogue. But that's not doing what.
Pause. Very quickly. So Kelly Richardson can make videos on other people, and he doesn't have to call anybody. But when someone else makes a video on them, they got to call him. Why? If it's a public video that he made and there's a disagreement there, why is it wrong to publicly critique something that he said in a non-disparaging, non-disrespectful manner, because that's what we initially did. And he claimed that we had disparaged him, we had insulted him and defamed him. But meanwhile, prior to all that, Sister Cherry, Kelly Richardson had made videos on Eric Mason. He had been making attack videos, talking about, matter of fact, if you check out his wall posts, he was taking shots left and right at Christians.
Yeah, me too. Vocab.
No, not even. No. I mean, even in general, like he would speak in generalities about Christians, but yet, how was it that when we made one video where we respectfully critiqued him, this man went and turned around and got his boohoo on and tried to get in all his feelings, all up in them feelings, all up in them. He had the nerve to say we had disrespected him.
How?
Now, I'm going to say this. And when I say he got his boohoo on, it's the way that he approached it. Like no one's disrespecting him. And he's acting as if somebody threw sand in his eye. Someone came and slapped him in the face, said, yo, mama. And, I don't know, slapped him across the cheek a couple of times. Like no one did any of that. No one disrespected this man. And yet this man, I don't know, he got his sensitive Sally on. He got all up in his feelings. He started having chest pains. He got all, he got all them chest pains. He started grabbing his chest. Like it don't make no sense. Like he was like, "Oh, I'm so offended. I'm so offended. Like, what are you offended? Yo, bro, like, what is wrong with you? Like, this man started clutching his pearls, like, oh, they're offending me. His brother go clutch his pearls, talking about, no, don't say my name. It's crazy to me. It is insanity. And look, I know I'm being, I'm being a little, jokey and all that. Look, I'm just going to be honest. It's the absurdity. I want y'all to feel how absurd this is to me. When we went out on a limb to show this man respect, and then he's the one that started. Matter of fact, how about this? After all this tomfoolery went down, then, in 2020, and I think it was May of 2020, he put out his video on the urban apologetic community. And he I think it was like something like no dialogue or something. I forget what it was called.
Something like that.
And in that video, he called me faithful to a God. And faithful. Why does he talk like that, by the way? Why does he?
I don't know, bro.
You notice that he's like, and when he does his videos, he talks really, he sounds like that dude from Malcolm in the Malcolm in the, like that's what he sounds like. It's like, what, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, he kept calling me faithful to a God. Like, you gotta be joking. Like everybody who has seen the outros in my videos knows that I put faithful to YHWH. So I guess he thinks the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is a God, according to that bad line of reasoning he has.
He must do.
But he refers to me as a God. He called us pseudo apologia, all that stuff, right? He said all that. They would call him vocab even before that video, and yet they had the nerve to claim that we were slandering them. They got to be out there doggone mind. But you know what, though? Let's keep listening to this. I know I keep stopping y'all, but it's so much, man. I gotta error. I know. I gotta point it out. But you know what? It's good that we're doing this because we got this on record. Right, go ahead, Sister Chair.
All right, no problem. Here we go.
Sleep.
But some people, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but some people, that's a form of polemic, though. Back in the days, that's what they did. Some people would write a polemic out. They would write an answer to another church, the church fathers and stuff like that, or doing a video. That is one way of apologetic.
But
if
that's
he
not
don't
right.
call, if he don't ask him first, would you like to do
Hold
a
on a
video?
second. Hold on.
Somebody hit me and
Sister
said,
Cherry,
I saw you do something.
when Paul called out Alexander the Coppersmith, was that right? Paul,
Yeah.
boy, I tell you, Paul done put Alexander the Coppersmith on blast for all eternity. This man done put the dude, he on blast indefinitely. you know, that man, it's been how many generations later, and they still talk about Alexander the Coppersmith. Boy, I tell you what. But somehow, Sister E, oh, don't say Kelly Richardson's name. You know, like, man, stop that, man.
Wait a minute. Paul called out Peter. Wait a minute.
Right. He called out Peter, you know.
Both of them is apostles.
Boy, I tell you, it's crazy.
Peter walked with Jesus and Paul walked with him later.
I go on ahead, sister.
Here we go.
I'll make a response video just out of respect. I'm just gonna hit you and tell you, I'm making a response video.
Brother
So,
Berean,
I don't
real
really
quick.
think that Faith is wrong
Let
for
me
not
finish
calling
my
Pastor
point,
Kelly
Faithful.
because he don't agree.
Berean, let me
Brother
finish my
Berean's the one
point.
that interrupted you. I was interrupting Brother Berean.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying with that is it still doesn't make it right. If you don't,
in your eyes,
Berean, let me finish. Because the thing is this, it may be something that you're not clear on. There are certain things that y'all believe that we don't believe, that we're not comfortable with. But what will it hurt to have dialogue with Pastor Kelly, but then make a video? If you need to have dialogue, I have his number. Faithful, you have my number. The thing is, y'all love, no, let me finish my point.
Okay,
Faithful.
all right, go ahead, finish your point.
Because the thing is, y'all love making videos. We can put Pastor Kelly on here right now if you want to have dialogue. If you want to. Sure. If you want to do that, because we can. Because y'all, that'll be a whole nother hour. Poor Berean. I'm sorry, Berean. I ain't gonna do that to you. But we can reconvene and have a conversation and pull a Zoom up and have conversation rather than splat at the bashing people. Because I actually, Pastor Kelly.
I'm taking this one. Hold on. I want y'all to catch this. She mad at Faithful about his post, right? And alluded that I guess he was AKA supposedly certain people means talking about her. So wait a minute. How did Kelly Richardson get pulled in this? Why did he need to call him for dialogue regarding a post that she didn't like? That don't make no kind of sense at all.
Oh, that's right. Ooh,
bro.
Ooh, that's a good catch. Thank you, Sister Cherry. Thank you for that. Boy, I tell you, these people don't got no kind of common sense, huh?
None.
Man.
Faithful, you train me well, bro. Listen, I could not figure that out. I still can't figure that out. Why do Faithful need to call Kelly Richardson about a post that he made that had nothing to do with him or her at all? I'll tell you what it's about. It's about those pews that y'all debunked him on. Right. Yeah, I said it.
Matter of fact, how she went on Berean to try to put me on. How come she ain't reach out to me? Why didn't she give me a phone call?
Come on now.
You notice that? You notice that she ain't real consistent, but she want everybody to be on point. You didn't call him. But she ain't call me. She ain't reach out to me. Now, and matter of fact, if she felt some kind of way about that, all she had to do was inbox me.
Yeah.
She didn't have to leave no comment. She could have inbox. Brother Faithful, who was that post directed to? Or was that about me? And I would have been like, no. And it would have been like, cool. You know, that ain't about you. Definitely ain't about you. And I think that's funny.
That's very funny.
But she ran to Berean to go try to air it all out, right?
Mm-hmm.
On a Facebook post, and she goes and runs to Berean to try to air out. She fighting against ghosts. Like she over here imagining things. Like this is like strong delusions. Like how you getting upset about something that ain't got nothing to do with you?
Nothing to do with you at all.
But because I said certain Hebrew Israelites or certain moderates.
I told you about these words, Faithful. Now
I told you.
And we got
some, not all. That's right. But and here's the thing: if she was in that some category, do you think that when she showed up, I would have been like, Sister E, I'm talking about you. Have you ever seen me? Have you ever known me to be the type of person to run from a debate or a discussion if I really feel like I have an ought with someone? And it's not like because I'm not talking about a brother, because that's Matthew 18. I'm talking about if I'm the kind of person who has an ought with a person who I consider to be heterodox or whatever the case is, or maybe with her that I was still on the fence about because I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Remember I told you I didn't know? So if I, even though I felt like maybe she could be, I don't know. Why is it that if she was there, how come I didn't put her on blast? Like, nah, Sister E,
could have did that
post was about you, Sister E. That I was absolutely talking about you. But she knows that. Sister Cherry, she's not dumb. She knows the post wasn't about her. She just wanted to find an excuse to go run on Berean to try to, and someone had pointed it out in the live chat. Maybe she was trying to look for clout. They claiming that we're looking for clout. But meanwhile, they were the ones at every twist and turn trying to set something up, trying to have a discussion. But ain't it funny though, right? When she had that discussion, which we ended up having on Berean, Sister E noticed that this conversation didn't go favorably for her. Folks from her side wanted this video to be privated. They wanted to private this video. Sister Cherry, if it went so well for her, why didn't she demand for Berean to
put it
unprivate the video?
Come on.
I know something went really well for me, I would have been like, nah, Berean, I don't care what them Hebrew Israelites told you, them or whatever, them brothers told you or whoever said it. Put it back up. I don't want that to be unlisted or privated. I want everybody to see it. But you know what she did though? She stayed quiet as a church mouse when that video disappeared, huh?
Oh yeah, she didn't have no problem with it then. She had no problem with it then.
None whatsoever. And I actually had this original video. I had it saved and I lost it with the 600 gigabytes of memory back in February of 2020. When I lost that recording, I lost this video. I was planning on editing this video and putting it on my channel. The only thing I didn't want was for Berean to hit my channel with like a copyright strike or try to act like I'm trying to take some of his material without his permission. Because Berean privated that video. He never reached out to me and said, hey, brother, I'm going to private this video. I never reached out to him, obviously, because I didn't want the video to be privated.
But she made it seem that way, though.
Thankfully, I saved the video because every time these live streams are done, so my browser has a download feature. I can just grab it, boom, ASAP. Got it saved. And you know what ended up happening? I lost that. And so that, remember we had a chat group on Facebook. I had the video. I had it uploaded to Mediafire, and because remember y'all wanted to see. And remember the video was privated. Do you remember it was privated at that point? But I was like, but nah, y'all don't even stress it. I got y'all.
Right.
And I posted the link because I didn't think to upload it to my channel. I was silly back then. I should have uploaded it and made it unlisted. But I was afraid that maybe he was going to try to strike my channel. Like, I didn't know if people could find unlisted videos. So what I did was I put it on Mediafire and then I sent it to y'all so y'all could download it and watch it on your own time. What ended up happening was after I did that, I ended up deleting the video like 2 days later, 3 days later, after I'd seen that, a lot of y'all had seen the video. And then I lost it when I lost when I had the hard drive failure. So I ended up losing that video until he unprivated the video. He unprivated the video. I forget when he did it. Was it in January? I forget when he did it, but he did it recently.
In fact, he did it right after.
No, I think it was after the new year. He had unprivated the video because remember Sister E was talking about Faithful told him to private the video, which is a lie because I never told him.
January 16th, 2021, he unprivated the video.
Right.
But he put it on private right after me and Sister E and G-Man had our little back and forth. He did it that very next day.
He did it that, right.
For that day.
That's right.
I didn't get a chance to.
Matter of fact, he did it before y'all went live because when y'all went live, I had already downloaded the video. But when y'all,
you know what? You're right.
When y'all was live, I couldn't find the video. But thankfully I had already downloaded it, and a lot of y'all had already seen it before then.
I didn't get a chance to see it. Me and G-Man didn't get a chance to see it. When I went back, it was gone. Right.
You didn't get a chance to see it. Right.
I didn't see this video until you uploaded it on your channel. I didn't get a chance to see you and hers dialogue. But I said, oh, so this is what happened.
But watch this. So I want you to keep playing this, and I want you to see, because she's gonna start or we're gonna start segueing the conversation into the stuff that happened. Remember, I had mentioned October 9th, 2019. The whole thing about the pews. We're gonna get into all that. Watch this, Sister Cherry.
Okay, here we go.
Is more of my elder than Major sometimes. So when you attack Pastor Kelly, you're actually attacking my elder.
But that's disheartening. But that is very disheartening.
And that's very rude of you, faithful to God.
Let me pause it there real quick. I want you to keep in mind, she just said that Pastor Kelly, well, Kelly Richardson is her elder, her pastor, right? So meaning she believed what he believed. Yeah.
Right.
I just wanted to drop that nugget. That's all. You connect the dots. All right, here we go.
If you're walking in the ways of Jesus Christ, you're going to talk to my brother. Right. You're going to talk to my brother. If he's in error and you feel like he's in error, you're going to talk to him and not do videos.
I have no problem. Hold on. Let me just stop you. I have no problem talking to him.
Okay.
My only qualm is the inconsistency that I see, where at the beginning of this video, you mentioned vocab, and you said that, vocab and this other person, and you were mentioning people by name. Have you had conversation with vocab alone, or did you just feel it was okay to mention vocab's name in conjunction with the fact that you think other people have been calling?
That's a fair question, but that's a fair question right there.
But was I vague when I said vocab? No,
I wasn't vague when I mentioned Quanalawa, and I wasn't vague when I mentioned. Wait, let me finish.
You didn't have them in your post, though. You said certain.
But here's the thing: the people that I was speaking of know exactly who I was speaking of, because hold on, let me finish. I tagged the person that I specifically at the bottom portion that I wanted to have a dialogue with. I tagged them in there, and I basically said a certain person, because one, I'm not giving any of these people any free any free commercials
promotion,
so people can go and be beguiled and start trying to follow these lunatics. I'm talking about the ones that hold to that erroneous view, or the ones that hold to this guy's view. He rejects the New Testament, Quanalawa, by the way. He doesn't believe Jesus is Messiah. He attacks Jesus. Now, and I've had conversations with him on my wall posts on other topics. So this isn't our first rodeo. Now, the only thing I want to say, though, is this. I didn't have you in mind. And as far as I'm going to make videos, not that I'm making one right now at the moment. Rather, I've seen Pastor Kelly's wall posts. I've seen the way that he argues against Orthodox Christian doctrine in many areas. For example, his whole attacks on the Trinity, and the fact that he says things that are just completely inaccurate about the Trinity. The fact that he does that, the fact that he also is promoting the fake Hebrew that the camps promote, which is known as Lashon Kodash. Yes, he does. When he says Shalom, that is the camp Hebrew. That is not ancient Hebrew. Sister E, that is not ancient Hebrew, and I will challenge him to have a debate with me on that specific topic.
I agree with Faithful on that. I agree with Faithful on that. Hold on, Sister E. I agree with Faithful on that. I think part of the problem is that, Sister E, I'm riding with you. I told y'all Faithful put that work in and everything, but Sister E, my homegirl, I'm riding with you, no matter however you slice the cake, I'm gonna ride with you. But I got to keep it 100. I feel that specific post ain't had nothing to do with you. You woke up this morning and wanted to lick shots. So I said, listen, and White wanted to check you on the side, and we discussed it. And I said, do y'all think do y'all want to go live and just bring it out? This is hashing out some other things. When we go back to even the pews with Pastor Kelly, it's other beef that's been ongoing. So you've been feeling a type of way. And you wanted to lick shots, but that specific post, BJ Apologist just read, had nothing to do with nothing, but you just wanted to lick shots. So we're to this place right now. We're to this place right now. He said he's going to. That's okay. That's what we do.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Because my post, again, if you remember what I just said, and you can go look at my Facebook page, I was saying things a couple of days ago to my apologetic community. So this had nothing to do with Faithful to God, because this is, again, something that I said I was going to do because I want to make my apologetic community people think rather than react sometimes. Now let's go back to the thing of
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Because ultimately
she wants to make people think by provoking them, but then when she sees a post that ain't got nothing to do with her, she feels provoked, and then she gets upset. But then she's making public posts trying to provoke people. I'm trying to get them to think. How come she ain't thought? Why didn't she think that that post wasn't about her, had nothing to do with her, and that it was outlandish of her to even get upset, to even remotely get upset at the fact that I said certain, and I actually clarified, and I'm still, and what's crazy, I am clarifying to this woman live on air who that certain was in reference to. And I even said the specific individual's name. Yes, some, not all, and the specific individual. And somehow, some way, this woman is still offended by nothing. You know how they say, I hate to argue over nothing, or I hate to argue about nothing? Now, Sister E, she loved to argue about nothing. It seems, based on this interaction, and based on how she's typically been offended over things, she gets offended. Now she'll say, well, I'm offended because they're making videos about us, but ignoring the fact that Kelly Richardson started off licking shots at Eric Mason over disagreements that he had with Eric Mason. Here's the thing. Eric Mason never said Kelly Richardson's name. Now she says, well, he's talking about Hebrew Israelites. Meanwhile, Kelly Richardson is talking about Christians, and he's not, and he is going right at Orthodox beliefs, Orthodox Christian beliefs, you know, like the Trinity, for example.
Right.
But somehow we're supposed to look the other way when it's Kelly Richardson. But when it's us critiquing Kelly Richardson on something he's wrong about in a respectful manner, it doesn't matter how respectful it was, it's not enough. Oh, don't say his name. Don't like it's so funny to me. It's a double standard. It shows the inconsistency, the double-mindedness that these people have. But let's go on ahead and finish this up, Sister Cherry, because you're gonna get to the you gonna get to the fireworks in a second.
Here we go.
We've cleared this up, Faithful to God. I don't know anything about the language. My point when I originally did what I did and said what I said was saying that you should have talked to Pastor Kelly. And you're still not doing that. You're still going to go make the videos as norm. Now,
Actually,
when I talk about,
is he wrong for that?
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sister E, I'm not gonna let you lie on me. No. I'm not gonna let you lie on me. You and I had a conversation behind the scenes.
No, let her go.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna
let you go. Because Lonnie, I'm gonna get me if I don't mute you. Go ahead.
Mute him, because at the end of the day, yes, we had a conversation, and yes, I did say I was not coming for you, my brother. I was coming for what the point was. My point was this: you should have talked to Kelly, and I never backed down from that, because that was wrong. Now, when I said what I said about vocab, it was to a specific incident.
There was nothing wrong with what we did with those two
vocab
videos.
does this.
Wait, there was nothing wrong with what we did in those two videos. Kelly Richardson put out a public video. We made a response to a public video. We were very cordial and respectful in our critiques, and he came back and accused us of slandering him and that we had defamed him and he could take a lawsuit out on us, which he never did. You notice he never took it out on us. And all the stuff that he said after the fact. Let's not even ignore that stuff. The slander, all the tomfoolery that's gone on since that time. I mean, the thing is this, right? People might look at what's going on now and think it was like that from the jump. No, it wasn't. The way it was like was this. In the very beginning, we were very respectful in our critiques of his public video, and his response was to accuse us of slandering him, which was a lie. We didn't slander him. The ironic part, Sister Cherry, was when she reached out to us to try to have that conversation, she only reached out. Matter of fact, I'm going to mention in this video, you know what? Keep playing the video because I'm going to mention it, where I told her, you know, why did you send Abu a message and didn't send me the message? You'll see what I'm talking about, y'all. All right.
All right, here we go.
talking about a post he made last year, and he put Pastor Omar in it, he put Pastor Kelly in it, and he's not having dialogue. He decided to do that. And in fact, vocab had to go back and apologize to Pastor Omar for what he did. So that's what
I'm gonna let Faithful go, but I'm gonna say something else too. Y'all know what y'all want. Y'all know Pastor Kelly is basically her pastor. She come on and she rock with us, but Pastor Kelly is her pastor. Pastor Kelly's her elder. Anything anybody say about Pastor Kelly's Sister E gonna go in. That's how it is. Once you did mention vocab, she talked specifically about Pastor Kelly. If y'all watch multiple Berean videos, why don't they talk to Pastor Kelly? She's always pushing Pastor Kelly teaching. Pastor Kelly, just talk to him, be fair, talk to him. She'll mention or major Pastor Omar, but Pastor Kelly, she's feeling a certain type of way about him, and she's always going to push a dialogue. People have heard her multiple times that watch Berean TV and would share that, and she don't like the mere fact that Pastor Kelly's name came out of vocab mouth. That's it. Faithful, you got the floor.
Okay. So Sister E and I had a conversation with Abu as a witness, and we talked about specifically the videos and having a sit down, and Sister E said, I'll get back to y'all on this. Let me talk to Pastor. No, Sister E. Wait a minute, Sister E. Sister E. I don't think Sister E realizes that I recorded that conversation, Sister E. I don't think you want me to play the conversation live on air.
Oh, because you can play the conversation. Because guess what? I went back and asked Abu, when are we meeting? So don't come to me.
But you said,
I knew you was recording it. I'm not stupid to y'all.
Sister E, you said specifically, I will play the video. You said specifically, I need to talk to him to arrange it, and you never got back to us. No. Let me finish.
Let him talk.
Wait. You got to mute Sister E.
I'm trying to see unmute no Sister E. Just chill for a minute. I'm mute Faithful. Hold on. Let him talk. And then you can go back and say, I remember the whole thing. Let him go.
Salute to you, brother. You know what I mean? So my thing was this. We were willing to sit down with Pastor Kelly. We were willing to sit with him and discuss our disagreements with him on that specific topic. Now, Sister E, I want you to hear me. We haven't made any more videos on Pastor Kelly, but I will say this though. If I see him promoting something false on his wall post about Christians or about orthodoxy, and if he doesn't want to have a conversation, because so far it's been over a month, we haven't had a conversation with him. Nothing has been arranged. Let me finish. If he doesn't want to have a conversation with us, I am going to make my videos addressing the specific arguments that I have with him.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing wrong with that because we do it all the time. Listen, the brother Berean.
And let me say this as a Christian apologist, right? Faithful ain't gotta call nobody. None of us do. If we catch falsehood, we got every right to expose it and bring it out. Now, if you want to have dialogue after the fact and say, listen, I want to come together, maybe you misunderstood me or yada, 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 whatever the case may be, okay, fine. But this chick is presented as if Faithful and Abu got to come to him first, then they can make their video or do whatever. No, she was trying to slow it down.
But she don't want to go to vocab when she got
exactly.
But she will slander vocab, won't go to him, won't sit down with him, won't try to have a conversation with him. But when it's Kelly Richardson, everybody got to sit down with him. You know why why she wanted to do that, Sister Cherry? Because she, in her mind, thought, first of all, those videos that Abu put out were tough. They were hard hitters, and it was respectful hard hitters, but they were hard hitters. I think in her mind, she thought we had the potential to completely shut Kelly Richardson down.
Right.
And I think she was afraid of that. I'm saying this is all speculative, but I sincerely think that's the reasoning behind it, because it makes no sense any other way. There's nothing in those videos that we did where we disrespected Kelly Richardson on a personal level. We didn't even disrespect him in the arguments. We simply pointed out that the arguments that he presenting were not strong arguments, and we showed why. And we pointed out that he's inconsistent in his methodology. And I think those points were strong, so strong that Sister E felt like, man, people are going to be swayed. What she wanted to do was to have a sit down where, we wouldn't go in on this dude, because if we start going in on this dude, it's going to be a wrap for him. And y'all already seen it's already been pretty bad for him because y'all already see what's been going down with this Richard Katz stuff, right?
Right.
Now, here's the thing. Keep in mind, y'all, this is pre-Richard Katz. This is pre us, having that whole fiasco with Boonis and everything else that they got exposed on.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how she's inconsistent. She was talking bad about vocab at the beginning of the original live stream that I only shared the portion where she and I were having our conversation. There was a whole nother portion where she was just talking about vocab and all these other people and just, talking crazy, talking reckless. And yet when it's me or Abu or somebody making a video respectfully critiquing Kelly, somehow it's almost like it's almost like gangs. Like, when you do a flyover where you got to check in, you got to check in, little bro, you got to check in, man. If you come into Chicago, you got to check in with this brother and that brother. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like when somebody tells you, oh, you made this video, you need to call him and talk to him. Call him and talk to him for about what? About what? The thing is, if he has a disagreement with our critique, he can make a video and he can politely point out where he thinks that we are incorrect in our assessment of his argument, right? Now, what he ends up doing, though, and he's been doing now, is he completely misrepresents us, because I think he figured out that he can just try to misrepresent us and people on his side of the fence are just going to run with it and rock with it just because it's him and just because they Hebrew Israelites and, Dante and them all run together. So to me, at this point, I would even say, like, right now, having a sit down with that dude would be irrelevant if he's unwilling to apologize for being deceptive for the sort of things that he's been doing, especially what his cousin has been doing and him covering it up. He's been covering up his cousin's lie about Richard Katz, the one that they got caught on. And the reason I say they is because at this point, I'm starting to wonder if he was in on it. Now, we didn't think that
That right there.
We didn't think initially they were both in on it, but there's so many things that we've been picking up on that now it's like, wait a minute, like, how are you just and the nerve of this dude? The new argument is the Georgia professor that the plumber was promoting is somehow the Richard Katz of Tel Aviv. The plumber that the argument from the plumber that we addressed already, Sister Cherry. Now they saying that's the dude.
Really?
The one that doesn't
too. Okay.
The one that doesn't even have a degree in Hebrew, the one that only has his studies in the English language and I think in the Germanic language. Sister Cherry, how in the world is this man? How are they even they got no shame. That's no shame.
Because it's a part that they missing. It's a part that they missing. Right? The Georgia thing is thrown out the water, bro. I'm gonna let this finish, and I want to show.
Yeah, let's let this finish. I got you.
I'm gonna show it to you because listen, at this point, don't worry about it. I ain't gonna forget nothing. Here we go.
When he doesn't like something, he's gonna let you know he doesn't like it. It's gonna be live. It's gonna be in person. It's gonna be without pause. And that's why I respect this brother, because he speaks his mind and he says what he needs to say when he needs to say it. And if he can have that conversation behind the scenes, I know my brother here, he will have that conversation with someone behind the scenes. And I feel that if you can look at this brother right here as a brother and you can respect him on that point, then you should do the same with me and not look at me simply because you don't like the fact that I talk about Hebrew Israelites and you think that I'm just talking about everybody and I just lump everybody into the same boat. That's not what I'm doing. And I think you're a lot more what's the word I'm thinking of? I feel like you should have more nuance too in the way you approach this. You need to have more nuance.
All right, now, so you faithful. Come on.
So let's go back to that original point.
We're not getting on the whole pew thing. You just want to clear something up, right? Not the whole pew and the language.
Let me see. No, I'm going to clear something out. Faithful, you said I have not gotten back with you all. And I have proof that I sent Abu multiple messages saying, hey, Abu, when do you all want to get back together? I may not have sent it to you, Faithful, but I sent it to him. He has not
she didn't send it to me.
So don't sit here and make it seem like I'm hiding. I never hid.
Well, maybe he did. Maybe Abu
I
didn't.
went
How come you didn't send me?
So-
why didn't the sister C send me
No,
the
no,
message?
hold on. I got to mute you. I want her to finish, Faithful. I want her to finish.
Faithful, I sent it to Abu. Now, if I didn't send it to
Wait,
you,
stop,
that's fine.
stop,
Because I probably
stop,
didn't think anything
stop,
about
stop
it.
that, stop that. She said, I think it's at the beginning of this video. She's like, when I showed Faithful, when I told him that Abu, he was speechless. Did that sound like I was speechless? I said, why didn't you send it to me?
Not
I was
at all,
very
bro.
quick with a response. I said, why didn't you send me the message? Why are you sending it to Abu? And the reason why I'm saying that is because she knows Abu is a busy guy who hasn't, who already told her, it takes me a while to get back to people. So why didn't she send it to me?
Right.
And I'm going to point that out. Watch. Go ahead and play this. You'll see it, y'all. Watch this.
But I sent it to Abu. So you need to address Abu and figure out why Abu didn't respond to me.
Yeah, but
Y'all
you could have sent it to me.
It ain't about
you could have wait, Sissy, you could have wait, you're not hearing me, Sissy, you're not listening. You could have sent it to me and I would have responded to you, and then it would have just been me and Pastor Kelly without Abu there, because I have the same issues with Kelly that Abu has. So the reason I wonder why you didn't send it to me is because you reached out to me first. You reached out to me first. Matter of fact, we both decided to have a conversation, you know, because we both saw because remember, you messaged me first in my live chat when I made the live stream of that video that Abu made, and you got in contact.
The one that I showed earlier.
Initiated all. I decided, you know what, we need to have this conversation, and we both agreed that this was something that needed to you know, we needed to sit down and talk about this with Pastor Kelly present. All right. With that being said,
you do. I'm sorry. Hold
respond.
on a second, Sister E. You agree that you reached out to him first when you saw that Pew thing, when you saw a polemic, a response from Faithful concerning the pews with Pastor Kelly talking about injury. You agree? You reached out. You started that, right?
Look what she said.
When I did that, you talking about when I did that post? Yes,
when
because
you reached out to him with the whole thing with the pews. Did Faithful come in contact with you first, or you came in contact with him?
Faithful reached out to me and said, "Hey, can we have a conversation?"
Wow, she's such a liar. You see that?
A lie. She is lying. She's in Faithful's chat. She reached out to him first.
She reached out to me first. In fact, notice when I said hi, Sister E, and then y'all can't see her comments, but she's basically like, Faithful, we need to talk about that. You know, like, and she was basically talking about having a debate or something like that. She reached out to me first.
Bro, you ain't lying, because I was there. I was in the bushes watching it, and I watched her reach out to you
Sister
in
Cherry,
your chat, bro. This chick, boy. This chick lies. Okay. Go ahead, Faithful. You cutting out. Go ahead, Brother Faithful. I can't hear you. Okay, he'll be coming back on. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, there you go. You there, Faithful? I can't hear you, bro.
You know?
No. Go.
Good.
Okay, you good now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
She tried to pull this little stunt of, oh, he reached out to me, when it was really her reaching out to me because why would I reach out to her? Why? What would I need to reach out to her for? You know, she's the one that's upset because she thinks Kelly Richardson, we're dragging his name through the mud because we made 2 cordial videos respectfully critiquing his methodology. And somehow I'm the one that needs to reach out to her. No, she's reaching out to me because she's upset because he's upset. Because that's how it works. Kelly Richardson's upset, so therefore Sister E's upset.
Yeah.
And then she tried to reach out to me to try to have first it was a debate. Then we ended up settling on a sit down, like a private sit down. But I thought to myself, and you know, we did that, to be honest, Sister Cherry, we did that to show that we're gentlemen. That man was never a gentleman with us from the jump. And Sister E, Abu feels that those people have manipulated her. Because she feels like, you know, she looks at these guys like these are her elders. So whatever they say, she says. So if they say yes, she says yes. If they say go, she says go. That's honestly how I think it works. So if Kelly Richardson's upset, she's upset. You know? But I'll tell you what, but watch this. But watch, keep playing this. You gonna see this one point. Watch this.
All right, here we go.
Because you asked me, can we become friends? Can we become friends?
That's not what happened.
Because again, maybe I missed it and maybe I forgot that part. But let's go back to the original statement of you saying,
no, she played game. Wait, stop that.
You just said he got back.
She had the nerve to say,
yeah, because pause it. We clarified that this was an abuse.
She had the nerve to say, no, you reached out to me because you wanted to be friends. No,
she's lying.
This woman reached out to me because she wanted to have a conversation for a potential debate. And I told her, well, first of all, why are we having a debate? Because you first and foremost, just to be on record about it, I called out Kelly Richardson on this very show to have a debate. You notice no debate went down, right?
No.
Kelly Richardson, quiet as a church mouse, right?
Yep.
It's not that I ran. And I'll tell you what, right now, if anybody from that side is listening, go tell Kelly Richardson that I'll debate him on the pews. I'll debate him on that fake Hebrew that he promotes. I have no qualms. And we can debate on Berean's channel if they want.
Just like Vocab challenged him.
And then he was like, no, I don't have to prove anything.
I don't have to prove myself.
Yeah. But you know what, though? At that time, I thought to myself, I felt like they were clout chasing, to be honest. I felt like that was a clout chase. We were doing an honest critique. They were clout chasing. That's why I didn't want to do a debate with them, because I honestly felt like they were trying to get a come up off of my name or, someone else's name that had at the time more subscribers than them. Now, because of Dante Fortson and the little circle that they got where I guess they try to promote each other, they were able to kind of get a come up a little bit, try to do this little thing where they all try to promote each other. To be totally honest, I did not want to have any debate to try to even give them an inkling of any kind of promotion. I don't do free promos. I don't do that.
I think.
But you know what though? But when I noticed how she was talking, and I noticed because Kelly Richardson is super arrogant. When I said we can debate at that point in this show, I was like, yeah, let's get it in. I got no problems debating Kelly Richardson. And Sister Cherry, I don't back down from a Hebrew Israelite debate.
Of course not.
I be jumping all up in these. Every time you do one, I be dying to get the link. I be dying to come up in here like a pit bull, But you know what's crazy though? A debate with them is never going to happen, because if they actually do try to do a debate, it's not going to end well. I'm just going to be totally, for them, it's not going to end well. It's going to be a very bad look for them.
They at this point where they avoiding all questions, staying within their own echo chamber, see no evil, hear no evil, basically, and just echo out the same lies that they've been regurgitating all this time. That's what I believe. That's why they try to pull that guy from Georgia and just say, well, he was really the Richard Katz, because he know the fools they know the fools in the chat is gonna roll with what they rolling with, right? Because listen, if they wasn't rolling with lies, they would have, like some of the other Hebrew Israelites fell back off on them, like, man, y'all lied, man. Like, you can't clean this up. So it's just within, they're regurgitating their own lies. And while we're saying, okay, answer this, answer that, answer this, what about this, what about that? They're acting like as if they don't see it. But the truth is they're
acting hurt. Oh, you hurt me. You offended me. Like, come on, man.
Ain't nobody offend them. Come on.
You know what though? But let's finish this one up, man. I just had to, because
because I want to show you something too. I want to show you something.
She be saying so many things that are just inaccurate that it's just mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go.
Boo teaching. That's why I went to Abu, because that was Abu's post. Abu did that. You didn't, and you said that Abu did that. That's why I reached out to Abu, because Abu is the source, and I was waiting on him. Now, should I have reached out to you?
But it was on my channel.
Hiding. It probably has to do with the fact that I forgot, because I assumed that you and Abu talk constantly. Am I wrong or right? Do you and Abu talk?
No, we don't talk every day, but we certainly do talk.
So if you all talk, you need to probably talk to Abu, because I got proof right here. I sent messages and a voice message.
Sister E, right here. I got the live chat where you actually messaged me right here in the live chat.
Okay, if I addressed you, that's fine. But let's go back to
it was you. No, it was you. I like to bring receipts.
The original. Let's go back to the original.
You notice that she did. You notice that.
You said that I did not get back.
Y'all notice that when every single time that Sister E gets pinned down on the point, she wants to ignore that and keep harping on about what she's talking about, because that's an obvious point. The thing is that she's trying to spin doctor it to make it seem like, oh, I was the one trying to reach out, so I was being unreasonable. When notice that she already admitted that she could have sent me the message, she just forgot. But see, if that would have been me saying I just forgot, oh no, Faithful, you're just being disingenuous. Faithful, you're just being disingenuous. But when it's her, oh, we need to be so nuanced and understanding that Sister E forgot. Lord forbid that one of us forget, because there she'll try to chop our heads off. She'll try to accuse us of being, I mean, you name it. But when it was her, we need to make all the excuses in the world for her and Kelly Richardson, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. A double-minded man and woman
is unstable in all their ways.
That's right. All right, let's go ahead and finish this.
Here we go.
All right. Do me a favor. Don't worry about that right now, Sister E. What's your gripe with what you feel?
No, I want to get back to this. I want to get back to this because Faithful made a pop shot like he normally does instead of following up with his friends. Abu didn't get back.
Okay, you agree nobody got back with you, Faithful.
Didn't get back. So don't make it seem like Sister E wrong.
Let me speak on this. Number one, Abu never messaged me. Okay, he never told me that you messaged him or anything like that. So, and let me tell you something about Abu. He is, yes, I understand that you sent him the message, sister. You don't have to show your phone. We all understand that you sent him the message. No one is denying that you sent him the message. This is why it's important to have nuance when one speaks. I'm saying, even if you sent him the message, which you clearly did, he did not tell me about the message. Maybe he didn't even see the message himself. Maybe he didn't.
She didn't.
That being said, if he didn't see the message and he didn't tell me, I didn't know about it. The bigger question, though, is if you wanted us to talk, I'm talking about with Pastor Kelly, either one of us, why did you not send me the message along with Abu?
Right.
Instead, you just sent Abu the message, even though you initially reached out to me. Yes, it was you reaching out to me first to have a conversation so we could even try to have some sort of peaceful sit down. That's the funny part here. And the funny thing is, and I don't think you remember this, you didn't want to have a private conversation.
I sure did.
You wanted to do a live stream. Hold on, let me finish. You wanted to do a live stream.
Yes.
Let me finish. You wanted to do a live stream where you specifically wanted us to come on your platform. You didn't want to do it on anyone else's platform. Agree. You didn't even want to do it on a neutral platform like the brother.
But you didn't do it on a neutral.
Number one, we're making listen to me. We're making a response video to Richardson, who went on and made a video on his channel about a year ago attacking people and saying that they're trying to hide this, the powers that be, and all this other conspiracy stuff. And yet, when we address his arguments to show why it's faulty, then he gets upset. Then he accuses us of personally attacking him. How come he didn't go and sit down with every individual Christian he disagrees with and say, look, I have an issue with the fact that nobody wants to talk about these pews. And I guarantee you, I would have, if he would have said something like that, I would have been the first one to step up and be like, let's talk about those pews. Because I've been wanting to talk about those pews with people for a long time from the Hebrew Israelite side.
He ain't directing it towards you, Faithful. When he talked about those pews, he talked about the language. He talked about the website that was changed. Because if you look at the website,
notice she ignores all the points.
The website says Aramaic, but the video says cursive Hebrew. So it wasn't directed towards you, Faithful to God. What happened was y'all found the video and said, let's go and proceed with
we saw the video. We saw the video of no, let me stop you. The cursive Hebrew, where the woman is talking about, the one that's leading in the documentary, we saw that too. And we know that that's an inconsistent position of the church, because the church has been changing its position for a minute now on whether it's this and that. Now, because he self-identifies as an Israelite and he wants it to be Hebrew, and then he sees that they're changing their position, he looks at it as something like, these people are being underhanded, these people are trying to hide something.
That's his family church, Faithful. And
irrelevant to the argument. Irrelevant.
But we can show that
the fact that some people feel.
Let me finish, Baram.
All right, we got to wrap it up. Say what you want to say.
Let me finish what I'm going to say with Faithful. Because
it doesn't matter if it's his church. The point is that
the thing is, you want to do something.
He's not.
Let her go, Faithful. Let her go. Go.
You want to do something.
See, I was in the middle of. Wait, Sister Cherry.
My words were, and I do admit it.
Every time I was about to put them daggers, those arguments in dagger form, I guess, like you could say, because not literal daggers, because mess around, they'll say, see, he's talking about he's gonna stab us with daggers. Those daggers, those in argument form that were gonna show how bad her argument is. Because what I was gonna say there was, you're over here talking about you're trying to complain, but this was a public video. This is a public video that he made, and you want us to have a sit down based on the fact that we made a public response to a public video where we were respectful.
He can go public, but we gotta be private.
Yeah. He can go public and have all his grievances, air them all out. But as soon as somebody tries to say something about him, oh, why don't you go and sit down? Or matter of fact, the fact of the matter is that she didn't want to have a private sit down. She wanted to have a public discussion. I'm thinking about, and then she wanted it to be on her channel. How convenient. How convenient. And she says, well, you didn't want to do it on a neutral platform. Number one, we weren't talking about doing anything. We were making a response to his public video. Our public response was a response to his public video. How did she miss that? Goodness. Let's go ahead and keep
Here we go.
And I'm not gonna sit here and have any qualms about it. I said let's publicly, and I said it even in my post that I did, let's publicly have a conversation, because people, you publicly did it. But what happened is you asked me, and you remember you said let's go on my platform instead. You forget that, Faithful? You said that.
No, he didn't say you forgot that. He didn't say you forgot that.
Yeah, you said that. So
no, he didn't say you forgot that. Okay. Anything else that you'd like to share, Sister E? Anything else you'd like to share?
Let me stop right there. Let me stop that right there, Sister Cherry. When she originally said, let's do it on my platform, I said, no, I mean, if we're going to do it public, let's do it on my platform. Right. Because I thought at the time I had more, because if she's trying to get this watch, I was like, well, if you want to do it that way, no, I don't think we should do it. I think we should do it on Brother Berean's channel. So she had proposed that originally. What I ended up saying was, well, instead of doing it on Brother Berean's channel, if you're so offended and you feel that we need to talk to Kelly Richardson, why do we need? Because I came to my senses at that moment, and I thought, well, if she really feels offended by this, I wasn't offended. She's offended for some reason, even though it had to do with Kelly Richardson. Ain't it funny that Kelly Richardson didn't reach out to us? She had to reach out to us. How come Kelly Richardson wasn't the one going out of his way to reach out to us? So watch this. I was like, well, if Kelly Richardson feels offended, and this is an offense, then let's have a discussion in private. We don't need to put on a spectacle, and we could have a discussion where he can tell us what he felt offended by. And then, he was going to try to accuse us of slandering. And at that point we would have been like, can you show us in the video where we slandered you? Which he wouldn't have done, because what is he going to say? Oh, right here where you were talking about me in the pews. Like that's slander? Really?
So refuting information is that information.
Respectfully refuting information is slander. Yeah, crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, but watch this, sister. Watch this. Keep playing. Watch.
Because at the end of the day, I did not come to you because I was going to the source, which is Abu. When you redirected me to Abu, I told Abu as well, I will sync up with you, Abu, so we can sit down and have.
Let me throw this in here. Abu is not the only source. Faithful and Abu are both the sources.
That's right.
You could have reached out to either one of them. I'm not trying to hear none of that.
Right.
have dialogue. Now, should I have reached out to you? I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm thinking y'all work together. If I have something going on between me and let's say we need to have a conversation about Kelly, and if you reached out to Kelly because we working together, Kelly would have come to me. So it's poor communication between you and Boo, and it's not.
Is there anything else you feel offended about the
wait. So it was poor communication.
I would say
it was poor communication between me and Kelly. No, what was it?
Yeah, you and Abu between
me and Abu. That's what it was. It was poor communication between me and Abu, but it wasn't poor communication between her and Kelly Richardson because somehow Kelly Richardson couldn't bring himself to actually come and reach out to me. Sister E had to reach out to me, and then Sister E comes and tries to reach out to me in probably the most conniving way possible about having a discussion. Well, you did it. Look at her reasoning. You should have sat down and talked to him. But but if you make a public video, we should make a public video. But you saying I should sit down and talk to him. How is that consistent? So should we sit down and talk to him or should we do a public video? Well, if you're trying to get a come up, of course you want to do a public video. So I thought to myself, let's have a private sit down and let's not make a spectacle of it and see if we could possibly have cordial correspondence. So Kelly Richardson, so it can be made very clear to him that we were not disrespecting him, because if it wasn't clear enough in the video, doggone it, I don't know how clear it could have been. But I guess he had to hear it from the horse's mouth. So,
No, she tried to put y'all in a dog if you do and dog if you don't. Right. So listen, you could have had Sesame Street in the video. She still would have problem. Okay.
Right. Right.
The fact of it is that you and Abu, debunked the heck out of that lie that he put out from that very first video, and they could not do nothing against the information. So now we get all of the whining tactics. Stop it.
Right.
Here we go.
Forgiveness or vice versa. Faithful.
I would say that if he's going to do a video, I would say let's do a video together with Pastor Kelly. And let's do it on your platform, Brian. We're not going to do it on Faithful's, nor will we do it on mine. Let's do that then.
Okay. All right. What about you, Faithful? Thank you for sharing, Sister. What about you, Faithful? Do you?
So I'd be willing to have a moderated debate with Pastor Kelly on specifically the whole.
You hear that?
Dialect that he's promoting, claiming that it's ancient Hebrew, which it isn't.
Yep.
I called him out to a moderated debate. Did that ever happen, Sister Cherry?
No, sir, it did not.
All right, keep playing the video.
Here we go.
Yes. And if he wants to have one on the pews, we can have a debate on that too, if he wants to, because I am definitely
Sister E. Sister E. Sister E. Go ahead, Faithful. You don't undo yourself. Go ahead. I know this is your platform. You rock out together, but let him go ahead and speak.
Right. And Andre Bell better chill, because right now Sister E was the one interrupting. You need to be consistent. All right. So with that being said, I want to say this. If he wants to have a conversation, I'm more than willing to have it, but we're going to have it in debate format, because I feel that there are things that Pastor Kelly holds to in regards to those two topics that is just completely erroneous. And I don't believe that his position is tenable. Now, that's fine. We could have it on Brother Brian's channel and we could definitely hash it out. Now, as far as you and I are concerned, Sister E, let me say this to you directly. I don't have any issue with you personally at all. I have never made a video calling your name out, and you cannot find a video on my channel. You can't even find a wall post where I called you
at
out
that time.
Ill about you. Brother Brian, have I ever spoken ill to you about the Sister E?
Never.
Matter of fact, when the first time I came on here, didn't I say I'm not? Remember when I was talking to Pastor Majors and Pastor Kelly, I said I'm not referring to my Sister E right now, because I know that Sister E didn't because she, number one, she wasn't the one talking.
She's not my sister anymore.
I was very
clear. Let me stop that.
Like,
she has not shown herself to be a Christian, a believer in her attitude and the fruits. So, and I don't consider her to be a believer. I don't think that she's a believer. I'm going to be on record about that. At the time, I was on the fence, but now, after everything that I've seen, the fact that she's willing to bear false witness and blatantly lie unrepentantly, no. No way. No way. Not at all. And I'm glad that now that I see what Sister Cherry had seen from the beginning, I feel like, you know what, maybe I should have, yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. And I want to say this. No, Faithful, BK, and none of them was banging on Sister E at that time. I was. Okay. Right. I was banging on her. I do not what's the word I'm looking for? Move away from what I said back then and what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, Sister Cherry has been consistent that she thought Sister E was being deceptive, and at the time I couldn't see it, but man, now do I sure see it very clearly how deceptive Sister E, Kelly Richardson, and all those, especially when Kelly Richardson started feigning offense. Acting as if he was offended over nothing. Nah. And then on top of that, she gonna be offended. Now, but you know what, Sister Cherry, let's finish this one out.
Okay.
So everyone can see. I want everyone to see what Berean's conclusion was. Watch this.
Here we go.
Maybe I was trying to lump her in with other people even at that time, and I let her know on air. I don't know if you remember this, Sister, because we can play the video. And so I'm very careful and nuanced. Matter of fact, when the brother Berean did the Facebook Live, I said, I'm not talking about my Sister E. Is that correct, my brother? Did I not say Sister E? I'm not talking about Sister E when I was saying what I was saying in regards to Hebrew Israelism and my disagreements. I said, I'm not talking about Sister E because she doesn't hold to a vast majority of these things. And I know that there's a difference between you and say, someone like Rakat from GOCC, or I know there's a difference between you and IOG. I know there's a difference between you and other folks. Sister E, I think what you, I do agree with the brother Berean. I think you just wanted to get something off of your chest that you were just holding in, that you assumed about me, and that was your moment to do it. And I felt that wasn't right because I wasn't talking about you. Now, as far as everything else, now, if you feel like I've offended you, I'll more than gladly apologize right now to you live on air, because I don't have any problem apologizing to people if they feel offended by something that I have said, because I wasn't looking to offend you. Or
me apologizing wasn't me conceding that she was right and I was wrong in this discussion. I apologize in the way that if my tone or the way that I came across, if, I didn't want her to take it as disrespect, but it was a general, almost like if you felt offended by the way I came at you, I apologize. Not I'm wrong and I'm apologizing because I'm wrong. That's not what I was doing there.
Bro, you was exercising Matthew 18, which she didn't even do properly. If she felt that you offended her, she was supposed to come to you privately. I ain't trying to hear none of that. You ain't do nothing wrong.
Right. And I had not any single point in time in this conversation, even now, at no point in time did I believe that she was right in her objections against me. Not even now. I do not believe she was right at all. And I'm saying that now. I said it back then, Sister Cherry, I was like, yeah, Sister E was dead wrong. Correct? At that time, back in 2019, when we had our conversation, I was like, Sister Cherry, I felt Sister E was dead wrong. And all she was doing was ignoring all my points. Remember, we had a whole conversation where I told you.
Yes, you and I had long conversations.
And matter of fact, that's when you told me about your encounter, because you said, oh, Brother Faithful, I just had to, because I didn't even see I didn't see your discussion that day. I didn't get a chance to see it. I saw your discussion the very next day. You know what's crazy? She ended up going back. Now, check this out. She went on Berean's channel 2 days in a row to complain about us. So that day she had those two interactions. The one in the, it was in the afternoon, and the one in the evening. The one in the afternoon was with me. That one in the evening was with you and G-Man. Sister Cherry, then the very next day she went on there to complain about us some more. You know how I know? Because I still have the old chat that we had on Facebook. It was me, you, Sister Mary Bennett. I think it was the Sister Latasha, a few other people.
It was all of us.
And I think the Sister Mary Bennett was the one that had shared the video where she says, oh, they talking bad about y'all, talking about Sister E. And I tried to get, I was able to get in that live stream, but watch this. Sister E talked all that mess about me And when Berean was like, I'm gonna bring Faithful, I'm not gonna talk to Faithful.
Yeah.
And then she didn't want to be in the same room while I was there. Why? Because she saw what happened the night before. Now watch this. I want everyone to see the conclusion. This is why she didn't want to have another discussion, because look what Berean is gonna say. Watch this.
In fact, I'm not even trying to offend Pastor Kelly, but I will call falsehood falsehood. If he's saying something false, it's false. I'm not trying to offend him.
There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Right. Sister E, do you feel he owed Pastor Kelly a public apology now, even though Pastor Kelly's not here? Would you like him to? Would you like him to? Would you like him to?
Wait, stop right there. Very quickly.
Well, right now,
I definitely wouldn't have apologized because Kelly wasn't going to get an apology because I didn't disrespect Kelly, and I didn't even disrespect Sister E. That was a general. If you felt offended by my tone, I apologize. It was not I think you're right in the argument, so I'm apologizing. But for Kelly Richardson, definitely was not going to apologize. There was nothing to apologize for. We hadn't disrespected Kelly Richardson.
Not at all.
All right, but yeah, let's finish.
Here we go.
In the presence of everybody.
That's up to Pastor Kelly. I'm saying this, that right now we're trying to build and figure out where we all can at least meet in the middle. And doing these videos, Faithful to God has I'm telling you something, it hasn't done anything but create division rather than dialogue and conversation. So when I attack, I understand you're not attacking me, but when you attack some of the people like Pastor Kelly, when Vocab did what he did with Pastor Omar and Pastor Kelly and the rest of the people, yeah, he did call out Pastor Dow as well. But and I don't agree with Pastor Dow, but yet and still, when you all do that to the people that I study and I hold true to, that's almost an attack on me. That's just like me making a public post about Eric Mason. I may not be attacking you, Faithful to God, but I am somewhat attacking one of your leaders. So you don't have to necessarily come and attack me. But I would say the godly thing to do is when we have this dialogue, it's not just based on what you want to talk about, not just the pews. Let's just talk about everything in general. If you want to bring you and a couple other people, we can bring Majors and Kelly and a couple other people, and we have dialogue and we have a debate. They have no problems with debating.
No, see, that could be what we're trying to get to right here. You just want Kelly, Major, you want to moderate debate.
I got a couple other people.
That's ultimately what you want then.
But that's what
you're really trying to do.
What everybody wants. But Faithful said that. Faithful said he wants to have a debate. I'm saying that
I would not have any problem having a debate.
Real
quick. I want to ask you one quick thing. Just one quick thing, please.
All right.
I wanted to ask you. It's just one quick thing. So you don't like the fact that people made videos about Pastor Kelly regarding a public video that he made, because his video was
without him having the chance to get on and speak right there.
Right. And now I will say this. Now, Sister, I want to ask you a question. When Pastor Kelly made his video against Pastor Mason, and he was calling him out by name, and he was saying all this other stuff, and I know that he didn't have a sit down with Pastor Mason before making that video, was that okay? Or do you feel that he should have, if you want to be consistent, did you correct him on that? Did you tell Pastor Kelly you were wrong for making that video?
I talk about Sinetta. I don't call them. I'm talking about Garfield. I ain't calling them.
Because
it's not what I'm saying.
I understand. Wait, real quick. I understand what the brother Berean is saying. I understand what the brother.
You don't have to every time you make as a YouTube. Every time you make a video and you make
you missing my point, brother Berean. You missing the you missing my point, brother. You missing my point. What I'm saying is, according to her logic, if she
her logic is wrong. Her logic is wrong.
Go back. Play that again. Sister Cherry. Play that again.
In that sense, I would have to call sign.
Play that again.
Every time I mention that.
I understand what
Jonathan Hawkins said.
What the brother Berean said
again.
I understand what the brother.
You don't have to every time you make as a YouTube. Every time you make a video and you make.
You missing my point, brother Berean. You missing the. You missing my point, brother. You missing my point. What I'm saying is, according to her logic, if she
her logic is wrong. Her logic is
wrong.
According to her logic, if she
her logic is wrong. Her logic is wrong.
What I'm saying is, according to her logic, if she
her logic is wrong. Her logic is
wrong.
I'm saying her logic. Yeah, her logic.
Her logic is wrong.
Listen. I'm gonna hit him with the sister. Listen.
Listen.
at the end of the conversation, he's like, I agree with Faithful. I agree with Faithful. Sister E did not look good in that conversation. So much. This is the same Berean who protects her, and he's like, yeah, your logic is wrong.
Right. So wait a minute, that goes back to the video that she made a couple of days ago. How did Berean literally privatize the video because you made Faithful look bad? No, chick, you look bad.
Right. That's right. Now let's finish this one out.
Here we go.
Because in that sense, I would have to call Sinetta, Garfield, and them every time I mention their name in a video. I don't do that.
But you
don't have to do that.
But the thing is, Berean, you still gave them an opportunity. You have conversations with Sinetta. You've been on Sinetta's show. That if you do make shots, but you've at least sat down with these guys.
But Sister E, did you sit down with Pastor Kelly when he attacked Pastor Mason? Did you sit down with him? And did you tell him he shouldn't do that?
Faithful to God. Tell me what was the reason? What was the reason behind Pastor Kelly saying what he said about Eric Mason?
Regardless, no, I want to address it. No, I am addressing it. No, I'm addressing it directly. I'm addressing it directly. The reason was that he didn't like the fact that Pastor Mason was talking about Hebrew Israelites. Now, let me finish. Let me finish. Now, the thing is this, regardless of what his reasoning was, the same way that Pastor Kelly will make videos trying to criticize something that Christians are doing, because he does have videos where he does that.
And the Trinity is not calling us. It's okay, it's what we all do.
Right. And so, and with that being said, I wonder if you're consistent, Sister E, and if you're sitting down with Pastor Kelly and telling him, Pastor Kelly, that's wrong. You should sit down with these Christians. I don't really think you're doing that.
I have a question. Does Kelly just vaguely, just out of the blue, wake up? If y'all wouldn't have said nothing to about us, and rather than had dialogue with us, would he be making videos?
Get that? He was making videos against Christians before we even had a video. What you talking about? What is he talking about? This dude was making videos against Christians before we even had. Well, he doesn't just randomly make it. Like, what?
She lying and sliding, y'all. Yes, she does. Oh, God.
That is crazy, right? That's what I'm talking about. Sister Cherry, watch this. Because, even Berean was seeing the tomfoolery in this. He saw the tomfoolery.
Boy, fiction can be fun. Lord have mercy. Here we go. Ah.
Sister, you're not being consistent. You're not being consistent.
No, my question is, when you did the pews, when he did the pew video, was he attacking you, or was he talking about the history of the church?
We were.
What was the purpose?
I'm addressing your question. Listen.
Come on.
First, I gotta address what we were doing, and I'm gonna address his whole purpose of making the video, because he was very clear and forthright in why he made the video.
Mm-hmm.
We critiqued his video specifically because he made it public, and because he had a critique about why he felt that these pews were somehow really Hebrew, even though he's never demonstrated it. And number two, why he thinks that there's a conspiracy to hide it. And the reason why is because he's starting from the presupposition that he's an Israelite, and therefore this is conspiracy to hide that, that African Americans are Israelites, or whatever, he believes. And so he made that video with that in mind. We made the response not simply because it was him, because I'm gonna be honest, I really had no idea who Pastor Kelly was before I came on Brother Berean's channel that one day. And when I found out that the brother Abu had made a video on that, it was specifically because I already have had interactions with Hebrew Israelites about those Georgia pews. It wasn't just Pastor Kelly. Other Hebrew Israelites use those pews to try to form polemics. And we know that that's a faulty argument. Now, with that being said, I want to know why you're not being consistent in sitting Pastor Kelly down and rebuking him when he makes public videos calling people out for whatever motive. It could be someone else says this or whatever, but you're not being consistent, because if you were consistent, you would have sat him down and said, brother, why are you doing this? We need to be talking to Christians in private because we need to bridge this gap. But that's not what you're doing. You're only doing it when it's Christians. You're only doing it when Christians say something about Hebrew Israelites.
I agree with that, Faithful. We got to pick this up and we got to move on.
Let me say
who did he agree with? Who did he agree with, Sister Cherry?
That's not fair. You're not gonna let me finish and make a faithful saying. Because at the end of the day, when we talked about those, and I'm gonna be quiet after this, the pews itself, was he attacking you, Faithful?
Y'all heard she say she's gonna be quiet after this. Go ahead.
Was he attacking you? when he did the pew conversation.
We didn't make the video because he was attacking. We were
Okay,
because
so
he was
we're
no. We
we're
weren't
talking
making the
about
videos.
right
No.
now.
Let me
One
answer that.
side.
Let me answer that. We didn't make those videos because he was attacking us on a personal level. We're making those videos because the argument is faulty and because it is not a good argument.
And that's scholarship, Sister E. That's what
But that's
scholarship
not.
is.
But the thing is, true
Did
scholarship
Kelly
is
have to backpedal some about those pews?
He didn't have no dialogue.
That's why we have to have a debate. Did Kelly or anybody else that deal with that language? Because there's 6
But
people
the thing is,
already on that
not just the language.
If Kelly had to backpedal some, we need to have a debate about the pews.
We can sit and have a conversation. We can have a debate, but at the end,
all right, that's good. So we have to set that up. That's all we have to do.
Not just about the language, but things in general. Because the thing is, when we talked about that language, I never said I understood the language. I don't know the language.
You said that afterwards. You brought all of that out.
But the thing is this, again, when you have to correct someone, because again, you said that Kelly attacked. We're talking about attacking videos. When you want to correct someone, you have dialogue with them, or better yet, schedule a debate. He's not going to try to debate.
You don't have to do that, Sister E. Where they doing that?
Not godly though, because you don't like it. It's still not godly. Creating videos and putting the man's picture on there without having true dialogue, this is not, because even the word of God says we have to come together and reason. It wasn't reasoning. At the end of the day, I don't care.
Man, be quiet. Listen, the man made that video first and he put up there, because I seen that video. He was talking about, oh, it's a conspiracy. They trying to hide these pews. They don't want us to know. Well, wait a minute. Scholarship, when you see information, you're like, that's wrong. Guess what? Any and everybody, especially if you make it public, they have a right to respond. They have a right to critique. Listen, have y'all read the copyright statute for the purpose of scholarship, the purpose of teaching, the purpose of commenting, and so on? So whatever she's talking about right now is invalid. You had no ground to stand on. You're a liar.
You know what it is? You know that the free use gives you the right to make a video and take portions of a video
exactly
for the purpose of critique. We didn't take the whole video. We took the parts where he was talking about the pews and he's making arguments. So he's trying to claim like conspiracy. We addressed those arguments, Sister Cherry. And the thing is, she didn't like that. She said, you don't have a right to take a man's image. We didn't take his image. We grabbed his video. She's acting like she's acting as if we put this man's like public information, like
his grandmama, his granddaddy, and everybody up there. Stop it.
She playing games, but he basically told her, I agree with Faithful. You see that? And you notice like he's basically like, at that point he had already had enough, because he's like, he already sees this is tomfoolery. This is foolishness.
Everybody did.
Utter foolishness.
Everybody did, obviously. I didn't, like I said, I didn't see the video until you put it up on your channel. And when I seen it, then I said, okay, this is what happened. So, and I seen the tomfoolery in it. Sorry, I'm stealing your words. Listen, I seen the tomfoolery in it. I'm like, she just basically, she don't like Faithful. And she don't like the fact that Faithful and Abu responded and with a strong argument, and Pastor Kelly has nothing to refute it. That's what it was about. That's what it was about. He gave complete wrong information.
It didn't end well for her in that discussion, and she had the nerve to lie and make it seem like Berean don't want to put the video out there because we made Faithful look bad. You know why she's saying that now? Because they have an audience now that will just listen to whatever they say and will parrot whatever they say, Sister Cherry. They got people. I was noticing that whenever she does these live streams, she's got a lot of uncritical thinkers that will just literally, they're just looking for something, anything, because they believe in that identity doctrine, and whatever these people say, they gonna believe it because they think they Israel, and that somehow we're trying to, whatever,
add it from them and keep them in captivity. Man, shut up with that, man.
That's what I'm telling you right now. Y'all can see it. So you don't got to show anymore. That's pretty much just, Sister Cherry.
I want to show you this, Faithful, before we proceed on with
real quick. But before you show that, just very quickly, I'm going to make this super abridged. So that was on the 28th, right? Of November 2019, Thanksgiving Day.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had your interaction, and she was still mad about this because
which me and G-Man had nothing to do with.
But watch this. You know why she was mad? Not because you notice I didn't disrespect her.
No, you did.
I was a gentleman, and the only time you're seeing me raise my voice is when I'm noticing she's ignoring points and she's over talking me, so I have to over talk her so I can get a point out. Because you notice every time I would make a point, she try to interrupt me or try to stop me, or so. When y'all had y'all discussion, that's where she starts with her, talking bad about people, talking about we gotta bridge the gap, we gotta have sit downs, but then she's gonna go on Berean later on that night to keep slandering people, and then that's when you came in and you were heated because she was already talking reckless.
Right.
Watch this. That happened, right?
Yeah.
Then from that point on, that was in November. In December, she tried to reach out to me to try to get me to debate Teo and we ended up having a debate on your matter of fact, it wasn't Teo, it was someone else. I forget who it was. Remember? No, actually, you know what?
It was Teo.
It was before he made his video. Matter of fact, Sister Cherry, watch this. It was someone else. It wasn't Teo. It was someone. Maybe it was Teo. Maybe it was someone else. I don't remember who it was exactly.
Jacobia?
Somebody that she reached out to me to have a debate with them. And I was like, well, why don't you tell them to reach out to me? Like, I thought to myself, like, that's weird that Sister E is always actively trying to go out of her way to get something started. I'm thinking like that just felt like clout chasing to me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at it like, if there's a legitimate reason for us to debate, we can debate. But I just felt like that was like, y'all trying to look for a come up or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was crazy to me was, do you remember I had that discussion with Teo on your channel? And boy, did he look bad in that debate. He got dragged in that debate. And I wasn't even like Pitbull faithful. I was trying to be cordial faithful. And I still dragged this man. Dragged him from here to Alabama. And this man had and then you saw what he said at the end because you ended up booting him off when he talked about the gospel is.
No, he left. He just left when I asked him about the gospel. I said, where in the gospel message is a land or nationality and all of that stuff spoke of in the gospel message? And that's when he called the gospel milk.
Sister Cherry, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? This is the same dude that thinks Jerusalem is in South Africa.
Oh,
This guy, he's off his rocker.
I want to show you something, Faithful.
All right, let me see this. Yeah. But just, real quick, while you pulling that up, I'll just say it like this. So, for everyone who's listening, when that ended up happening, she tried to reach out to me in December. Then we didn't have another conversation at all after that. She ended up blocking me because someone had gone into. So Ron Shields, aka Divine Prospect. He ended up doing this live stream to try to spin doctor a situation that took place between me and him, which I've since apologized over my role, but he never actually, I don't think he ever actually truly apologized for his role. He ended up making a live stream, Sister Cherry. You following what I'm telling you? And
yeah, I'm still here. I'm just getting this ready.
Somebody came into that live stream under my government name to try to attack Sister E.
Right, I remember that.
And they know me, they call me the fruit inspector. So I don't use any foul language. That's not my style.
No, that's not you. That's not you.
What's crazy is this person didn't even have my speech pattern. I have a particular speech pattern, a way that I type and talk, that person's speech pattern didn't even remotely resemble mine. And not only that, I had a live stream going on at the same time. I can't believe that. So I didn't even know that this guy was live because I don't pay attention to Ron Shields. Someone has to literally link me to this person's video for me to check it out to even know about it. Because I'm not subscribed. I don't watch his videos. I don't really care too much for the dude, other than just debating him to, check him for being, disingenuous. But hold on a second before you play that. do you know that this person was in there disrespecting Sister E, and she's gullible enough to think that that was actually me because they were using my government name? And then, which I don't go into anybody's chats under my government name. Like, that's just dumb. And then Blacktastic, you know, who unfortunately has taken a turn for the worse than where he was before. He at least had enough common sense to realize that wasn't me. He told Sister E in the live chat, that's not me. Remember I showed you on the 31st of December when I had that long live stream that this guy went back to delete his messages to try to hide his tracks to show that he was telling Sister E that that wasn't me. But unfortunately for him, I took screenshots. And I knew that it would come in handy because I felt like these people are so disingenuous. You just got to have receipts. So he reached out to me that I think like 2 or 3 days later to tell me about it. And I was like, nah, bro, like that wasn't me. I told him that definitely wasn't me. I don't be checking out this guy's channel. And on top of that, I had a live stream going on at the same time. I did have a live stream going on at that I had a whole debate that I was hosting. You know, it was a Trinitarian versus modalist debate. And I had no idea. Like, how am I going to be in a debate moderating, paying attention to the debate, but then somehow be over here? That makes no kind of sense. Under my government name and using language when you know I'm the fruit inspector.
Right.
And so Blacktastic saw that he was like, yeah, I figured it wasn't you. And then he went and told her, and he relayed it to her. So she knew. And it at that point, it was dead and gone. It was proven that it wasn't me. So when the Richard Katz thing happened, do you know that they tried to resurrect that to try to use that as a deflection tool to get away from the fact that they had been exposed? Their side had been exposed for the Richard Katz stuff. You know, William Brown had been exposed pretending to be a scholar. She tried to revive that dead argument and try to make it seem like, no, I really legitimately harassed her and said all that.
That's why we here, bro. That's why we here. That's why we here.
But watch this. Before you show that, I want to show the audience this though, because I got this
right here for a second, bro, because it's something in here you need to see.
Real quick, I just want to show this because this was you actually. I think this was you who took the screenshot because I got it from the brother Brian. Let me actually show this real quick.
Oh, you want to screen share?
Yeah, it's real quick. Okay. Or matter of fact, you can show it. You can show it on your end if you want, Sister.
No, I stopped. Go ahead.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send a community post. It'll be faster that way, Sister Cherry. So show it on your end. It'll just take you to the community post. So I think you'll remember this because this was crazy. Do you remember this, Sister Cherry?
Let me see.
With our our quote unquote friend Dante Fortson.
Let's see.
Let's see if you remember this one.
Okay, let me screen share because I stopped.
So the audience can remember this.
Yes, I do remember this.
Now if you could click on that, go down and show the comment so everyone can see it. What did Dante say? He said, it's my way of saying if you want to suck, you know what, call G-Man. Rumor is he gets down like that. Sister Cherry, they accused me of harassing Sister E falsely with a rumor that had already been put to rest. That wasn't me. That wasn't me in that live chat. But this actually was Dante saying that to LaRon. How come they ain't sat him down? And because they always claim that Christians are doing evil things, even though they be lying on us. How come they didn't check him for this? You notice that? You notice they don't check each other. I mentioned that in the whole interaction with Sister E. How you only go after people when it's Christians? But she ain't nearly as critical to the people on her side.
Well, when he came in the chat, when you and I was on the panel, I got that too.
Yeah, I know. And his excuse is to try to point out what other people have done. Here's the thing. This does not exonerate whatever mistakes a person has made. does not exonerate the inconsistency. Sister E is not consistent. These folks are not consistent. But go on ahead and show me this thing about Richard Katz, because I know you wanted to talk about that.
So it's funny that you mentioned about this resurrection of Richard Katz that they were trying to do, right, within her on her channel, right?
Okay.
So right here, I'm still trying to figure out how she gonna do that. How she gonna do that? And I'm about to show you why I'm saying what I'm saying. Here we go.
Gotcha.
Go on mute.
Just see those sleigh bells jingling, ring, tingle, I'm on to lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Snow is falling and friends are calling.
You want to find out who Professor Katz is, and you yourself want to do the due diligence of tracking him down and getting his information yourself. We're not going to give it to you.
So this inspired me to start taking a closer look at the emails which Kelly Richardson had showed from Brown's correspondence with Katz, both the excerpts that he put in the foreground and the screenshots he used as background. Richardson's video showed 5 emails, the first being from, Brown's initial email to Katz from December 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I want to note the dates and times as they are going to be relevant. And by the way, it was on the morning of December 3rd that the first video showing how Bunis was misrepresented came out. It was later that afternoon that Brown wrote his first email to Katz, almost as if as a reaction to the video that had come out about Bunis. But remember the time of that first email, 1:30 p.m. Then they showed Katz's reply from the same day at 2:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Katz's reply to Brown came 38 minutes after Brown sent his email. This is going to be relevant later. Brown wrote to Katz, and Katz replied 38 minutes later. Keep that in mind. Then they showed Brown's response to Katz's reply at 2:29 p.m. Eastern. Then they showed Katz's second reply at 3:12 p.m. Eastern. And then the fifth and final email they showed was another reply from Katz the next morning.
Wait, go back. Pause. Go back. I want everyone to look at that email.
I knew you was gonna find this interesting. Look.
Look at it right there. Go back a little bit. It's the other, yeah, there you go. What that say, Sister Cherry? It says Professor Richard Katz. What does it say? Hebrew Linguistic Studies. What is that?
It says right under it, Brown, it's major.
No. Do you see where it says Professor Richard Katz, Hebrew Linguistic Studies?
Yeah, Hebrew Linguistic Studies, and then Abu got it blotted out, so I can't see.
No, it's not blotted out. No. If you just make the screen bigger, you'll see it. Tel Aviv, Israel.
Oh, Tel Aviv, Israel, right there at the bottom. Yeah. Oh, you talking about at the bottom? I thought you was talking about the top. No, I can.
This man done outed himself because they claimed this guy was the Georgia professor, but here you have Tel Aviv, Israel. Not Atlanta, Georgia, or Macon, Georgia, or whatever part of Georgia that university is at. It's Tel Aviv, Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But that Richard Katz ain't in Tel Aviv, Israel, the Georgia dude.
Not at all.
He in Georgia.
He in Georgia.
And he don't know a lick of Hebrew. I'm telling you.
Ooh, but this one right here, Faithful, you and Abu put actually a double hitter in here. Double hitter. So that's why I'm getting some context, and I'm going to jump to the meat of it. And it's going to cause you probably to holler. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm going to make people holler today. Here we go.
The fifth and final email they showed was another reply from Katz the next morning, December 4th at 7:53 a.m. Eastern. As we looked closely at those emails, we noticed similarities in writing style. In my experience, what is typical in academic circles is you open an email with your greeting or salutation, and then separate that from the body of the email which follows with a line break, which is to say, moving the text that's to follow down a couple of lines by hitting your enter key a couple of times, or at least separate it with some sort of punctuation. Now, Brown will at times write emails and even social media posts which begin with a greeting and then launch right into text without starting a new line or even employing any sort of punctuation, like a period or at least a comma. And I found it interesting that the same style surfaces in a couple of Katz's emails as well, a style which in my experience is uncommon in academic circles. For example, on your screen you see Brown's email from 2:29 p.m. At the bottom, which begins, quote, "Thanks for your response, Professor. I've attached a picture," end quote, etc. Notice how there is no line break or even punctuation between that opening thanks and the self-reference which follows. And Katz's reply is above. From 43 minutes later, he opens with the same style. Quote, "Thanks for these photos, Williams. I must say," end quote, etc. Again, there is no line break or even punctuation separating that opening thanks and the self-reference which follows. So too, when we compare Brown's initial email from December 3rd at 1:30 p.m. to the last email from Katz, which was shown on the email from December 4th at 7:53 a.m., Brown opens with his greeting and then begins a new sentence, "My name is William Brown," on the same line, starting with a lowercase letter and no punctuation separating that new sentence from the greeting which preceded it. So too, Katz's reply opens, quote, "Good morning, William. Regarding your last question," end quote, etc. There's no line break or even punctuation after the greeting, and what would presumably be a new sentence, yet again, starts with a lowercase letter. Now, at this point, one might say this is simply a function of both participants in the correspondence rushing their emails. And, I would at least agree that the similar writing styles and similar approaches to punctuation between Katz and Brown by themselves would not make for a conclusive case in favor of Faithful's aforementioned suggestion. But at this point, I was starting to feel as though the curious coincidences, the curiosities, were starting to pile up a bit. Then I took another look at this YouTube community post, which Brown had put up on December 3rd,
just very quickly,
after the first email.
How a doggone professor of English, how is a professor of English not going to know how to use punctuation in a email correspondence?
Work it, Faithful. Come on. Exegete, bro.
You mean to tell me this dude is supposedly a professor of Hebrew and English, but don't know a lick of Hebrew? Because Abu pointed this out in other videos after the fact. This dude didn't know about plural. He didn't know about Hebrew phrases in the construct state, plural Hebrew phrases in the construct state. So B'nai Israel, that's a plural phrase in the construct state. B'nai, not Israel, but B'nai is a plural phrase in the construct state in Hebrew. How was it that this guy is a supposed Hebrew professor and thought that B'nai is son and not sons? That's why every translation renders it sons. B'nai Israel is rendered sons of Israel, plural, sons. But a so-called professor of Hebrew didn't know that. But then again, when you look at those emails, the guy doesn't even know how to write English correctly.
Correct.
Goodness gracious, man.
Right. And the guy in Georgia is what? An English professor, right? He deals
English professor.
So why wouldn't he know how to write?
Right. But now when we look at William Brown, look at how he writes. His writing style is sloppy, and it looks just like Richard Katz.
But see, I took this clip from your clip. Y'all listen, this clip went so hard, it was debunking information within debunking. Right. Y'all did a triple hitter actually in here. All right. So you just brought out the what was pretty much already laid out and a little bit more. But y'all did an awesome job so well, Brother Faithful. I don't even think y'all really realized how hard this clip actually hit. I analyzed it for about 4 or 5 hours, and I sat there and kept playing it over and over and over. Just watch. We're getting there.
Okay, I got you.
All right, here we go.
Publicizing Bunus's actual position had come out. In that YouTube community post, Brown shared a screenshot of Katz's first reply to him. I noticed the 38M in the top right corner, meaning that at the time Brown took the screenshot, his initial email was 38 minutes old. Remember that Brown sent his first email to Katz at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, and Katz's reply came back at 2:08 p.m. Eastern. For Brown's initial email to be 38 minutes old when he took this screenshot, it means that Brown had opened Katz's reply, read it, and took a screenshot all within a minute of it hitting his inbox, which is to say basically within seconds. Now, I admit that's possible. One could say that perhaps he had his phone in his hand when he received the email and the notification immediately drew his attention to it, and within mere seconds he saw the gravity of the reply and felt it was important to take a screenshot. That's possible, but how likely is it? At the very least, this is another one of those curious coincidences. This is another one of these curiosities that's piling up. And we had noticed before that while they did not share Katz's full mail address, his full email address, what they did show revealed that the portion before the arroba or the @ symbol was not some permutation of his name, as is typically the case with academics' emails, professors. Rather, it was the phrase Hebrew language. And whatever the domain was, it was a .com, not a .edu. Now, admittedly, there's nothing impossible about that. An academic can have a private email separate from the one his university provides him with, but it is at least a bit curious. In a vacuum, it's nothing, but against the backdrop of the various other curiosities, it becomes a bit more interesting. Now, if I can segue for a moment, I want to note that in his coverage of the controversy over the email sent to Bunis, Kelly Richardson declared on more than one occasion that Bunis, in his reply to the relevant author whom Richardson had focused on, that Bunis had also BCC'd or blind copied me. Now, that's not quite accurate. He did not blind copy or BCC me, rather he copied or CC'd me. And so too, he copied William Brown. The reason why I went on this segue now is because when Brown replied to all, he copied me as well, which would have been impossible were I blind copied. As a result, I received an email from Brown. And what I received was his reply to Bunis and the man who had mentioned his students with Israelite leanings. With that in mind, we decided to run an experiment. While we didn't know Katz's email address, we guessed that if it was, actually Brown writing these emails, then it might be a hastily thrown together email address. And working with that hypothesis, we thought that as Brown uses Yahoo for his own main email account, he might have likewise created a Yahoo account for his Katz persona, if that is, he was the author of Katz's emails. So I sent an email to HebrewLanguage@yahoo.com. Now, and immediately after that, I posted an admittedly cheeky Facebook post showing a screenshot of the email I sent, which included a garbage or non-existent email address, which I blind copied, and I'll share a link to that Facebook post in the video description. Now, the point was to convey and record that we were anticipating that a reply from Katz might show features similar to the email I received from Brown. But so too, another point of BCCing the garbage or non-existent email address was that I should immediately get a bounced back error message saying that email did not exist. But if we did get that, yet we didn't get a corresponding bounce back, error message for the Yahoo account, we would know that a HebrewLanguage@yahoo.com email address did in fact exist. Sure enough, what we, sent the BCC to got a bounce back, but the Yahoo account did not. So we knew that the Yahoo account did exist. HebrewLanguage@yahoo.com was a real email address. That said, here's the email that I sent to that Yahoo account. Quote, "Greetings, are you Richard Katz? I recently saw a video about a professor named Richard Katz who had analyzed some pictures of markings on church pews from Georgia and concluded that discernible Hebrew was found therein. If that was you, might I ask some questions about that? Sincerely, AA." End quote. And then there's a footnote at the end linking to the relevant video showing the email. Much to our glee, we received a reply from that email address. However, before I read that email, I want to return briefly to this previously mentioned YouTube community post from Brown. I want to look at this YouTube community post just so you can get a bit more of a sense of Brown's writing style and to take that with you into the look at the reply we received from Richard Katz. So starting with the second sentence at the end of the first line, the YouTube community post reads as follows, quote, "See, for us, this has always been about our family and the church history, and this isn't a debate. For us, This is about bringing a resolution to all who need it, end quote. Notice the portion which reads, for us, this is about bringing a resolution, end quote, is that portion is presumably a new thought. It could have been its own sentence. At the very least, it should have been preceded by some sort of punctuation. Now, as a disclaimer, this is not intended to disparage Brown's writing style, but rather only to give you a sense of how he writes. Aside from that, listen to this next sentence, which starts in the middle of the 5th line of this YouTube community post. Quote, see, the first presentation was only to set up the second once. You see the hand of those who oppose, and now that they've shown their hand, the proof is on them to prove this linguistic scholar wrong who definitive said it's not Arabic, end quote. It's a bit of a, how can I put this? It's a long sentence. It's somewhat of a cumbersome sentence. It's the most polite way I can put it. And keep that style of writing in mind, as now I'm going to read the email from Katz. I'll intersperse a few comments along the way. The email begins as follows, quote, thank you for emailing me. I'm Professor Katz, and I'm fully aware and very familiar with the video link you've attached concerning First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia, as well as other videos recording the subject. I've received several emails. Many were upset regarding my conclusion and findings of a discernible language on the pews in Georgia, end quote. Now, let me stop here for a moment. Notice the line which reads, quote, I've received several emails, and the line, quote, many were upset regarding my conclusion. Notice that those two lines are presumably two separate thoughts, yet there is no punctuation separating them. This is a feature.
Let me bring something out to you real quickly, Brother Faithful. He says many were upset about his conclusion. Well, who's those many? Who did you talk to?
Right. Right.
Because you ain't talked to nobody over here. You ain't talked to a Faithful. You ain't talked to a Boo. You ain't talked to no Cherry. You ain't talked to nobody over here. So who is these many that is upset with your conclusion, sir?
He was talking to the man in the mirror.
Okay. All right, let's continue, because it, like I said, it's debunking information within this information. Y'all did very well. Let's continue. Here we go.
Feature of Brown's writing. Also, as we go through this, note how this email conveniently hits every point which Brown would want a scholar in his favor to hit. So with that in mind, returning to the text of the email, I'll start again with that last sentence, which I had read in part. Quote, I've received several emails. Many were upset regarding my conclusion and findings of a discernible language on the pews in Georgia. Not to say that that's your position, but I feel it's best to share with you like I shared with others regarding my conclusion, and also due to my schedule and projects I'm involved in, I don't have the free time in my schedule.
Sorry, gotta pause again. Who did you share with others? What others did you share with, Mr. Katz? Because you shared with nobody else over here. I'm just reiterating this. Who was upset? Who did you share with? Because all of us on this side, the Christian side, you haven't talked to none of us, okay? Other than this email that was sent, right, to Abu. This is the only communication we got. So what conclusions, what video, what other emails do you got to state that you talked to the rest of us or anybody from this side? So I just wanted to point that out again. Here we go.
To go into full details regarding the breakdown and process, end quote. Note that that's a single sentence, and it is somewhat reminiscent of that last sentence I just read from the YouTube community post. Aside from that, conveniently, the professor preemptively informs me that he's too busy to get into the details of his findings. So, pointing to the precise markings where the relevant Hebrew terms are found might not be possible at this time. That's, it's sort of a device to rule out showing where the alleged Hebrew terms appear. Now, there are only two sentences left in the body of the email. The first sentence is short, while the second sentence meanders in a way which is indicative of Brown's writing style. Here, listen to this. Quote, let me start by saying this, and I hope this answers your questions, period. William Brown didn't misrepresent or misquote my findings of a discernible language on the pews. In fact, upon his request, I gave him permission to share my conclusion regarding the pews, my field of study. And
wait, Brother Faithful, Abu didn't ask nothing about that. He said he just wanted to know and talk to him about his findings. He never mentioned William Brown. He never mentioned any of these key points. He never mentioned any of that in his question from the last email that Abu sent to him.
Real quick, I want you to take notice of something.
Mm-hmm.
He says, my field of study and expertise brought me to the conclusion that Solitreo and Hebrew block letters are on the pews based upon several high-resolution images of the pews that were sent to me by William Brown. But keep in mind that this dude, when Abu asked him, he acts like he's too busy. But all he had to do was forward the email that he had with William Brown if he supposedly had this so-called correspondence. But more importantly, the fact that he doesn't know that Solitreo and Hebrew block letter, first of all, Solitreo, because this actually happened in one of the correspondences when they were showing it. The fact that the cat's persona didn't know that Solitreo is itself, it's a script. It's no, pardon me. It's a
Ladino, something like that.
No, it's a script. Solitreo is a script.
Okay.
It's cursive. Hebrew.
Okay.
All right. On the other hand, Hebrew block letters. There was, matter of fact, I wish I could. Oh goodness.
It's almost like writing English in.
No.
Ain't it? Ain't it like that?
There's a correspondence where he confused the two, Sister Cherry. And I remember seeing that and I thought to myself, wow, I'm a complete and utter layman. And I know that there's a distinction. And this guy, the way that because they showed it in one of the shows, this guy, the persona, sounded about as, forgive my language, as ignorant as William Brown on this topic. Like his answers sounded like William Brown answers. Man, I tell you what, it is bad. It is bad because it seemed like the character was conflating Ladino with Solitreo. And Ladino and Solitreo are two different things. The Ladino language is, if you want to know what it is, Ladino is for Sephardic Jews what Yiddish is for Ashkenazi Jews.
Okay.
So Yiddish is a Germanic language that has certain Hebrew phrases laced in, right? So Yiddish is like hot got hopping gindert, like it sounds like German, but then it'll have like little Hebraic phrases that are pronounced in a very Germanic way.
Okay.
Now, so whenever you hear people say, like if they hear people say Elohim, which is actual Hebrew, like the phrase Elohim is actual Hebrew, some of the Hebrew Israelites that don't know any better will ignorantly claim that that's Yiddish, and that's not Yiddish. That's actual Hebrew. That's biblical Hebrew. Ladino, on the other hand, much like Yiddish, Ladino is a Spanish language. It sounds exactly like Spanish, with the exception that it'll have Hebrew phrases laced in. So the word Ladino comes from the word Latino, right? Like, or it's equivalent to the phrase Latino.
Okay.
Because it comes from the Latin language, and obviously Spanish coming from the Latin, it's a Romanance language. So Ladino sounds like Spanish, just like Yiddish sounds like German, basically.
Okay.
With certain Hebrew phrases laced in. Now check this out. This cat's persona didn't know the difference between Solitreo, which is a script, and Ladino, which is a language. He thought Solitreo was Ladino.
Oh, okay. So I was even confused. Okay.
Sister Cherry, how many professors of Hebrew do you venture? How many professors of Hebrew would you venture to say would not know the difference between those two if they're an actual professor?
Oh, that's absurd. They would know the difference.
They would know the difference. If they're actual if any professor of Hebrew is going to know the difference. If he actually knows the history of the language, and if he studied in the history of the diasporic languages of the Jews, like Yiddish and Ladino, he's going to know that Ladino is not the same thing as Solitreo script. it's silly to me, and it shows that these guys don't. And matter of fact, to me, just the mere fact that the cat's persona didn't know something as simple as that, and he didn't know Hebrews in the construct state, plural phrases in Hebrew in the construct state, that in and of itself, that exposes the character. It shows that this cannot be a actual Hebrew professor. It sounds like someone like William Brown, because William Brown doesn't actually know what he's talking about, and Kelly Richardson doesn't. Matter of fact, you know, it's funny. If you could do me a favor, go to my channel real quick. Go to my channel.
No, because I got to show you something.
Okay, go ahead and show. After this is done, I want to show you something to add on to this. Okay.
Yes, it's gonna all add up. Here we go. Let's go. So, because we worked on going through the sentences, y'all were doing the punctuation, right? So I'm focusing on the way that they speak, but there was something else in here that y'all picked up. Hold on. Here we go.
Expertise brought me to the conclusion that Solitreo and Hebrew block letters are on the pews based upon several high-resolution images of the pews that were sent to me by William Brown, period. Best wishes, Richard Katz, PhD, end quote. By the way, did you notice that he capitalized the H in PhD? Honestly, I think it's highly unlikely that any scholar who has actually earned a doctorate in philosophy would capitalize the H in PhD. Rather, they'd leave it lowercase. However, you know who does write PhD that way? William Brown, and we actually have examples of that. Let's turn to that infamous Boom Church panel discussion, which took place back on the 22nd of November. And I'm going to pick it up at about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark, in a portion where he says he reached out to a student at Tel Aviv University to ask them to reach out to one of their professors for help in deciphering the pews. Here, take a look at this.
So I just reached out to a brother that I know who's a student at Tel Aviv University, because I knew that we needed to get this. So I inboxed him on Facebook. I blurred his name because of the fact that I don't want people harassing him. Plus,
okay, let me pause there. Listen to me, faithful. This man said that he reached out to a brother that attends Tel Aviv University, right?
Right.
In regards to this. So hold on. How y'all resurrecting a professor in Georgia when your Tel Aviv student here, who supposedly is in Tel Aviv, Israel, attending Tel Aviv University?
Sister Cherry, look at the writing style of the so-called student. Shalom, okay. Rabbi William. Yes, I'll forward it. It's the same writing style.
There you go.
This dude is all of a schizophrenic at this point. Like this dude pretending to be students, pretending to be professor.
And why would a student at Tel Aviv University be reaching back all the way into the United States, Georgia, for a professor that deals with English and don't even deal with Semitic languages? This man said he was going to reach out to one of his professors, right? So that means at that school, Tel Aviv University, not no place in Georgia. They lying. You can't resurrect it unless this student don't exist either, Brother Faith.
Oh my goodness. And what's crazy is, oh my goodness, this is so sad. I forgot about how bad this was. All right, go on ahead.
All right. So he said that he was reaching out to a student, right, that attends Tel Aviv University, right here in the blue. Shalom, broker, whatever, Tavav, whatever.
Because they were denying that. We didn't say Tel Aviv University. Meanwhile, he said he was reaching out to a student at Tel Aviv University to find, can you put me in contact with a PhD with the H capitalized?
Right. Linguist of someone who is credible scholar in ancient Hebrew language. I've attached the pews. Thanks in advance. Shalom. So wait a minute. Why in the world, if the professor is originally from Georgia, right, which I think William Boone is in, you could have did that yourself. But hold on, the student is in.
That's a good point. Say that one more time. Say that one more time about William Brown. He's in Georgia. Say that one more time.
So I believe that William Boone because Boom, when I looked it up, Boom Church, I believe it's in Georgia.
In Georgia, yes.
And so if this Georgia professor is in Georgia, he could have did that himself and reached out to this professor himself. Why would you have to reach out to this student who's in Tel Aviv? So you going internationally just to come back into the States? That don't make no sense. And then on top of that, wait a minute. The student says, Shalom, William, yes, I will forward the information over to one of my professors. One of my professors. So wait a minute.
If he's a student at Tel Aviv University, then by the implication is that the professor is in Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv University.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch, Sister Che. That's a real good catch.
They lying.
They playing games.
They playing games.
Hold on a second. Can we contrast this real quick? Let's do a compare and contrast real quick.
All right.
Because you already know, if you just forward the video, just forward it a little bit so they can see that we had caught him red-handed with the phone and you got go all the way to the part where I think he showed the and then you can go right back to 1425. There you go. No. If you go more forward. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Right there. That's the one. That's when we had caught them red-handed with the information. The same phone. They even had the same. Yes, we already know that if you use a Gmail, a Yahoo, the SPF, all that. But but like even Abu said, it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely that two people in two different continents going through two different servers are going to come out with the same SPF. They're using the same model phone on the same device. I mean, it is bad, and they have the same writing style. It's just bad. But watch this. Watch this. Now go back to 14. What was it? 14 and whatever it was.
14. We were right up in here. 1425. Right a little bit after this. Right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, this is where we're at.
Try to get in so when it zoom in a little bit. Yeah,
right here. Let's see. Does it go any closer? Yeah, right here. Okay. So, family, look at your screen.
No. Yeah. A little bit more. Just a little bit more.
That's as far as it's going to go, Brother Faithful.
Okay, you good? Okay. How about this, Sister Che? Go to...
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, watch this. Go to my... Now, I want you to do me a favor. Go to my channel. And I want you to go to the... So go to the video that says the Richard Katz Deception Revisited. So it's the one with the cat. It has I think it's a leopard.
Okay. Give me a second.
And then in that video, what I want you to do is I want you to go forward in the video to where the plumber is.
Okay. The plumber.
Our friend the plumber.
Oh Lord. Okay, I'm trying to get at this full screen. Okay, cool. All right. So you said I'm gonna go back to screen share.
So we're about to go to the plumber.
But you get what I'm saying, Brother Faith.
No, I totally get what you're saying. That makes because they were trying to deny that he was in Tel Aviv.
Right. They can't deny that. Because you reached out to a so-called student at Tel Aviv who said he's going to reach out to my professor.
Yeah, Tel Aviv University. They had denied that he was in Tel Aviv University. And
exactly. This student ain't in Georgia, bro. Tel Aviv
right.
In Georgia, the United States. That's in Israel. So trying to shift the location, impossible. Here we go.
Right.
Okay, faithful to God. That's pretty much the part that I really wanted, but I just got y'all some context.
No, don't leave that page because you're doing it on the page. You want to leave that page. If you can go to the other one.
Talking about here?
Yeah, because if you click on that tab, because you're already there. So all you got to do is just go to the videos.
Okay.
So if you could just scroll up and then it'll be much easier that way instead of typing it out.
Oh.
Right. Then just click on faithful to God. Right. And then right there, video, and then go to the one with the leopard.
With the leopard? Okay.
Yeah, right there. It's right there. The second video.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. The cute little cat with the pretty blue eyes.
No, 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 no. You got to go up, Sister Cherry. You got to go up.
Oh, I do? Okay.
I know you wanted to. Oh, well, you could go there too. That is because you got the video there too.
Okay, hold on. Okay, this one?
No, the one with the cat, the one that you were just at. I mean,
oh, the cute little cat.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, because that's the actual video, right?
Okay, right here.
So click on that video, and I want you, as soon as you see the plumber, just hit play. So it's towards the end.
Are asking to meet the professor. Everybody's saying he don't exist.
No, go all the way to the end. All the way to the end. Right there, right there. There you go.
Okay, I'll come back just a little right there. Okay.
Yep.
Play here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
But I just want to know, you got Abu, faithful to God, you got Berean, then you got Berean said he tried to give a man $300, a private investigator or something said in there, $300 to find this Richard Katz guy. And he said that and nobody could find him. This is why I'm making a video, because nobody could find him, right? And Berean even said that the guy came back and told him the man don't exist. So here's my thing. I'm plumber. During the first video Berean made after Abu's video talking about it, while he was talking about it, I got on my computer at that very moment and I typed in Richard Katz linguist. And the very first thing that popped up on the screen was a Richard Katz PhD in language. And then I looked in the comment section and there was 2 other people that said they found it too while Berean's talking. So my question is, how is it? Now, I'm not saying that that's the guy. I'm not saying the guy I found is the guy. But he's right there in Atlanta.
He's not the guy, but I'm going to mention him.
Well, I'm going to mention him. Right. Come on, man. Like, really? Anybody can bring up Richard Katz, but
you know why he brought him up? The whole reason he brought him up is because he misunderstood what we were saying. When we said in our video, the one that you were playing, that one with the everything with the IP and all that, when we said we couldn't locate a Hebrew professor in Tel Aviv named Richard Katz, not Tel Aviv University, just Tel Aviv in general,
right?
Like, located in Tel Aviv named Richard Katz. This dude thought we were saying we can't find anybody named Richard Katz who has a PhD. Like, how can you possibly? He thought like we couldn't find anybody named Richard Katz who had a PhD. That goes to show you how uncareful a lot of these guys have been in following the argument, following what's actually being said. We were saying we cannot find a Richard Katz who has a PhD in Hebrew in Tel Aviv. A professor of Hebrew in Tel Aviv, a Hebrew-based professor, a Hebrew professor who is Tel Aviv based. We couldn't find anybody named Richard Katz with that sort of background. And this dude went and made a whole video ranting about Richard Katz. Like now go ahead, Sister Che. Go on ahead and play that, because go keep playing that video.
Hold on, but no, I'm keeping this up. But hold on, the student he's supposed to be reaching out to is at Tel Aviv University.
And said that I'll get one of my professors, right?
My professor. So meaning that this student is supposed to be getting a professor at Tel Aviv University.
But watch this. Do you know that we actually, not just because they're gonna say, oh, well, you guys only looked in Tel Aviv. This dude Abu looked for every university and could not find a Richard Katz in any of them.
Not just a boo, but guess what? Cherry Love, Kevin G, Brother Brian
couldn't find
man one. Not.
And the thing is, what people don't realize is that Abu didn't just search in English. Abu searched in Hebrew. See, a lot of these guys haven't thought like, you know, because a lot of them don't actually know Hebrew, to actually type out Hebrew characters, the Hebrew characters indicating Richard Katz's name in Hebrew, and the fact that he's teaching Hebrew in the Hebrew language, you know, Ibrit, you know, man, I tell you what, it is bad when you cannot find this person and you can find pretty much any other professor worth his salt. I mean, if you're a professor, you want people to find you as a professor, obviously, because this is your field of study. You won for students, number one, right? It makes sense that you would want people to find you.
Right. And look what he says. I know you're a student at Tel Aviv University. Can you put me in contact with a PhD linguist or someone who is a credible scholar in ancient Hebrew language? I've attached the pews. Thanks in advance. So he cannot move away and say, oh, the student ain't really from bruh, nah.
But real quick, let's go back to that video because I want people to see how bad this is with the Richard Katz Georgia guy.
Well,
that's the one they trying to go for now, Sister Cherry.
They can't because the student is supposed to be getting this professor at Tel Aviv University.
But this is the nail in the coffin. Watch this. Watch this.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Jewish guy. He's involved in the in a Jewish congregation, and it looked like to me like maybe even a Jewish school, right? And he's teaching some kind of language in the school. I don't know if it's Hebrew or English or whatever, and he had a PhD. He's a linguist. So how is it me, little old me, a plumber, can barely even work this technology, I can get online and I can find a Richard Katz, PhD in language, a linguist. But Abu can't find one. Faithful to God can't find one. Berean can't find one, and neither can Berean's private investigator. Berean, I don't think he's really a private investigator. So my question is this: what's really going on? What's really going on?
So this is what the man in the video was referring to. A guy with the same name who got a PhD in linguistics from the University of Georgia in 2016. Well, the University of Georgia's linguistics department actually posts the doctoral dissertations of recent PhDs. And when you scroll down to the...
Stop, Faithful. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a little question real quick. Let me go back.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question. Do that look Jewish to you at all, brother?
Right.
It look like some type of Jewish school. Does that look anywhere?
Does that look like Tel Aviv? That is funny.
Jesus,
University
listen.
of Georgia.
You know,
listen, Sister Cherry, that might be that Georgia over there in Russia. You know, by the Caucasus. That over there near Russia. You know that Georgia that's in the Caucasus Mountains out there. No, let me
And it's funny. It's funny. Real quick, right? Real quick, right? I just want to. Let me see. Hold on. Go here. Yeah. I'm petty. Yeah, I'm real petty. Watch this, right? University of Georgia, right? Do I got the right one? Yeah, okay. University of Georgia. Let's see. Does that look like a Jewish school to you, Brother Faithful? Now, these some screenshots. Okay, this right here look like any other American school. Listen, with a whole stadium. Does this look anywhere like a Jewish school to you, sir, Mr. Plumber? Because what was you looking at? See, Brother Faithful, why do these people think we stupid? Like, why?
You know what's crazy though? But wait, go back to that video for a second. Go back to the video. Watch.
All right. I just wanted to be petty.
I want everybody to catch that video because this is silly. Watch.
All right, here we go.
Actually posts the doctoral dissertations of recent PhDs. And when you scroll down to the year 2016, you can find a link to the relevant gentleman's doctoral dissertation titled The Resultative in Gothic. When you click on that link, you get a PDF of that dissertation. The piece is on the Gothic language, which is a Germanic language. It's not a Semitic language. Moreover, Hebrew is not mentioned even once throughout the nearly 300 pages of this dissertation. If you can find the gentleman's LinkedIn page, you'll see that the gentleman's BA and MA, just say his bachelor's degree and his master's degree, were in English. So none of his degrees pertain to Hebrew. On top of that, when he lists the languages that he has at least some proficiency in, he lists Spanish and German, but he interestingly does not list Hebrew. At this point,
wait, stop it right there. Stop it right there. Stop it right there. He lists the languages outside of English, obviously, because that's his degree, that he has proficiency in Spanish, limited working proficiency, German elementary proficiency, no Hebrew. He doesn't have a degree in Hebrew. He doesn't even have any, as far as what he lists here, he doesn't even have proficiency in Hebrew, Sister Cherry. But remember, they're going to say, well, do you have to have a proficiency in Hebrew to talk? Didn't you say, Abu, that in order to have a discussion, you didn't need to be an expert? But the point is that you guys are claiming he's an expert. You're claiming that he's a Hebrew professor. But this doggone Richard Cass can't even speak the language. He probably don't even know how to spell Hebrew. But maybe he know how to spell it in English, but he sure don't know how to spell it in Hebrew.
This is terrible. Listen, man, y'all just
is this not bad? Like, are you seeing how silly this is? Now look, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. Look, because I gotta head on out in a second. But look.
Oh, that's okay, because we pretty much done after this.
Oh, listen. So what did we learn today, y'all? Sister E likes to lie.
Mm-hmm.
She likes to project because she'll say people are slandering her while she slanders everybody.
Mm-hmm.
These people lie about, man, it is bad. You know, it is bad. You know, it is desperate for them. When they've already been exposed on this cat's lie back in December, and they try to resurrect it here in April, had the nerve to resurrect it, knowing good and well this was going to backfire on them again, Sister Mary. Again. I'm telling you, there is no justification. There ain't no justification, Sister Cherry.
Oh no, it sure isn't. It sure isn't unless your student it done what teleported to Georgia.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Listen, look, this some real live Sims stuff. You remember the game The Sims?
Oh man, this is terrible. And y'all can't wiggle out of this one. Listen, Brother Faithful, the only option is to talk to their echo chamber, because everybody outside their echo chamber, we're not buying y'all foolishness, and we know you lying. Okay.
This is bad, yeah.
And then hold on, Brother Barine said that he hired his own private investigator who was a marshal. Okay, now I don't have all that man's details. Brother Barine does, but this is what Brother Barine said on his own channel. So the man said that man don't exist. So listen, there is no question about it. Barine, you got your own information, not to mention you see the other evidence, not to mention all that their testimonies has been insufficient, talking about the Hebrew Israelites, the ones who presented this garbage. It's game over. Let it go. Hold that L, okay? Hold that lie. And listen, it's done. It's over with.
You know what's crazy? Berean done caught on to their lies. We knew about their lies.
We've been,
and they still lying.
Still lying.
Oh my goodness.
Still lying. Didn't God say he hate a lying tongue, Brother Faithful?
That's right.
But I sworn he said that. Okay.
Matter of fact, don't it say that no liars shall inherit the kingdom of God? Outside are the liars.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. Y'all keep them in prayer. Please keep those
Yeah.
people in prayer. And stop lying on my sister Cherry. Y'all just wicked.
Stop lying on my brothers, period. All
I mean,
of them.
they just like it's that bad that they gotta make up lies. Now you're a stripper. Look, listen, no, I'm telling you, like Sister Cherry, I won't be surprised if they try to make you into a serial killer next, or I don't know, man. It's bad. You know what I mean?
Brother Faithful.
They're gonna say that you was shooting up the bank on what was that movie with Queen Latifah in the 90s? The one with the what was that movie called?
Oh, Set It Off, bro.
Set It Off. Yeah, you was in Set It Off. Oh, Sister Cherry was shooting up a bank. Sister Cherry, because yeah, I'm telling you, it's gonna get to the point.
Bro, let me show you how crucial I am to debunk that lie, right? So I'm a stripper, right? I work at a strip club, right? Okay. So here I am. Right?
Wait a minute.
I'm on Bareen's channel. Guess where? At work.
That's right. That's right.
At work, bro. I'm on his channel live debunking her, right? And I got my camera down and I'm at work.
That's right. Look, we believe you, Sister Cherry, but I'll tell you what, boy, I mean, it's like everything that they've had to say, like why even go this far to lie? Why they gotta lie?
Well, bro, when folk become so desperate, right? When folk become so desperate and you're not walking in Christ, you bound to do anything, right? Because remember in Romans chapter 1, God said you suppress the truth of God, right? And you just basically, God turns you over to a reprobate mind. So let's focus on the reprobate mind or this debased mind. Mm-hmm. That mind is liable to do anything. When God lets you go, turn you over to yourself, God knows what you will do. Right. See what I'm saying? Because there's no restraint there. So you will lie, you will kill, you will fornicate, you will adultery, you'll do whatever, right? Because there's no boundaries, right? And so for her to talk about this, she got the Holy Spirit. And in one of the videos, she said, the Holy Spirit convicts you of not to bear false witness, but baby, you bear false witness. So thank you for letting us know you don't have the Holy Spirit. She's right. The Holy Spirit will convict you not to bear false witness, not to lie, not to do those things that God does not like, right? But you done did all of them.
Yeah. I just say keep them in prayer,
That's all you can do. That's all we can do. That's it.
But look here, I'm gonna step on out. I think that was more than enough. We could have kept going, by the way.
Oh, bro, we could have kept going. Listen, bro. I think we laid it down. And if anybody who is gonna roll with that lie, that's because they want to. You see what I'm saying? Not because they don't know, not because we're not sure, baby. The evidence is there. And you and Abu did a darn well job. I say pure excellence, bro.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. All the glory goes to God. Amen. And listen, them people need to repent, but I mean, the evidence is just there. And anybody that got 2 eyes and got 2 ears is going to be able to hear and see it for themselves, Sister Cherry. But I definitely appreciate you, sis. Thank you for having me on. I'm going to go ahead and head on out. God bless you. Don't let them get you down. It's all a bunch of nonsense. We just got to keep them in prayer. Remember, these people, they need Christ. They really do need Christ.
That's right. That's right. Amen. I agree with you, Brother Faithful. And listen, it's a privilege to call you my brother.
Same here, sister. It's a privilege to call you my sister. I appreciate you. God bless you, sis. And thank you for the chat, for y'all holding Sister Cherry down, for defending Sister Cherry, and also for defending me and defending, everybody who's been involved in this, because we got to fight for truth. And these people, they caught up in the lies, but we got to keep them in prayer. Hopefully one day the Lord will remove the scales from their eyes and they'll be able to see this clearly. But look here, I'm going to head on out. Thank you, Sister Cherry, and I will talk to you. God bless y'all. All right.
God bless you too, dear brother. So listen, family, I'm going to give the final conclusion here. So, and I want to thank my brother Faithful to God for coming on to literally go break all of this stuff down and to represent the evidence to you, which is overwhelming. Listen, family, I'm going to tell you something. When you truly have the Holy Spirit, you're not going to go out there and lie. When you truly have the Holy Spirit, you're not going to go out there and bear false witness. If you truly got the Holy Spirit, you're not going to go out there and slander. If you truly got the Holy Spirit, you're not going to do those things that we've been seeing coming from the other side, those who call themselves Hebrew Israelites, family. Listen, God has caused us to walk in integrity and clarity with conviction and upright, justly in his name. You feel me? So listen, all that you can, that you see, all of this evidence that's been presented by myself, Brother Faithful, even Abu, and countless of other Christian apologists, listen, the evidence is laid out right before you, that these people are flat out lying, right? And Brother Faithful to God is right. They need to repent. I'm calling them to repent. But see, you know what? As long as that pride is in the way, right? They keep their pride before them. They're not going to repent. And that's on them. That's on them. And guess what? It's going to be, they got to answer before God himself. Listen, family, it pays not to lie. Be honest. Be honest. Listen, our identity, which I just pointed out to you some days ago in Galatians chapter 3, verse 27. Listen, our identity is in Christ. Listen, believers, real believers, those who are in Jesus Christ, got Jesus Christ, about Jesus Christ, the body of Christ, we don't have to go through all of this. We ain't got to go through no DNA. We ain't got to be making up fake scholars, fake students, going over here to Tel Aviv, Georgia, and all this up. We ain't got to do that. Why? Because God is omnipresent. He with us all day, every day. He's our identity when we wake up. He's our identity when we go through the day. He's our identity going through the night. And he's our identity when we lay down in our slumber. Oh, body of Christ, you got way more than what folk really understand. I pray to God that you fully understand what you got. When you got the Lord Jesus Christ, you got everything. You ain't got to do all of this. You ain't got to do this lying. You ain't got to look for no pews, no seats to validate you. People that what they set their butts in, you looking for something, somebody's butt to validate you? Oh, baby, something is wrong. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, on behalf, not only myself, but every Christian apologist, it is God that validates us. And body of Christ, I know that is God that validates you. Listen, these people with this low budget understanding, they don't even come close. I'm not trying to sound puffed up or anything like that, but listen, body of Christ, after what we just reviewed and what y'all done seen past tense and all of that other stuff, baby, listen, they not even fit to tie your shoes at this point because the devil has brought them down so low. And it's shameful. It's shameful that people who are walking around here with an identity crisis, but yet steadily claiming God. People who claim God are who are in God, they ain't got no identity crisis. They know they got God backing them and God before them, that God is their all in all, their identity. You Hebrew Israelites is too busy trying to appeal to the flesh. Really, what have you proven? What have you proved since 1886? Besides that you can lie. Really? Besides you whining and trying to play victim. Besides you wanting to pull the race card. Listen, baby, that card is played out. Your 51 years or your 100 years of fame has ran out, boo. And listen, it is best for you to just stay in your echo chamber. To the ones that's willing to feed off your lie. I think it's sick. Eating somebody else's vomit, I think that's sick. And you eating off their vomit, I think that's sick. But see, body of Christ, we don't eat vomit. We want that daily bread. That daily bread, which is the truth of God. See? And see, it's something about being in God. that instills justice, that instills mercy, that instills love and righteousness. God cloaks us in his righteousness. And listen, to move this kind of way, baby, listen, Cherry Love can't move like that. I can't move like this. And body of Christ, let me tell you something. Saved folk don't do this. Saved folk don't sit up here and go around here making up people. Saved folks don't get up here and just lying everywhere they go. Saved folks don't sit up here and slander and do all this kind of ratchet stuff. Listen, I know some of y'all didn't like when I've been calling them hood rats and stuff like that, but baby, listen, only hood rats move like this. Unsaved hood rats, and I'm talking about these are some large rats with big lies. Listen, family, and I'm speaking to everybody. Is it worth your soul to operate in a lie and end up in a fiery hell? I say no. I say no. Listen, I understand about social justice. I understand that things are unfair. Man is unfair, but God has remained just to all of us. His justice has never been unfair. His justice has been righteous and fair. These people don't have a right to do what they do. And what? Just to call yourself Israel? Okay, so you call yourself Israel today. Now what? You still a liar. You just another person that calls yourself Israel. And guess what? You still full of sin. You still operating in sin. Ain't nothing just about them people. They're in a cult. They ain't got nothing to offer. Listen, if Christian apologists were lying, me and Brother Faithful just alone shouldn't have been able to do what we did today. Listen, even if Brother Faithful didn't come up here, listen, I shouldn't have been able to call them out the way I did. Heck, Brother Faithful could have been up here by himself. He shouldn't be able to do it. But see, when you operating in truth, the truth is always going to fall in line. All ducks in the row are going to line up. That's how the truth operates. But all of this, notice this shifting and this turning and this tweaking and this up and down, back and forth, back and forth. He say, she say, we say, and change that, flip that. Listen, you're doing too much. Okay? Stop tapping your Cabbage Patch shoes with your cantankerous self and go sit down. The best thing, Hebrew Israelites, that you can do at this point is shut your mouth. Be quiet and repent. That's your other option. If you're going to open your mouth, you need to repent. Even to the ones that's within your camps that see that, listen, that y'all lied blatantly. And I'm not finna ride with this. And I have to commend them. I wish they would come out the occult and think about it. If they lied about something big like this, because you know, something within apologetics, and when you do, it doesn't matter what area it is, you don't lie on scholarship. That is forbidden, right? That's why Garfield acted the way he acted. That's why Faithful acted the way he acted. Abu and Barine and so on and so on. That's why it was like, what? We can't believe nothing that comes out your mouth. Your only option is this. If you're not going to repent, shut your face. But if you are going to open your face, repent. Be honest. And you can regurgitate and try to resurrect whatever lie you want to, baby. From the looks on this screen that I'm looking at right now, it looks very bleak. It looks very bleak. And mind you, these are the words that came out of William Brown's mouth. Your pastor mouth, you know, your crony's mouth. And one thing from what I've seen ever since that day, William Brown hasn't had nothing to say. I haven't heard him speak since since December, really. I think December or maybe early January. Maybe y'all might need to follow his lead on that one. Shut up. Because the more you lie, the worse it's going to get. And playing victim, That ain't gonna work. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if you you might want to get you a different PR, because Sister E is not a good one. Not a good one. Because that video, baby, that video, it prompted all of this, right? So, Sister Slander, Ethel, if you listening, baby girl, you need to stop and go sit down. Keep Cherry Love and her brothers out your mouth and stop all that lying, right? Go head on. You want to operate in false doctrine? Knock yourself out, right? But I will tell you this. You continue to lie, we're going to continue to debunk you, okay? And your game of playing victim, baby, that's over. That's over. Wash that up and throw that in the garbage, because that's done. And I will say this to Brother Bahrain. Brother Bahrain, I love you, and I'm still praying for you, right? But I'm going to tell you something. If you reaching for the truth, you looking for the truth, operate in full truth, right? Not saying that you haven't, but go all the way. Don't just stop and suppress anything because, again, you fearful of what they're going to do. Now, I'm not saying that that's totally the case, but what I'm saying is, if you want the truth to come out, go all the way with the truth, bro. And listen, you said out of your own mouth, you had a private investigator to look into it for yourself. And that man told you that man didn't exist. Not to mention on top of the evidence that Brother Faithful, Brother Abu, and the rest of us have presented. They lied. They've been lying the whole time, bro. They've been lying the whole time. Ain't no integrity in lying. Listen, I understand that you open for dialogue, and I ain't knocking you for that. But bruh, how much dialoguing can you do with a person that will not tell the truth? What answers are you going to get truly from a person that will not tell the truth? That's my question. So, thank you so much, Word Like Fire. Thank you so much. 93 Edward, yeah. Yeah. The smear campaign, listen, we ain't smear, listen, we do not have to lie on these people, as you can see. If anything, they put themselves out there like that. They do this to themselves. And they begging on y'all to be too stupid not to know the doggone difference. But listen, I have faith in God that y'all intelligent, right? Y'all not riding off on anti-intellectualism, okay? God has given you a brain. God has given you the capacity to think, right? Critical thinking. All you got to do is kick back and think about it. I hate to be redundant, but again, look at this right here in your face. Look at this in your face. Now, all of a sudden, the professor is from Georgia, when the student that he reached out to is from what? So-called Tel Aviv University, right? And the so-called student said, I will reach out to one of my professors, right? If you look at vocabulary or reading comprehension skills, my is possessive, meaning this is my professor, or this is my school, this is my whatever. My is possessive, right? My people, you know, God has said that. How does it go? If my people, which is called by my name, shall what? Humble themselves, and so on. And so God is taking what? Ownership. My is a form of possessive. It's a form of what? Ownership. So this student that he so-called is reaching out to goes to Tel Aviv University, and he's going to reach out to his professor, so-called at what? Tel Aviv University. So where did Georgia come up from? Oh, the plumber. Now we riding off of plumbers, y'all. Come on, y'all. I'm not saying a plumber can't be smart. I'm just saying this plumber right here that we just seen ain't smart at all. wrong city, wrong state, wrong country, bruh. We're looking for Richard Katz. It's international. That's what they said. And he don't exist. Not even internationally. So what that tell you, family? I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna speak for myself. Y'all are intelligent enough to come to your own conclusion. For Cherry Love, I don't believe nothing that they say. If you can lie on God, you'll lie on anything else out there. And they proved that by busting this move. Oh, and Sister Slander, don't think about flagging this video, right? Because you called my name all day long, right? Remember, you said I was a stripper. So what am I doing? Not stripping. Keep my name out your mouth, okay? Listen. You're not ready for a faithful to God. You're not ready for a G-Man. You're not ready for a Cherry Love. You're not ready for a vocab. You're not ready for an Abu. You're not ready for Nat. Listen, even the Christians in this comment section, you ain't even ready for them. Didn't your mama teach you not to lie? Miss Israel? Didn't God teach you not to lie? All right, you too busy trying to find out that you Israel. So you don't miss much value in life and still missing. So listen, stop lying. Stop lying. And listen, family, I think I can definitely say this. All Christian apologists are willing to answer your questions. We're not hiding. We're not sliding. We ain't lying. We ain't drinking and stanking. We ain't doing none of that. We ain't scared to answer no questions. Okay? We ain't scared. And if we know, we know. If we don't, we don't. That's how it worked with us. But all this lying and chucking and jiving that they doing and this other stuff, slandering and stuff, we ain't in that. Now, if that's what you're looking for, then them your people to look for. But Christian apologists, we willing to answer your questions. And we keeping it real. We are keeping it real. But I got to say it again. And I think Bareen said it well. Sister E, you started all of this. And all of this is your fault. Grow up and take responsibility. If not, keep our names out your face. Because every time you open up your face and slander one of us and come with more lies, this the butt whooping you gonna get. So keep campaigning, you gonna get elected. I'm not playing with you. None of us is. And that goes to the rest of the Hebrew Israelite movement. Keep campaigning for that butt whooping, you gonna get elected. You gonna get elected. And ain't no point of you crying about nothing. Period. And one more thing to you, Brother Bareen. Listen, as I stated before, I've been through quite a few of your videos, even videos that wasn't addressed in pews or Christian apologists. You know, y'all done went through other various subjects and stuff. Listen, bro, it's so much lies and errors up there that they don't spew on your platform, bro. Like I said earlier, I would need a whole year and a half to go through it. And I don't think one apologist, just one by themselves, can go through all of that. That will take time. Now, I went through a few. And it's so much error in it. It's ridiculous. So I'll say this, you know, I love all of y'all, but what I will not tolerate lying. I'm open for dialogue. We all are. But all of this lying and sliding that these people have done is just ridiculous. And it's shameful. And it's out of pocket. And it shows no type of integrity at all. Y'all need to grow up. Talking about the Hebrew Israelites, y'all need to grow up. You're looking for a free ride and you're looking for somebody to hold your hand and literally take the foolishness off of you and say it's all right. No, it's not. Sometimes you need to get slapped across your face with the truth. Be honest. Stop lying on people. Stop lying on God. Stop lying on information and stop making up stuff. You look ridiculous. And if you find yourself that can't operate like a normal human being, maybe y'all need to pay a visit to a psychiatrist. Something is gone wrong. If you're in that bad of a shape, you need to go and find you a doctor. And the number one doctor that I prescribe is Dr. Jesus, Dr. Grace, because all of y'all need a heart transplant. That's facts. And that's the only thing Dr. Law been telling you for the past time that you've been living. You're a disgrace. And got the nerve to sit up here and complain and whine and play victim. You better get somewhere. Cherry love is not binding. And I don't care. Everybody can say, cherry love, that's not operating in love. You shouldn't say it like that. I did. Oh, and by the way, I bet not hear y'all banging on Christians about holidays until you deal with your girl. I got to get back to my family. It's the holiday. I celebrate holidays too. Ain't that what she said? Right. On Thanksgiving Day. November 28th, 2019. Gotcha. All right, family. God bless you. May the Lord keep you.